Hello, everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. The crackling of the campfire was the only sound breaking the profound silence of the night, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. We had decided to spend the weekend camping by a secluded lake deep within the national forest. It was me, Jake, and Sarah, three friends eager to escape the noise of the city. The lake was off the beaten path, a hidden gem that Jake had stumbled upon during one of his solo hikes. He swore it was the perfect spot, quiet, untouched, and miles away from the nearest campsite. The first day was everything we'd hoped for. We set up our tents near the shoreline, fished in the crystal-clear water, and shared stories as the sun dipped below the horizon. As darkness enveloped us, the stars emerged in full glory, unhindered by city lights. We sat around the fire, roasting marshmallows and laughing, feeling a million miles away from our worries. Exhausted from the day's activities, we crawled into our tents. The gentle lapping of the lake against the shore was a soothing lullaby. Sleep came quickly. I awoke just before dawn to an eerie stillness. The usual chorus of birds was absent. Pushing aside the tent flap, I stepped out into the crisp morning air. The mist hovered over the lake, and everything was bathed in a soft, grey light. That's when I saw them. Massive footprints encircled our campsite, huge, human-like prints pressed deep into the damp earth. Each one was easily twice the size of my foot, with toes that ended in what looked like claw marks. My heart began to race as I followed their path. They led from the tree line, looped around our tents, and headed back into the woods. "Ah, guys, wake up," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. Jake emerged first, rubbing his eyes. "What's going on?" "Look," I said, pointing at the nearest footprint. He frowned, his sleepy expression turning serious. "What the hell made those?" Sarah joined us, pulling her jacket tight around her. "Maybe it's a bear," she suggested, though her tone betrayed her doubt. "Bears don't have feet like this," Jake replied. "Calm, and they usually avoid humans." We surveyed the rest of the campsite. Our food supplies, which we'd hung from a tree branch to keep away from animals, were scattered across the ground. Cans were cracked open, and packages torn apart. The bark of several nearby trees bore deep, jagged claw marks. "I don't like this," Sarah whispered. "Maybe it's a prank," I offered, though I didn't believe it myself. Who would trek miles into the wilderness just to mess with us? Jake shook his head. "We haven't seen anyone else out here, and look at the size of those prints." We spent the morning in uneasy silence, cleaning up the mess and debating whether to stay or pack up and leave. Eventually, we convinced ourselves that whatever had happened was a one-time occurrence. Perhaps a curious animal had wandered too close. The day passed without incident. We hiked around the lake, took photos, and tried to enjoy ourselves, but an undercurrent of tension remained. Every snapped twig or rustling leaf put us on edge. As evening approached, an amber glow spread across the water. We decided to build a larger fire than usual, hoping it would keep any unwanted visitors at bay. Dinner was a subdued affair, and the conversation lagged. "I keep thinking about those footprints," Sarah admitted, staring into the flames. "Let's not dwell on it," Jake replied, though his eyes frequently darted toward the darkness beyond our circle of light. I stood up, stretching. "I'm going to grab more firewood before it gets too dark." "I'll come with you," Jake offered. We walked a short distance into the woods, gathering fallen branches. The forest was eerily quiet. No chirping insects, no hooting owls, just the sound of our footsteps crunching on leaves. "Do you feel that?" Jake asked, stopping suddenly. "Feel what?" He hesitated, like we're being watched. I scanned the trees but saw nothing unusual. "Let's just grab what we need and head back." We returned to the campsite to find Sarah standing rigid by the shore, her gaze fixed across the lake. "What's wrong?" I asked, dropping the firewood. She pointed shakily. "There's something over there." We followed her gaze. On the opposite bank, partially obscured by shadows, stood a tall, hulking figure. It was too far to make out details, but its silhouette was unmistakably humanoid and enormous. "Is that a person?" Jake whispered. "Can't be," I replied. "Not out here." As if sensing our attention, the figure stepped back, melting into the darkness of the forest. "That's it," Sarah said firmly. "We need to leave now." "Agreed," Jake nodded. "Let's pack up and hike back to the car." I checked my watch. "It's almost nightfall. Do you think it's safe to navigate the trail in the dark?" "Safer than staying here," Sarah insisted. We hastily began to dismantle our tents, shoving gear into our backpacks without care for organization. The forest around us grew darker by the minute, the trees casting long, twisted shadows. A sudden splash echoed across the lake. We all froze. "What was that?" Jake asked, his voice barely audible. Another splash, closer this time. Then the unmistakable sound of water being displaced, as if something was wading through the shallows toward us. "We have to go," I urged, slinging my pack over my shoulder. We grabbed what we could and started toward the trailhead. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness, bobbing wildly as we hurried along the narrow path. The sounds of the forest seemed amplified, the crunch of leaves underfoot, our ragged breaths, the pounding of my heart. Behind us, a branch snapped. "Don't look back," Jake whispered, but I couldn't help myself. I stole a glance over my shoulder and caught sight of a pair of glowing eyes, reflecting in the beam of my flashlight. They were high off the ground, higher than any animals should be. "Faster," I urged. We broke into a run, the trail barely visible under the sparse canopy. The terrain was uneven, and several times one of us stumbled. Each time, we'd quickly help each other up and press on. A low, guttural growl resonated from somewhere to our left. Then another from the right. "It's not alone," Sarah cried. We reached a fork in the trail. "Which way?" Jake shouted. "I don't know." Panic was clouding my memory. In the daylight, the path had seemed straightforward, but now every tree looked the same. A chorus of howls erupted around us, echoing through the trees. "This way." I chose the left path, hoping my instincts were right. We pushed onward, the sounds of pursuit growing closer. The underbrush rustled violently, as if large bodies were crashing through it. Suddenly, Sarah screamed. I turned to see her being pulled back, her foot caught in a tangle of roots. "Help me!" Jake and I rushed to her side, grabbing her arms and pulling with all our might. She came free and we tumbled backward onto the trail. From the darkness ahead, a massive figure emerged. It stood on two legs, covered in matted fur, with elongated limbs and claws that gleamed in the flashlight's beam. Its face was a horrifying blend of human and beast, with eyes that burned like embers. We scrambled to our feet and darted off the trail, plunging into the thick woods. Branches whipped against our faces, and the ground sloped unevenly beneath us. "This way!" Jake pointed toward a faint glimmer of light, the moon reflecting off what I hoped was the surface of the lake. Maybe we could circle back to the car from the shoreline. Behind us, the creature let out a deafening roar, a sound that rattled my very bones. We burst through the tree line and found ourselves back at the lake's edge. The open space gave us a brief respite, but there was nowhere to hide. "There!" Sarah pointed to a small boathouse or shed a short distance away. We sprinted toward it, throwing ourselves inside and barricading the door with a rusty metal bar. The interior was cramped and musty, filled with old fishing equipment and cobwebs. "Do you think it'll hold?" Jake asked between gasps. A heavy thud shook the door, nearly knocking it off its hinges. "Not for long," I admitted. We searched frantically for anything that could help. I grabbed a flare gun hanging on the wall. "Better than nothing," I muttered. Another slam, and the wood began to splinter. "Get ready," I warned, aiming the flare gun at the door. With a final crash, the door gave way, and the creature lunged forward. In the confined light, it was even more terrifying, its jaws lined with sharp teeth, saliva dripping onto the floor. I fired. The flare hit the creature square in the chest, igniting its fur. It let out a piercing shriek, staggering backward as flames engulfed it. "Now! Run!" We dashed past the flailing beast, back into the open. The creature thrashed on the ground, but others emerged from the shadows, drawn by its cries. "To the car!" Jake shouted. We followed the shoreline, our legs burning with effort. The parking area was just ahead, a small gravel lot where our lone vehicle waited. Reaching the car, Jake fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking uncontrollably. "Hurry!" Sarah urged, glancing back at the approaching figures. He unlocked the doors, and we piled in. The engine sputtered as he turned the key. Come on, he pleaded. The car roared to life. Just as the creatures closed in, we sped off, gravel spraying behind us. The road was rough, and the headlights flickered over the uneven path. In the rearview mirror, I saw the silhouettes of the creatures fading into the distance. No one spoke as we navigated the winding road back to civilization. It wasn't until the glow of streetlights appeared that we allowed ourselves to breathe. What were those things? Sarah finally broke the silence. "I don't know," Jake replied, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. And I don't ever want to find out." I stared out the window, the memories replaying in my mind. The footprints, the eyes, the inhuman cries. It all felt like a nightmare. But the ache in my muscles and the scratches on my skin were all too real. One thing was certain: some places are meant to remain untouched, secrets kept hidden in the shadows, and sometimes, when you venture too deep into the unknown follows you back. Story 2. The echo of my own breath was the only sound in the suffocating darkness, until the footsteps began. We were a team of 5 experienced spelunkers: me, Alex, Jenna, Marcus, and Luis, always eager for the next underground adventure. When word got out about a newly discovered cave system in the remote mountains, we couldn't resist. The locals called it La Cueva de las Sombras, the Cave of Shadows. They spoke of it in hushed tones, but we dismissed their warnings as superstitious folklore. The entrance was a narrow crevice hidden behind a tangle of vines and moss-covered rocks. Squeezing through, we found ourselves in a vast chamber adorned with stalactites that shimmered in the beams of our headlamps. The air was cool and damp, carrying the earthy scent of untouched caverns. "Look at this place," Jenna whispered, her voice tinged with awe. "It's like stepping into another world." We pressed deeper, mapping the passages as we went. The cave seemed endless, a labyrinth of tunnels twisting and turning into the heart of the mountain. Hours passed unnoticed as we explored chamber after chamber, each more fascinating than the last. It was in one of these chambers that we found them, ancient drawings etched into the stone walls. By the dim glow of our lights, we saw figures half human, half beast, engaged in what looked like rituals or hunts. The drawings were crude, but eerily lifelike, the creatures' eyes seeming to follow us. "These must be thousands of years old," Marcus marveled, running his fingers lightly over the carvings. Luis snapped photos, his camera flash momentarily illuminating the entire chamber. "This is a significant find," he said excitedly. "And we need to document everything." As we examined the drawings, a subtle unease settled over me. The air felt heavier, the shadows deeper. The silence that had been comforting now seemed oppressive. "Do you feel that?" I asked softly. Alex glanced at me. "Feel what?" "I don't know, like we're being watched." Jenna chuckled nervously. "Don't go spooking us now." But the feeling persisted. Shrugging it off, we continued deeper into the cave, following a narrow passage that sloped downward. The walls here were smoother, as if worn by countless hands or something else moving through. Suddenly, Luis stopped. "Did you hear that?" We all paused, holding our breaths. At first, there was nothing but the sound of dripping water. Then, faintly, the unmistakable echo of footsteps, not ours, resonated from somewhere behind us. "Probably just an echo," Alex suggested, though his eyes betrayed uncertainty. We resumed walking, but the footsteps continued, sometimes seeming closer, other times fading away. A growing sense of dread gnawed at me. "Maybe we should head back," Jenna suggested, her earlier enthusiasm waning. Marcus shook his head. We're probably just scaring ourselves. Let's at least reach the next chamber. Reluctantly, we pressed on. The passage opened into another vast space, this one with a low ceiling and a floor strewn with rocks. Our light swept across the room, revealing more drawings, these more chaotic, almost frenzied. That's when the first light flickered. Luis tapped his headlamp. "Cheap batteries," he muttered. But then Jenna's light sputtered as well. One by one, our beams wavered, plunging us into intermittent darkness. "This isn't right," Alex said, a tremor in his voice. I reached into my pack for spare batteries, hands shaking. The darkness between the flickers seemed to pulse, as if alive. A scraping sound echoed from the tunnel we'd just exited, a sharp, grating noise like claws against stone. "Okay, time to go," Marcus declared. We hurried back toward the passage, but the entrance now seemed further away than before. The walls felt closer, the air thinner. My heart pounded as we stumbled over uneven ground. "Wait!" Jenna cried out. "Which way did we come from?" In our haste, we'd taken a wrong turn. The tunnels all looked the same, and our fading lights cast confusing shadows. "Let's stay calm," Luis said, though his voice was unsteady. "We can retrace our steps." Another scraping sound, closer this time, sent a chill down my spine. The footsteps resumed, deliberate and heavy. "Who's there?" Alex shouted into the darkness. Silence. Then a low growl reverberated through the cavern, a sound no human could make. We broke into a run, choosing a tunnel at random. The passage narrowed, forcing us to move single file. The walls were slick and the floor uneven. "Keep moving," I urged, pushing aside panic. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit grew louder, multiple footsteps now, accompanied by guttural noises that defied explanation. Luis's light went out completely. "I can't see," he yelled. "Grab my shoulder," Marcus instructed. We emerged into another chamber, this one with a sheer drop at the far end. A chasm stretched before us, its depths swallowed by darkness. "Dead end," Jenna whispered, despair creeping into her voice. We have to backtrack," I said. But as we turned, shadows shifted at the tunnel entrance. Shapes moved, just beyond the reach of our dim lights. "Stay together," Alex cautioned. The creatures stepped forward, figures resembling the man-beast hybrids from the drawings. They stood upright, but were covered in matted fur, their limbs elongated, faces twisted into snarls. Eyes glinted in the faint light, reflecting a predatory intelligence. Oh my God," Jenna breathed. One creature let out a bone-chilling howl, and they advanced. "Run along the edge," Marcus shouted. We skirted the chasm, keeping as far from the creatures as possible. I felt the ground crumbling beneath my feet, but didn't dare slow down. Luis slipped, his foot dislodging a rock that tumbled into the abyss. He wavered on the brink. I grabbed his arm, pulling him back just as a clawed hand swiped at the space he'd occupied a second before. "This way." Alex pointed to a narrow fissure in the cave wall. We squeezed through, the passage barely wide enough to accommodate us. The creatures clawed at the entrance, their growls filling the confined space. The tunnel sloped upward, and a faint current of air brushed against my face. "Do you feel that?" I asked. Fresh air. Maybe it's an exit," Jenna said hopefully. We scrambled upward, the passage winding like a corkscrew. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit faded, but didn't disappear entirely. The tunnel opened into a small chamber, illuminated by a strange, bioluminescent fungus clinging to the walls. The soft blue glow cast eerie shadows, but allowed us to see without our failing lights. At the center of the chamber stood a stone altar, worn smooth by time. Strange symbols were carved into its surface. "What is this place?" Marcus wondered aloud. Luis approached the altar, running his fingers over the symbols. These markings, they matched the drawings. A distant howl echoed through the tunnels, jolting us back to our predicament. "We can't stay here," Alex reminded us. There were 2 exits from the chamber. We debated for a moment before choosing the one that seemed to slope upward. As we moved on, the tunnel widened and the ceiling rose higher. The air grew fresher, fueling our hope. Then we heard it, a chorus of howls from both ahead and behind. "They're surrounding us," Jenna said, fear tightening her voice. "Maybe they're herding us," Louis suggested grimly. We pressed on, urgency driving us. The tunnel opened into yet another chamber, this one filled with stalagmites jutting up like jagged teeth. The floor was uneven, forcing us to navigate carefully. A movement caught my eye. One of the creatures perched atop a stalagmite, watching us with unblinking eyes. "Above us," I warned. Too late. The creature leaped, landing between us and the tunnel exit. Others emerged from the shadows, cutting off all escape routes. We huddled together, backs against a wall. "Any ideas?" Marcus asked, his voice barely audible. I glanced around desperately. "Maybe we can distract them." "With what?" Jenna asked. Luis pulled a flare from his pack. "With this." "Why didn't you use that earlier?" Alex demanded. "No time for that," Luis snapped. "When I set it off, run for that tunnel." He ignited the flare, the sudden brightness causing the creatures to recoil. They shielded their eyes, hissing in agitation. "Now!" Luis shouted. We dashed toward the tunnel, the flare's light casting wild shadows. The creatures snarled, momentarily disoriented. But as we reached the passage, one of them lunged at Luis, knocking him to the ground. The flare skidded across the floor, its light dimming. "Luis!" Jenna screamed. He looked at us, eyes wide. "Go!" "We can't leave you," I protested. "Go, now!" Two creatures grappled with him, their claws tearing at his clothes. With a wrenching sorrow, we turned and ran. The tunnel narrowed, forcing us to move single file again. Tears blurred my vision, but I pushed forward. "We're almost there," Alex panted. "I can feel the air getting fresher." A faint glow appeared ahead, natural light seeping through an opening. Relief surged through me. We emerged onto a ledge halfway up a mountainside. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The forest stretched out below, a sea of green. "We made it," Jenna sobbed, collapsing to her knees, but our relief was short-lived. From the cave mouth behind us, the creatures emerged, undeterred by the fading daylight. "Climb down!" Marcus shouted. The rocky slope was steep but navigable. We scrambled downward, slipping and sliding. The creatures followed, agile on the treacherous terrain. Reaching the tree line, we dashed into the forest. The dense underbrush slowed us, but it also seemed to hinder our pursuers. "Head for the river," Alex suggested. "They might not follow us into the water." We could hear the rush of water nearby. Pushing through the foliage, we reached a wide river coursing over rocks. Without hesitation, we plunged in, the icy water shocking our systems. We waded to the opposite bank, the current threatening to sweep us away. On the far side, we looked back. The creatures stood at the river's edge, pacing but not entering the water. Their eyes tracked us with burning intensity. "We're safe," Marcus said, though his tone was uncertain. But deep down, I knew this wasn't over. We'd trespassed into their domain, uncovered secrets meant to remain buried. As we made our way back to civilization, the weight of what we'd lost pressed heavily upon us. Luis was gone, and with him, a part of our spirit. Weeks later, nightmares still plagued me. The echo of claws scraping stone, the haunting eyes of the creatures, and Luis's final, selfless act. We reported our experience to the authorities, but they dismissed it as hysteria, brought on by stress and fatigue. The cave was sealed off, declared too dangerous for exploration, but I know the truth. Beneath the mountain, in the suffocating darkness, ancient beings dwell, guardians of secrets we were never meant to uncover. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear footsteps outside my window, and the distant, echoing scrape of claws against stone. Story 3. The howl that echoed through the Appalachian night wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. It was primal, raw, and sent chills down my spine. Little did I know, that sound would be the beginning of the most terrifying night of my life. My name's Sarah, and I've been hiking the Appalachian Trail solo for the past month. I'm no stranger to the wilderness, having grown up camping and exploring the great outdoors, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered that night in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. The day had started like any other on the trail. I woke up with the sun, packed up my gear, and hit the trail early. The weather was perfect, crisp autumn air, clear skies, and the trees were just starting to show hints of their fall colors. I made good time, covering about 15 miles before I started looking for a spot to set up camp for the night. I found a small clearing just off the trail, nestled between a cluster of old-growth oaks. It was secluded enough to feel private, but close enough to the path that I could easily get back on track in the morning. As I started to pitch my tent, I noticed how quiet it had become. The usual evening chorus of birds and insects was strangely absent. At the time, I chalked it up to the changing seasons and thought nothing more of it. After setting up camp, I heated up some freeze-dried stroganoff on my portable stove and settled in to watch the sunset. The sky put on a spectacular show, painting the clouds in vibrant oranges and pinks. As the last light faded, I crawled into my tent and snuggled into my sleeping bag, feeling content and at peace with the world. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by that bone-chilling howl. It was close, too close for comfort. My heart raced as I sat up, straining my ears in the darkness. For a few moments, all I could hear was the sound of my own rapid breathing. Then it came again, this time from a different direction. Whatever was making that sound was circling my campsite. I fumbled for my headlamp, my hands shaking as I turned it on. The beam of light seemed pitiful against the vast darkness outside my tent. I debated whether I should stay put or make a run for it. Before I could decide, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Footsteps. But these weren't the sounds of a deer or bear moving through the underbrush. These were heavy, deliberate steps. Bipedal steps. My mind raced through possibilities. A bear walking on its hind legs. Another hiker playing a sick joke. But deep down, I knew it was neither of those things. This was something else entirely. The footsteps circled my tent, slow and methodical. I could hear twigs snapping under its weight, leaves crunching with each step. My entire body was tense, poised for flight, even though I knew I was trapped. Running blindly into the dark forest would be suicide. Suddenly, a shadow fell across my tent. Something large was standing just on the other side of the thin nylon fabric. I held my breath, not daring to move a muscle. The creature sniffed loudly, and I could hear its heavy breathing. It smelled musky, like wet dog mixed with something far more pungent. For what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, the thing stood there. I was certain it knew I was inside, that at any moment it would rip through the tent and drag me out, but it didn't. Eventually, the shadow moved away, and I heard those bipedal footsteps retreating into the forest. I'd like to say that I fell into an exhausted sleep after that, but the truth is, I spent the rest of the night wide awake, my hand clutched around the small canister of bear spray I kept for emergencies. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had me on high alert. I've never been so glad to see the first light of dawn filtering through my tent. As soon as it was light enough, I burst out of my tent, ready to pack up and get the hell out of there. That's when I saw the destruction around my campsite. My backpack, which I'd left leaning against a tree, was shredded to pieces. The contents were strewn about, and my food bag was nowhere to be seen. But what really made my heart stop were the prints. Massive, dog-like paw prints circled my tent. They were easily twice the size of my hand, with clear claw marks at the tips of each toe, but the strangest thing was how they were spaced, too far apart for a normal canine. These were the tracks of something that walked on two legs. I didn't even bother trying to salvage my gear. I just grabbed my emergency kit, which thankfully was still intact in my tent, and started running down the trail. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Only then did I slow to a brisk walk, constantly looking over my shoulder. It was mid-afternoon when I finally reached a ranger station. I must have looked a mess, wild-eyed, out of breath, and probably pale as a ghost. The ranger on duty, a kind-faced older man named Jim, took one look at me and ushered me inside. "Looks like you've seen a ghost," he said, sitting me down and handing me a bottle of water. "I want to tell me what happened." I spilled out my story, tripping over my words in my haste to get it all out. I half expected Jim to laugh it off or tell me I'd had a vivid nightmare, but as I described the howls, the footsteps, and the tracks, his face grew serious. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Then he sighed and said something that made my blood run cold all over again. "You're not the first to come in here with a story like that. We've had a few reports over the past month of something strange in these parts. Some of the locals call it Dogman." "Dogman," I repeated, the word feeling strange on my tongue. Jim nodded. "It's an old legend in these parts, something like a werewolf, but not quite. Most of the time, folks laugh it off as campfire stories. But every now and then, we get reports that make me wonder." He went on to tell me about other incidents. Hikers hearing strange howls, campers finding their sites destroyed, and a few who claimed to have seen a large, wolf-like creature walking on two legs. The rangers had investigated, of course, but had never found any concrete evidence. "We usually chalk it up to bears or coyotes," Jim said, "but those tracks you described, well, let's just say it's got me thinking." I spent the rest of the day at the ranger station, giving a formal statement and waiting for a ride to the nearest town. Jim advised me to take a break from the trail, at least for a few days, and I was more than happy to comply. The thought of spending another night in those woods made my skin crawl. As I settled into a motel room that night, my mind kept replaying the events of the previous night. The howls, the footsteps, those massive tracks, it all felt surreal in the light of day. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a bear encounter blown out of proportion by fear and darkness, but deep down, I knew what I had experienced was something far stranger and more terrifying than a simple bear. I decided to cut my hike short and head home the next day. As much as I loved the trail, the magic of the wilderness had been tainted by fear. But as I drifted off to sleep, one thought kept nagging at me. What if it followed me? What if, even now, the Dogman was out there, watching and waiting? One thing's for certain, I'll never forget that night in the Appalachian Mountains, and I'll never again dismiss those old legends and campfire tales so easily, because sometimes, just sometimes, the monsters are real. Story 4. The moment I saw those massive humanoid fingers wrap around our cooler, I knew our peaceful camping trip had turned into a nightmare. My name's Mike, and I'm about to tell you why I'll never look at the Pacific Northwest forests the same way again. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. My buddy Dave and I had been planning this camping trip for months, eager to escape the hustle and bustle of Seattle and lose ourselves in the pristine wilderness of the Olympic National Forest. We'd both grown up in the city, but we fancied ourselves as outdoorsy types. Looking back, I realize how naive we were. We arrived at the campground late Friday afternoon. The place was pretty deserted, which suited us just fine. We found a nice spot tucked away from the main area, surrounded by towering Douglas firs and western red cedars. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. It felt like we had the whole forest to ourselves. We set up our tent, got a fire going and cracked open a couple of beers. As the sun set, we roasted hot dogs over the flames and swapped stories, our laughter echoing through the trees. It was perfect, exactly the kind of escape we'd been craving. As night fell, the forest came alive with sounds. Owls hooted in the distance, and small creatures rustled in the underbrush. It was peaceful, but there was also an underlying wildness to it all that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I brushed off the feeling, chalking it up to too many campfire ghost stories as a kid. We turned in around midnight, crawling into our tent and zipping ourselves into our sleeping bags. The ground was hard beneath us, but I was tired enough that it didn't matter. I drifted off to sleep, lulled by the gentle whisper of wind through the trees. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up. The forest was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that feels oppressive. Something had disturbed me, but I couldn't put my finger on what. Then I heard it, a soft scraping sound coming from outside the tent. "Dave," I whispered, reaching out to shake my friend awake. "Do you hear that?" Dave groaned and rolled over. "Hear what?" he mumbled sleepily. Before I could answer, there was a loud crash. We both sat bolt upright, suddenly wide awake. "What the hell was that?" Dave hissed. I fumbled for my flashlight, my heart pounding in my chest. "And I don't know, but it sounded like it came from where we left the cooler." We unzipped the tent flap as quietly as we could and peeked out. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating our campsite. What I saw made my blood run cold. Our cooler had been knocked over, its contents spilled across the ground. But that wasn't what had me frozen in fear. Standing over the mess was a massive, ape-like figure. It must have been at least 8 feet tall, covered in thick, dark fur. As my shaking flashlight beam played over its broad back, the creature slowly turned its head toward us. I'll never forget those eyes, deep-set and intelligent, reflecting the light with an eerie red glow. For a moment, time seemed to stand still as we stared at each other. Then the creature let out a low, rumbling growl that I felt in my bones. "Oh, holy shit," Dave whispered beside me. Is that Bigfoot?" The sound of Dave's voice seemed to break the spell. The creature, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, whatever you want to call it, turned and loped off into the forest with surprising speed for something so large. We listened to the sound of breaking branches fade into the distance. "Did that really just happen?" I asked, my voice shaking. Dave didn't answer. He was already scrambling out of the tent, grabbing for his phone. "We need to get a picture, or a video, or something," he said frantically. "No one will believe us otherwise." I followed him out, my legs feeling like jelly. The campsite was a mess. Our food was strewn everywhere, and there were massive footprints in the soft earth around the cooler. Dave was darting around, trying to capture everything on his phone's camera. "And we should get out of here," I said, eyeing the dark forest warily. "That thing could come back." Dave nodded, lowering his phone. "Yeah, you're right. Let's pack up and get to the car." We started throwing our gear into our backpacks haphazardly, not bothering to properly pack anything. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had us jumping. I kept expecting to see that massive silhouette emerge from the trees at any moment. Finally, we had everything packed. We grabbed our bags and flashlights and started making our way toward the parking area where we'd left the car. It wasn't far, maybe a quarter mile, but in the dark, with our imaginations running wild, it felt like miles. We were about halfway there when we heard it, that deep, rumbling growl again, coming from somewhere off to our right. We froze, flashlight beams darting wildly through the trees. "Run!" Dave whispered urgently, and we took off. We sprinted through the forest, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. I could hear something crashing through the underbrush behind us, gaining ground quickly. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me going. Finally, we burst out of the tree line into the parking area. Our car sat there, a beautiful sight in the moonlight. We raced toward it, fumbling with the keys. Come on," Dave muttered as he tried to unlock the door with shaking hands. I glanced back toward the forest, and my heart nearly stopped. There, at the edge of the trees, stood not one, but 3 massive ape-like figures. They were watching us, their eyes glowing in the darkness. "Dave," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "we've got company." He looked up from the door and saw them. "Oh, God," he breathed. Finally, the lock clicked open. We threw our bags in the back and dove into the car. Dave jammed the key into the ignition and turned it. Nothing happened. He tried again. The engine sputtered but wouldn't catch. No, Dave said, panic rising in his voice. "This can't be happening." I couldn't take my eyes off the creatures at the edge of the forest. They hadn't moved, but I had the distinct impression they were waiting for something. Dave kept trying to start the car, each failed attempt ratcheting up our fear. I was about to suggest we make a run for it on foot when suddenly, mercifully, the engine roared to life. We peeled out of the parking lot, gravel spraying behind us. As we fishtailed onto the main road, I looked in the side mirror. One of the creatures had moved into the parking lot and was standing in the middle of the road, watching us drive away. We didn't slow down until we hit the highway, both of us too keyed up to speak. It wasn't until we were safely back in Seattle, the sun peeking over the horizon, that we finally started to process what had happened. "Do you think anyone will believe us?" Dave asked as we pulled up to my apartment. I shook my head. I'm not sure I believe it myself. And I was there. We looked at each other, both understanding the unspoken agreement. This wasn't something we could share. Who would believe that we'd encountered not just one Sasquatch, but an entire family of them? In the days that followed, we both tried to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe it was bears, we told ourselves. Maybe the darkness and our fear had played tricks on our minds. But deep down, we knew the truth. Those weren't bears we saw in the forest that night. I've been camping many times since then, but never in the Pacific Northwest. The memory of those glowing eyes and that deep, primordial growl still haunts my dreams. I know now that there are things in this world that defy explanation, creatures that lurk in the shadows of our civilized world. So the next time you're in the forest and you hear an unexplained sound or feel like you're being watched, remember my story, because sometimes, just sometimes, those campfire tales about mysterious creatures in the woods aren't just stories. Sometimes they're warnings. Story 5. The first time I saw those antlers in my camera trap, I thought I'd discovered a new species of deer. I was dead wrong. What I'd captured on film was something far more ancient and terrifying, a creature that would soon be hunting me. My name is Alex, and I'm a wildlife photographer specializing in remote, winter environments. I've spent years capturing images of wolves in Yellowstone, polar bears in the Arctic, and snow leopards in the Himalayas. But nothing in my career could have prepared me for what I encountered during that fateful winter in the Canadian wilderness. It was late November when I arrived at the small, rustic cabin that would be my home for the next 3 months. Located deep in the boreal forest of northern Ontario, it was about as isolated as you could get. The nearest town was over 100 miles away, and my only lifeline was a satellite phone for emergencies. The first few weeks were uneventful. I spent my days setting up camera traps, tracking animal movements, and capturing the stark beauty of the winter landscape. The nights were long and dark, but I found comfort in the crackling of the wood stove and the occasional howl of a distant wolf. It was about a month into my stay when I first noticed something odd. I was taking stock of my supplies, which I'd carefully rationed to last the entire winter, when I realized my food stores were depleting faster than they should have been. At first, I thought I must have miscalculated or perhaps been eating more than I realized due to the cold, but as the days went by, it became clear that something was amiss. I started keeping a detailed inventory, marking down everything I consumed. The numbers didn't lie. Food was disappearing. But how? The cabin was secure, and I hadn't seen any signs of rodents or other animals getting in. Determined to solve the mystery, I set up a camera trap inside the cabin, focusing on the area where I stored my food. I felt a bit silly doing it, like I was trying to catch Santa Claus, but my instincts told me something wasn't right. And in the wilderness, ignoring your instincts can be fatal. The next morning, I eagerly checked the camera. What I saw made my blood run cold. The images showed a gaunt, humanoid figure creeping into my cabin in the dead of night. It moved with an unnatural, jerky gait, its limbs too long and thin to be human. But the most disturbing feature was its head, crowned with a massive rack of antlers, like some nightmarish fusion of man and deer. I stared at the images, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. It had to be a hoax, right? Someone in a costume, playing a sick joke. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. I was over 100 miles from civilization in the dead of winter. There was no one else out here. With shaking hands, I grabbed my satellite phone, ready to call for an emergency evacuation. But as the phone powered on, my heart sank. No signal. The blizzard that had blown through the night before must have damaged the satellite dish on the roof. I was trapped, alone in the wilderness with something that was hungry enough to risk entering a human dwelling for food. I spent the rest of the day in a paranoid frenzy, boarding up windows and barricading the door. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, I realized I needed to know more about what I was dealing with. I booted up my laptop and began searching through local folklore and legends. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. The Wendigo, a terrifying creature from Algonquin legend, a malevolent spirit associated with winter, starvation, and cannibalism. The descriptions varied, but many mentioned the creature's gaunt appearance and antlered head. As I read account after account, a chill that had nothing to do with the winter cold settled over me. According to the legends, the Wendigo was once human, transformed by an insatiable hunger for human flesh. It was said to stalk lonely travelers in the wilderness, mimicking human voices to lure them to their doom. A sudden noise outside made me jump. I peered out the window but could see nothing in the gathering darkness. Was it out there, watching me? The thought made my skin crawl. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat by the door, my hunting rifle in my lap, jumping at every creak and groan of the cabin, settling in the cold. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, I finally allowed myself to relax slightly. Surely, if the creature was going to attack, it would have done so during the night. Exhausted but wired on adrenaline and fear, I decided to check my outdoor camera traps. I needed to know if I had captured any more images of the creature. If nothing else, proof of its existence might convince the authorities to send help. Once I managed to get the satellite phone working again, I bundled up against the biting cold and cautiously stepped outside. The world was silent, muffled by a thick blanket of fresh snow. I made my way to the nearest camera trap, my eyes darting nervously from tree to tree, half expecting to see that antlered silhouette lurking in the shadows. The first few cameras showed nothing unusual, just the typical winter wildlife. But as I approached the last camera, my heart began to race. The snow around it was disturbed, marked by strange, elongated footprints. With trembling fingers, I retrieved the memory card and slotted it into my handheld viewer. The images made my blood turn to ice. There it was, the Wendigo, captured in full daylight. It was even more horrifying than I had imagined. Its skin was pulled tight over its skeletal frame, a sickly grayish-white color. The antlers sprouting from its skull were massive, easily spanning 4 feet from tip to tip. But it was the creature's eyes that truly terrified me, black, soulless pits that seemed to stare right through the camera and into my very being. But the most chilling part, the tracks led straight from the camera to my cabin. I spun around, suddenly acutely aware of how exposed I was. That's when I saw it, a flash of movement in the trees about 100 yards away. I caught a glimpse of antlers, of that horrifying skeletal face, before it disappeared into the forest. I ran back to the cabin, heart pounding, fumbling with the lock in my panic. Once inside, I slammed the door shut and sank to the floor, gasping for breath. It was real, it was all real, and it was hunting me. The next few days were a blur of fear and sleepless nights. I tried repeatedly to get the satellite phone working, but the blizzard had done its damage well. I was truly cut off. The Wendigo seemed to be growing bolder. Each night, I could hear it scratching at the walls of the cabin, testing for weaknesses. Sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I would hear what sounded like a human voice calling my name, begging to be let in from the cold. But I knew it was a trick, a ploy to lure me out. My food supplies continued to dwindle at an alarming rate. Despite my best efforts to ration, I knew I would run out long before my scheduled pickup date. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was in danger of becoming the very thing that was hunting me. As I write this, huddled by the dying embers of the fire, I can hear the Wendigo outside. It's calling to me again, its voice a perfect mimicry of my own mother's. But I won't be fooled. I know now why it hasn't broken in, why it's content to steal small amounts of food each night. It's playing the long game, wearing me down, waiting for hunger and desperation to drive me outside. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. My food is almost gone, and the temperatures are dropping to dangerous lows. Part of me wonders if I'm already dead, if I've already succumbed to the Wendigo's curse, and this is my penance, to relive these terrifying days for eternity. If anyone finds this, please heed my warning. The legends are real. There are things in this world that defy explanation, ancient horrors that lurk in the dark places of the earth. And if you ever find yourself alone in the wilderness and you hear a familiar voice calling your name, don't answer, don't even look, just run, because the Wendigo is patient and it is always hungry. Story 6. The moment I saw those paw prints morph into human footprints, I knew I was dealing with something far beyond my training as a park ranger. My name is Rachel, and this is the story of the night I came face to face with a creature I thought only existed in campfire tales. It was a crisp autumn evening, the kind where the air feels sharp in your lungs and the scent of decaying leaves fills your nostrils. I was just finishing up my shift at Blackwood State Park, a sprawling wilderness area known for its dense forests and rugged mountains. As the senior ranger on duty, I was looking forward to heading home and putting my feet up after a long day of trail maintenance and tourist wrangling. That's when the call came in. "Ranger Station, we've got reports of a rabid wolf attacking campers at the Pine Grove campsite," crackled the voice over my radio. "Can you check it out?" I sighed, reaching for my jacket. So much for an early night. 10-4, I'm on my way, I responded, grabbing my gear. As I drove my Jeep along the winding park roads, the full moon peeked through the trees, casting eerie shadows across my path. I'd dealt with rabid animals before. It was an unfortunate but not uncommon occurrence in these parts. Still, something about this call felt off. Wolves rarely attacked humans, rabid or not. I pulled into the Pine Grove campsite, immediately noticing the eerie silence. No crackling campfires, no chatter of late-night stargazers, just an oppressive quiet broken only by the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Flashlight in hand, I made my way to the first tent. It was shredded, ripped apart as if by massive claws. Blood spattered the remnants of the canvas and the ground around it. My heart raced as I called out, "Hello? Park Ranger? Is anyone here?" No response. Moving quickly from campsite to campsite, I found more of the same. Destroyed tents, scattered supplies, and blood, but no bodies. It was as if whatever had attacked had dragged its victims away. That's when I noticed the tracks. At first glance, they looked like wolf prints, large ones, but still recognizably canine. But as I followed them away from the campsite, I noticed something bizarre. The prints were changing. With each step, they became less wolf-like and more human. I've been a ranger for 15 years. I know animal tracks like the back of my hand. But this was impossible. Yet there they were, transforming before my eyes from paw prints to unmistakably human footprints. Large, barefoot human prints with clear indentations of toes and heels. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. A hoax, some kind of elaborate prank. But the blood, the destruction, it all felt terrifyingly real. I radioed back to the station. "This is Ranger Cooper. I'm going to need backup at Pine Grove. Possible multiple casualties and something else. Something I can't explain." "Copy that, Rachel," came the response. "Backup's on the way. What's your 20? I gave them my location and continued following the tracks, my hand resting uneasily on my sidearm. I knew it would do little good against a rabid wolf, let alone whatever could leave tracks like these, but its weight was reassuring nonetheless. The trail led me deeper into the forest, away from the established campsites and into the true wilderness. The foliage grew thicker, the moonlight barely penetrating the canopy above. Each step felt like I was moving further from the world I knew and understood into something other. That's when I heard it. A low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't the sound of any animal I recognized. It was deeper, more primal, sending shivers down my spine. I swung my flashlight around wildly, trying to locate the source of the sound. The beam caught a flash of movement to my left, something large darting between the trees. I turned to follow, but it was gone. "Hello!" I called out, my voice shaking more than I'd like to admit. "This is Park Ranger Cooper. If someone's out there, please identify yourself." The only response was another growl, closer this time, close enough that I could feel the vibration in my chest. I turned slowly, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, and there, not 20 feet away, stood something that defied explanation. At first glance, it looked like a wolf, a massive one, easily twice the size of any I'd ever seen. But as I watched, horrified, its form began to shift. Its back legs lengthened, its spine straightened, the snout receded, the fur seeming to melt away. In a matter of seconds, what had been a wolf now stood upright like a man. But it wasn't a man, not entirely. It retained the wolf's eyes, glowing an eerie yellow in the beam of my flashlight. Coarse hair still covered much of its body, and its hands ended in vicious, curved claws. A werewolf. The word flashed through my mind, even as I tried to reject it. Such things didn't exist, couldn't exist, yet here one stood before me, lips pulled back in a snarl that revealed rows of dagger-like teeth. I'd like to say I stood my ground, that years of ranger training kicked in, and I handled the situation with cool professionalism. The truth is, I ran. I turned and bolted back the way I'd come, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the underbrush. It was toying with me, I realized. If it wanted to, it could have overtaken me in seconds. I burst back into the Pine Grove campsite, gasping for breath. In the distance, I could hear sirens. The backup I'd called for was finally arriving. The creature must have heard it too, because the sounds of pursuit suddenly stopped. I turned, half expecting to see it lunging for me, but there was nothing there. Just the dark line of trees, shadows dancing in the moonlight. Minutes later, the campsite was swarming with park police and paramedics. I gave my report in a daze, telling them about the destroyed tents, the blood, the strange tracks. But I left out the part about the creature. Who would believe me? As the night wore on, search parties combed the woods. They found no bodies, but plenty of blood evidence suggested multiple victims. The official report would probably blame it on a bear attack or maybe a pack of coyotes. But I knew the truth. I had seen it with my own eyes. In the days that followed, I pored over old legends and folklore of the region. I found stories of skinwalkers, of people who could transform into animals. And yes, tales of werewolves passed down through generations. I've never spoken publicly about what I saw that night. Who would believe me? I'd lose my job, my reputation. But I know it's out there, somewhere in the vast wilderness of Blackwood State Park. Now, when the full moon rises and I hear distant howls echoing through the trees, I wonder, are they just wolves or something more? Something that walks the line between man and beast, that hunts in the shadows, where reality blurs into nightmare. One thing's for certain, I never patrol alone on full moon nights anymore. And if you're ever camping in these woods and hear something strange in the night, something that sounds almost human but not quite, don't investigate. Pack up your things and get out as fast as you can. Because sometimes the monsters in the campfire stories are real, and they're hungry. Story 7. I never believed in Bigfoot until I saw those glowing eyes watching us from the tree line. By then, it was too late. We had already stumbled into their territory, and they weren't about to let us leave easily. My name is Jake, and I'm an experienced hiker. At least, I thought I was until that fateful trip to the Olympic Peninsula. I've trekked through the Rockies, scaled peaks in the Andes, and even done a stint on the Appalachian Trail. But nothing could have prepared me for what we encountered in those dense, misty forests of Washington state. It was supposed to be a routine 4-day hike. My friends, Sarah, Mike, and Lena, and I had planned this trip for months. We were all experienced outdoors people, confident in our abilities to handle whatever nature threw our way. How wrong we were. The first 2 days were uneventful. We made good time, enjoying the lush greenery and the occasional glimpse of wildlife. The Olympic Peninsula is known for its biodiversity, and we were treated to sightings of Roosevelt elk, black-tailed deer, and even a black bear in the distance. It was on the 3rd day that things started to get weird. We had veered off the main trail, following what we thought was a shortcut marked on our map. In retrospect, that was our first mistake. The forest seemed to grow denser, the trees pressing in closer. The usual sounds of birds and small animals gradually faded away, replaced by an eerie silence. We should have turned back then, but pride and a false sense of security urged us forward. As the day wore on, an uneasy feeling settled over our group. Mike was the first to verbalize it. Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" he asked, his eyes darting nervously between the trees. I laughed it off, but inside, I felt it too, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, as if unseen eyes were following our every move. We pressed on, determined to reach our planned campsite before nightfall. That's when we stumbled upon the clearing. At first glance, it looked like a natural opening in the forest. But as we entered, we realized something was off. Strange structures made of twisted branches dotted the area. They looked almost like crude shelters, but larger than any human would need. Some were easily 15 feet tall, their branches woven together with a precision that spoke of intelligence and purpose. "What the hell are these?" Sarah whispered, reaching out to touch one of the structures. I grabbed her hand, pulling it back. "Don't," I said, though I couldn't explain why. Something about this place felt wrong, forbidden. Lena, always the rational one, tried to make sense of it. Maybe it's some kind of art installation, like that stuff they do in the woods sometimes. But deep down, we all knew that wasn't it. These structures were old, weathered by time and the elements, and they most definitely weren't on any park map or guide. We should have left immediately. Every instinct was screaming at us to get out of there, but curiosity and encroaching darkness made us decide to set up camp at the edge of the clearing. Another mistake. As night fell, the forest came alive with sounds, but not the usual nocturnal noises we were accustomed to. These were different, wood knocking against wood, like someone pounding a hollow log, and occasionally a low guttural howl that sent shivers down our spines. We huddled around our campfire, speaking in whispers as if afraid to draw attention to ourselves. But it was too late for that. We were already noticed. It was Mike who saw them first. "Guys," he said, his voice trembling, "look at the tree line." We turned, following his gaze, and there they were, eyes reflecting the firelight, glowing an eerie reddish-orange. Not just one pair, but several, scattered along the edge of the clearing. They were too high off the ground to belong to any normal animal. "What are they?" Sarah breathed, inching closer to me. I shook my head, unable to speak, because deep down, I knew, we all knew, we were looking at something that shouldn't exist. Something straight out of legend. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever you want to call them. They were real, and they were watching us. For hours, we sat in tense silence, watching the eyes watch us. None of us dared move, afraid of provoking whatever was out there. The wood knocking continued, sometimes close, sometimes far away, as if they were communicating with each other. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, the eyes disappeared. We breathed a collective sigh of relief, but it was short-lived, because in the grey morning light, we could see the footprints. Massive, humanoid prints circling our campsite, coming to within feet of where we had slept. And there, at the edge of our camp, was a crude symbol made of broken branches. It looked like an X with a line through it, a warning. We broke camp in record time, not even bothering to eat breakfast. Our only thought was to get out of there as fast as possible. But as we tried to retrace our steps, we quickly realized we were lost. The forest seemed to have changed overnight. Paths that we were sure we had taken were now blocked by dense undergrowth. Landmarks we remembered were nowhere to be seen. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep us there. As the day wore on, our panic grew. We were running low on water, and the dense canopy made it impossible to get a signal on our phones or GPS. The feeling of being watched was constant now, and occasionally we would catch glimpses of movement in the corner of our eyes, a flash of fur, a shadow that was too large to be human. It was late afternoon when we heard the howl, closer this time, and unmistakably aimed at us. We ran, abandoning all pretense of trying to find our way. Branches whipped at our faces, roots seemed to reach up to trip us, and all the while we could hear them pursuing us, crashing through the underbrush with inhuman speed. Just as I thought my lungs would burst, we burst out of the tree line into a small meadow, and there, like a miracle, was a park ranger station. We stumbled inside, gasping for breath, trying to explain to the startled ranger what had happened. He listened with a strange look on his face, somewhere between concern and knowing. "You folks are lucky," he said finally. "We get a lot of hikers going missing in that part of the forest. Not all of them come back." As he called for a rescue team to escort us back to civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that he knew more than he was letting on, that perhaps the Park Service was aware of what lived in those woods, but kept it quiet to avoid panic. The official report would blame our experience on dehydration and confusion, a common case of hikers getting lost in the backcountry, letting their imaginations run wild. But I know what I saw, what we all saw. Those eyes in the darkness, those massive footprints, those strange structures that no human could have built. There, out there, hidden in the deepest parts of the forest, watching, waiting. I've never gone back to the Olympic Peninsula. My friends and I don't talk much about what happened that night. It's easier to try and forget, to pretend it was all just a stress-induced hallucination. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I can hear that wood knocking in the distance, a reminder that there are things in this world beyond our understanding, things that lurk in the shadows of our civilized world, in the wild places we've forgotten. So if you ever find yourself hiking in the deep forests of the Pacific Northwest, and you come across a clearing filled with strange structures, take my advice. Turn back immediately. Don't set up camp. Don't try to investigate. Just leave. Because the legends are real. Bigfoot exists, and it doesn't take kindly to trespassers in its domain. Story 8. The moment I saw those massive humanoid footprints in the fresh snow, I knew we'd made a terrible mistake. What started as an exciting opportunity to document the legendary Bigfoot turned into a fight for survival against a creature that was all too real and far more terrifying than any of us had imagined. My name is Alex, and I'm a cryptozoology enthusiast turned reluctant believer. It all began on a crisp winter morning in the Sierra Nevada mountains. My friends, Jamie and Chris, and I had been planning this expedition for months. We were determined to be the ones to finally capture indisputable evidence of Bigfoot's existence. We'd chosen this particular area based on a surge of recent sightings reported by hikers and campers. The heavy snowfall in the region promised perfect conditions for tracking, and we were armed with the latest in camera and audio recording equipment. We were ready for anything, or so we thought. Our first day of hiking was uneventful, save for the breathtaking winter scenery. Snow-laden pines stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches drooping under the weight of fresh powder. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the promise of discovery. It was on the second day that things took a turn. We woke to find our campsite had been disturbed during the night. Our food cache, which we'd carefully hung from a tree to protect it from bears, had been torn down and ransacked. At first, we assumed it was the work of a particularly clever bear, but then Jamie noticed the footprints. They were enormous, easily twice the size of my own boot prints, and unmistakably humanoid in shape. A shiver ran down my spine as I knelt to examine them more closely. The depth of the impressions suggested whatever made them was incredibly heavy. "Guys," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "I think we found what we were looking for." Chris, always the skeptic, shook his head. "It's got to be a hoax, maybe some other campers playing a prank." But deep down, we all knew this was no prank. The isolation of our location, the sheer size and detail of the prints, this was the real deal. Excited by our discovery, we hastily packed up camp and began following the tracks. They led away from our campsite, deeper into the wilderness. The further we went, the more signs we found: broken branches high up on trees, tufts of coarse, dark hair caught on bark, and more of those massive footprints. As the day wore on, an uneasy feeling settled over our group. The forest had grown eerily quiet, devoid of the usual chattering of squirrels or birdsong. It felt as if the entire mountain was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. "Maybe we should turn back," Jamie suggested, voicing the concern we all felt but were too proud to admit. I was about to agree when we stumbled upon a clearing. What we saw there stopped us dead in our tracks. In the center of the clearing stood a massive cave entrance, its mouth yawning black against the white snow. But it wasn't the cave itself that caught our attention. It was what surrounded it: bones, hundreds of them, scattered across the ground and piled near the entrance. Most appeared to be from deer and elk, but some were disturbingly large. Bear bones, perhaps? Or something else? "Holy shit!" Chris breathed, his earlier skepticism evaporating in an instant. I fumbled for my camera, determined to document everything. This was it, the proof we'd been seeking. But as I raised the camera to my eye, a low, rumbling growl emanated from the cave. We froze, eyes locked on the darkness beyond the cave mouth. For a moment, nothing moved. Then, slowly, a massive shape began to emerge from the shadows. It was huge, standing at least 8 feet tall, its body covered in thick, matted fur. But it wasn't the size that terrified me, it was the eyes. Intelligent, almost human-like eyes that glowed with an otherworldly awareness. This was no mere animal. This was something more. "Run," I whispered, though it came out as barely a breath. We turned and fled, our feet kicking up plumes of snow as we raced back the way we'd come. I could hear it behind us, its powerful strides easily keeping pace. Trees whipped past in a blur, branches clawing at our faces and clothes. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in our panic, but eventually we burst out of the tree line onto a snow-covered slope. In the distance, we could see a small cluster of buildings, a ranger station. Hope surged through me, giving my tired legs new strength. We were going to make it. We were going to be safe. That's when I heard Jamie scream. I turned to see her fall, her foot caught in a hidden depression beneath the snow. Chris and I rushed to help her, but a shadow fell over us. I looked up, my heart pounding in my chest, to see the creature looming above us. Up close, it was even more terrifying. Its massive frame blocked out the sun, casting us in its shadow. Those eyes bored into me, filled with an intelligence that defied explanation. This was no missing link, no undiscovered primate. This was something that walked the line between man and beast, a creature of legend made flesh. I was certain we were about to die. But then, something unexpected happened. The creature tilted its head, studying us with what almost looked like curiosity. It made a series of low, guttural sounds. Not quite speech, but definitely communication of some kind. Slowly, carefully, I reached for my camera. If these were to be my last moments, I was determined to capture proof of what we'd discovered. But as soon as I moved, the creature's demeanor changed. It let out a roar that shook the snow from nearby trees and took a menacing step forward. "Alex, stop!" Chris hissed, grabbing my arm. "And I don't think it wants to be recorded." Realization dawned on me. All those years of blurry photos and shaky videos, What if they weren't due to hoaxes or misidentification? What if Bigfoot actively avoided being documented? I lowered the camera, holding my hands up in a gesture of peace. The creature seemed to relax slightly, taking a step back. For what felt like an eternity, we stayed like that. 3 terrified humans and 1 legendary beast, locked in a silent standoff on a snowy mountainside. Finally, the creature turned and loped back towards the forest, pausing at the tree line to look back at us one last time. Its eyes met mine, and in that moment I felt a connection I can't explain. A mutual understanding passed between us. This was its home, its territory. We were the intruders here. As it disappeared into the trees, we wasted no time. We helped Jamie to her feet and made our way to the ranger station as quickly as we could. The rangers were skeptical of our story, of course. Without proof, we were just another group of hikers with a wild tale to tell. We never went public with what we saw that day. Who would believe us? And more importantly, did we even have the right to expose the existence of such a creature? It had spared our lives, shown a level of intelligence and restraint that was almost human. Unleashing hordes of hunters and thrill-seekers into its territory felt wrong. I've been back to those mountains many times since that day, hoping for another glimpse. I've never seen the creature again, but sometimes, when the wind is right, I swear I can hear distant woodknocks echoing through the valleys. A reminder that there are still mysteries in this world, things that defy our understanding. So if you ever find yourself in the Sierra Nevadas and you come across unusually large tracks in the snow, think twice before following them. Some legends are better left undisturbed, and Bigfoot is very, very real, and it's watching. Story 9. The moment I realized we were being hunted, I knew our search and rescue mission had become a fight for survival. What started as a routine call turned into a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my life. My name is Jack, and I've been part of the Bitterroot Mountain Search and Rescue Team for over a decade. I've seen my fair share of strange things in the remote Idaho wilderness, but nothing could have prepared me for what we encountered that fateful day. It was early June, and we'd received a distress call from a group of campers in one of the most isolated parts of the Bitterroot National Forest. The call had been garbled, but we managed to make out words like attack and not human. At the time, we assumed they were dealing with a bear or mountain lion. How wrong we were. Our team of 6 set out at dawn. There was me, our team leader Sarah, medical expert Mike, tracking specialist Lisa, and 2 newer members, Tom and Rachel. We were all experienced outdoors people, used to the challenges of the rugged Idaho backcountry. But experience, as it turned out, wasn't enough for what awaited us. The helicopter dropped us about 2 miles from the campers' last known location. As we hiked through the dense forest, an uneasy feeling settled over the group. The woods were too quiet. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. "Something's not right," Lisa muttered, her eyes scanning the trees. "And there should be tracks, signs of animal activity, but there's nothing." She was right. Despite the rich ecosystem of the Bitterroots, we hadn't seen so much as a squirrel since we landed. It was unsettling, to say the least. As we approached the coordinates of the campsite, the sense of wrongness intensified. The air felt thick, oppressive, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. Then we found the first sign of the missing campers, a shredded backpack hanging from a tree branch about 10 feet off the ground. "What could have done this?" Rachel asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Nobody had an answer. Bears were common in these parts, but this didn't fit their typical behavior. The backpack looked like it had been deliberately placed, not randomly caught on a branch. We pressed on, following a trail of broken branches and disturbed earth. The campsite, when we finally found it, was a scene of utter devastation. Tents were shredded, sleeping bags torn to pieces, but it was the lack of blood that truly unsettled me. Despite the apparent violence of the attack, there wasn't a drop of blood to be seen. "Spread out," Sarah commanded, her voice tight with tension. "Look for any signs of the campers and stay alert. Whatever did, this could still be around." We began to search the area, calling out for survivors. That's when I noticed the tracks. At first glance, they looked almost human, but larger, with strange indentations that could have been claws. They led away from the campsite, deeper into the forest. I was about to call the others over when I heard Rachel scream. I sprinted towards the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. I found Rachel standing at the edge of a small clearing, her face pale with shock, and there, in the center of the clearing, was something that defied explanation. It looked like some kind of structure made of interwoven branches and bones, human bones. The structure was easily 15 feet tall, forming a crude dome, and hung from its apex was a human skull, bleached white by the sun. "What the hell is this?" Tom breathed, coming up behind us. Before anyone could answer, a blood-curdling howl echoed through the forest. It wasn't the sound of any animal I recognized. It was deeper, more guttural, almost human, but twisted into something monstrous. "Back to the campsite, now!" Sarah barked, her training kicking in despite the fear evident in her eyes. We ran, our earlier caution forgotten in the face of this new threat. As we crashed through the underbrush, I could hear something moving parallel to us, just out of sight. It was fast, unnaturally so, easily keeping pace with our panicked flight. We burst back into the campsite, gasping for breath. "Form a circle," Sarah commanded. "Back to back. Whatever's out there, we face it together." We fumbled for our weapons, hunting knives, a flare gun, one high-powered rifle. They felt pitifully inadequate against the unseen threat lurking in the shadows. For a long moment, nothing happened. The forest was silent, save for our ragged breathing. Then, slowly, they emerged from the tree line. I say they, because there was more than one. 3 creatures, to be exact, each easily 8 feet tall. They were vaguely humanoid in shape, but that's where the resemblance to humans ended. Their bodies were covered in thick, matted fur, their limbs too long and jointed wrong, but it was their faces that truly terrified me, a nightmarish blend of human and animal features, with eyes that glowed with an unnatural intelligence. "Oh, God," Mike whimpered beside me. "What are they?" Nobody answered. We were too transfixed by the sight before us, our minds struggling to process what we were seeing. The creatures began to circle us, moving with a fluid grace that belied their size. They made no sound, but I could feel their eyes on us, studying us, assessing us as prey. Sarah raised the rifle, her hands shaking slightly. "Stay back!" she shouted. "We don't want to hurt you!" One of the creatures tilted its head, almost as if it understood. Then, faster than I thought possible, it lunged. What followed was chaos. Sarah fired, the shot going wide as the creature knocked her to the ground. I heard Tom scream, saw a flash of movement as one of the beasts grabbed him and disappeared into the forest. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Rachel's arm and pulling her towards a gap in the creature's circle. We fled into the forest, blind panic driving us forward. I could hear the others behind us, their frightened shouts punctuated by those inhuman howls. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in our desperate flight, but gradually I realized that the sounds of pursuit had faded. We slowed, gasping for breath, our bodies aching from the frantic escape. As we regrouped, the horrible truth became clear. Tom was gone, taken by the creatures, and Mike was nowhere to be seen. "We have to go back for them," Lisa said, though her voice shook with fear. Sarah shook her head. "We're not equipped to handle whatever those things are. Our priority now is to get out of here and call for backup." It was the hardest decision I've ever had to make, but I knew Sarah was right. We were outmatched, outgunned, and in way over our heads. We started making our way back towards our extraction point, moving as quietly as we could through the forest. The sense of being watched was constant, raising the hair on the back of my neck. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had us jumping, expecting to see those monstrous forms lunging out at us. As night began to fall, we realized we had another problem. In our panic, we'd gotten turned around. We were lost. "We need to find shelter," Sarah said, her voice tight with barely controlled fear. "We can't be out in the open after dark. Not with those things hunting us." We eventually found a small cave, more of an overhang, really, but it was defensible. As we huddled together in the growing darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being toyed with. Those creatures could have easily run us down if they wanted to, so why didn't they? The night was the longest of my life. Strange calls echoed through the forest, some sounding disturbingly like human voices calling for help. More than once, we saw glowing eyes watching us from the tree line, but the creatures never approached. When dawn finally broke, we were exhausted, jumpy, and no closer to understanding what we were up against. But we were alive, and that was something. It took us another full day of careful navigation to finally reach our extraction point. The relief I felt when I heard the helicopter approaching was indescribable. As we lifted off, I looked down at the vast expanse of forest below us. Somewhere down there, Tom and Mike were still missing, and those creatures were still out there, hidden in the shadows of the wilderness. The official report blamed our experience on bear attacks and trauma-induced hallucinations. The search for Tom and Mike was called off after a week, the area deemed too dangerous due to increased predator activity. But I know what I saw. What we all saw. There are things out there in the deep woods and wild places that defy explanation, things that hunt humans not for food, but for sport. I still work in search and rescue, but I've never gone back to that part of the Bitterroots. Some places are better left alone, some mysteries better left unsolved, because sometimes, when you go looking for the lost, you end up losing yourself. Story 10. The first time I saw a wolf walk on two legs, I thought I was hallucinating. By the time I realized the truth, it was already too late. The hunters had become the hunted, and the full moon was rising over our research station. My name is Dr. Elena Rossi, and I'm a wildlife biologist specializing in wolf behavior. For the past year, I've been leading a research team in northern Minnesota, studying the local wolf populations. We were on the cusp of publishing groundbreaking findings about pack dynamics and inter-pack communication. Little did I know, our research was about to take a turn into the realm of the supernatural. It all started on a crisp autumn evening. My team and I were reviewing footage from our trail cameras, scattered throughout the dense forests surrounding our research station. We'd been tracking a particularly large pack, noting some unusual behaviors that didn't quite fit with our existing knowledge of wolf social structures. "Elena, you need to see this," called out my assistant, Jake, his voice tight with excitement or fear. I couldn't quite tell which. I leaned over his shoulder, peering at the laptop screen. The footage showed a clearing bathed in moonlight. At first, everything seemed normal. A deer grazing, oblivious to its surroundings. Then a large wolf entered the frame. Nothing unusual there. But what happened next made my blood run cold. The wolf stood up on its hind legs. Not just for a moment, but fully upright, its front paws transforming before our eyes into something resembling human hands. The creature's snout shortened, its body elongating. Within seconds, what had been a wolf now looked like a grotesque hybrid of man and beast. "This has to be a hoax," I muttered, though deep down I knew it wasn't. Our cameras were state-of-the-art, designed to prevent tampering, and this wasn't the only footage we had. Over the next few hours, we pored over gigabytes of video. The same pattern emerged again and again. Wolves transforming into bipedal humanoid creatures. Always at night, always under the light of the moon. "We need to report this," said Sarah, our team's geneticist. "This could revolutionize everything we know about, well, everything." I shook my head. No one would believe us. We'd be laughed out of the scientific community. We need more evidence, more data. It was a decision I would come to regret. Over the next few weeks, we intensified our research. We set up more cameras, collected fur samples, and even managed to record some of the creature's vocalizations. The howls we captured sent shivers down my spine. They started as typical wolf calls, but morphed into something almost human, a haunting sound that echoed through the forest. As our research progressed, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Often, when we ventured into the forest to check our equipment, I'd catch glimpses of movement just at the edge of my vision. The local wildlife seemed to have vanished, leaving the woods eerily silent. It was Jake who finally said what we were all thinking. They're werewolves, aren't they? Actual real-life werewolves. The word hung in the air, heavy with implications. Werewolves, it seemed absurd, something out of a horror movie. But faced with the evidence we'd collected, no other explanation fit. As the next full moon approached, tension at the research station reached a fever pitch. We were equal parts excited and terrified about what we might discover. The night of the full moon, we decided to set up observation posts around the station. Safety in numbers, we thought. How wrong we were. As darkness fell and the moon rose, an unnatural silence descended on the forest. No crickets chirping, no owls hooting, just an oppressive quiet that seemed to press in on us from all sides. The first howl shattered the silence like a gunshot. It was close, too close. More howls answered, surrounding our station. "Get inside!" I yelled, abandoning my post and racing for the main building. The others weren't far behind. We huddled in the main lab, peering out the windows into the darkness. That's when we saw them, pairs of glowing eyes, reflecting the moonlight. They were in the tree line, dozens of them, watching us. "Why aren't they attacking?" whispered Sarah, her voice trembling. As if in answer, one of the creatures stepped into the clearing. In the moonlight, I could see it clearly. It stood nearly 7 feet tall, its body a nightmarish blend of human and wolf. Muscles rippled beneath matted fur, and its hands ended in vicious claws. But it was the eyes that truly terrified me. Intelligent, almost human, filled with a predatory hunger that made my blood run cold. The creature tilted its head, studying our building with an unsettling intelligence. Then it did something none of us expected. It spoke. "We know what you've been doing," it growled, its voice a guttural approximation of human speech. "Watching us, studying us. Did you think we wouldn't notice?" I felt the blood drain from my face. They knew. All this time, we thought we were the observers, the scientists unraveling a mystery. But we were the ones being studied, our habits and behaviors noted by creatures far more intelligent and dangerous than we had ever imagined. "We mean you no harm," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're scientists. We just want to understand." The creature's lips pulled back in what might have been a smile, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. "Understand? You humans always want to understand, to dissect, to control. But some things are not meant for your understanding." As if on cue, more of the creatures emerged from the forest. They began to circle our building, their movements fluid and predatory. I realized with growing horror that they were herding us, cutting off any chance of escape. "What do you want from us?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. The lead creature's eyes locked onto mine. "We want what all predators want, Doctor. A challenge, a hunt." My blood ran cold as the implications of its words sank in. We weren't just scientists to them. We were prey. "You have until dawn," the creature continued. "If you survive the night, you may leave these woods and never return. If not," it let the sentence hang, the threat clear. With that, the creatures melted back into the forest, leaving us alone in our suddenly fragile-seeming building. The next few hours were a blur of frantic preparation. We barricaded doors and windows, gathered what weapons we could, mostly improvised things like makeshift spears from broom handles and scalpels. Jake managed to get a call out on our satellite phone before the line went dead, but we had no way of knowing if help would arrive in time. The attacks started just after midnight. They came in waves, testing our defenses, probing for weaknesses. We could hear them prowling around the building, their claws scratching at the walls. Occasionally, one would slam against a door or window, the impact shaking the entire structure. We managed to drive them back several times. Sarah proved surprisingly adept with our makeshift spears, while Jake's aim with our tranquilizer gun was impeccable. But each attack left us more exhausted, more battered, and there were so many of them. As the night wore on, our situation became increasingly desperate. 2 of our windows had been smashed in, hastily barricaded with furniture. Jake had been clawed badly during one attack, and Sarah was using our dwindling medical supplies to treat him. I found myself at a window, peering out into the moonlit clearing. The werewolves had withdrawn for the moment, but I could see them in the tree line, their eyes glowing as they watched us, waiting. They knew as well as we did that it was only a matter of time before our defenses failed. That's when I saw it, a flicker of movement in the sky. At first, I thought I was hallucinating from stress and exhaustion. But no, there it was again, a helicopter, its searchlight sweeping the forest. "Help's coming!" I shouted, hope surging through me. "We just need to hold out a little longer." The werewolves must have heard the helicopter too, because their attacks suddenly intensified. They threw themselves at our building with renewed fury, howling in rage and frustration. The next few minutes were chaos. Windows shattered, doors splintered. I found myself face to face with one of the creatures, its hot breath on my face as I desperately tried to fend it off with a broken chair leg. Just when I thought it was over, gunshots rang out. The werewolf yelped in pain and retreated. State troopers poured into the clearing, their arrival driving the creatures back into the forest. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, the werewolves melted away like a bad dream. The official report blamed our experience on a pack of unusually aggressive wolves, possibly rabid. Our research data was confiscated, our story dismissed as the product of stress and isolation. But I know what I saw, what we all saw. There are things in this world that science can't explain, creatures that lurk in the shadows of our civilized world, and sometimes, when you go looking for the truth, you find more than you bargained for. I've left the field of wolf research. These days, I stick to safer, more mundane studies, but every full moon I find myself looking out my window, wondering what's really out there in the dark. And I sleep with a loaded gun under my pillow, just in case, because once you've been hunted by werewolves, you never really feel safe again. Story 11. The day I saw a bison running for its life from something in the forest, I knew Yellowstone had changed forever. My name is Ranger Mike Hawkins, and this is the story of how I discovered that the world's first national park had become home to a pack of creatures straight out of nightmare. I've been a park ranger at Yellowstone for over 15 years. I thought I'd seen it all, from foolish tourists trying to pet bears to the awe-inspiring eruptions of Old Faithful. But nothing in my training could have prepared me for what I encountered that fateful summer. It started with reports of unusual animal behavior. Elk herds were migrating out of their usual areas, bears were abandoning prime fishing spots, and even the wolves seemed on edge. At first, we chalked it up to natural fluctuations in the ecosystem. Nature, after all, is nothing if not unpredictable. But then the disappearances started. It was subtle at first. A hiker here, a camper there. In a park as vast as Yellowstone, it wasn't uncommon for people to get lost. But as the numbers grew, we couldn't ignore the pattern any longer. Something was very wrong in our park. I was out on patrol near the Lamar Valley when I saw it. A massive bull bison, easily weighing over a ton, burst out of the tree line. Its eyes were wide with terror, foam flecking its muzzle as it ran. Bison are not animals that scare easily. They're the largest land mammals in North America, apex herbivores that fear nothing but humans. But this bison was running like its life depended on it, and maybe it did, because hot on its heels came something. At first, I thought it was a wolf. But as it cleared the trees, I realized it was far too big to be any wolf I'd ever seen. It was easily the size of a bear, but it moved with a fluid grace that no bear could match. Its fur was a mottled grey and brown, perfect camouflage for the forest. But it was the creature's face that made my blood run cold. It was almost dog-like, but with the intelligence in its eyes that was decidedly unanimal. I watched, transfixed, as the creature easily ran down the bison. With one powerful leap, it was on the massive animal's back. The bison bellowed in pain and fear, but it was no match for the creature's strength and ferocity. In mere minutes, the ton of muscle and bone that was the bison lay still on the valley floor. I must have made a sound, because suddenly the creature's head snapped up, its eyes locking onto mine. For a moment, we stared at each other. I felt like a mouse that had just caught the attention of a hawk. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the creature grabbed its kill and dragged it into the forest, moving far faster than anything that size should be able to. My hands shook as I radioed in what I'd seen. I half expected to be laughed off the comms, but the response I got was far from amused. I was ordered back to headquarters immediately. When I arrived, I found the park superintendent, Dr. Laura Chen, in a closed-door meeting with several other senior rangers and what looked like government officials. The atmosphere was tense, to say the least. "Ranger Hawkins," Dr. Chen said as I entered, her voice tight with stress. "Please tell these gentlemen exactly what you saw." I recounted my experience, trying to stick to the facts and not let my fear and confusion color the report. When I finished, one of the men in suits leaned forward. "And you're certain it wasn't a wolf or a bear?" he asked, his tone skeptical but not dismissive. I shook my head. "Sir, I've been working in this park for 15 years. I know every predator in these woods. This was something else entirely." The man exchanged glances with his colleagues. "It seems our worst fears have been confirmed," he muttered. Dr. Chen turned to me. "Mike, what I'm about to tell you is classified. As of now, you're part of a special task force. We believe what you saw was a dogman." "A dogman?" I repeated, the term unfamiliar and, frankly, a bit ridiculous sounding. "It's a creature of legend," one of the other officials explained. "Half man, half wolf. Most dismiss it as folklore, but we've been tracking sightings for years. Until now, they've been solitary creatures, rarely seen and even more rarely confirmed. But it seems a pack of them has claimed Yellowstone as their territory." My mind reeled. This couldn't be real, and yet I couldn't deny what I'd seen with my own eyes. "What do we do?" I asked. "For now, we contain the situation," Dr. Chen said. "The park is being closed to the public under the guise of wildfire danger. Our job is to track these creatures, learn what we can about them, and, if necessary, neutralize the threat they pose." The next few weeks were a blur of activity. We set up camera traps throughout the park, organized patrols, and began the arduous task of trying to track creatures that seemed to be always one step ahead of us. It was on one of these patrols that I had my second encounter with the dogman. I was with another ranger, Sarah, checking a series of cameras near the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, when we heard it, a howl that started as a wolf's call but morphed into something almost human. Sarah and I exchanged glances. We both knew what that sound meant. "We need to get out of here," I said, already turning back the way we'd come. But it was too late. From the trees around us emerged three massive shapes. Dogmen. They moved with an unnatural grace, their eyes gleaming with an intelligence that was far from animal. They had us surrounded. I reached slowly for my rifle, but one of the creatures let out a low growl that froze me in my tracks. These weren't mindless beasts. They were calculating, intelligent predators. The largest of the three stepped forward. To my shock, it spoke. "This is our territory now, humans," it growled, its voice a guttural approximation of speech. "Leave or become prey." I found my voice, somehow. "This park is under the protection of the United States government. You can't just claim it." The creature's lips pulled back in what might have been a smile, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. "Governments, borders, laws, these are human constructs. We follow the old ways, the ways of tooth and claw. This land is ours by right of strength. There are millions of people who visit this park every year," Sarah interjected. "You can't possibly think you can keep it to yourselves." The dogman turned its gaze to her. We have lived in secret for centuries, hiding from your kind, but no more. The world is changing. The wild places are vanishing. We must claim our territory now or fade into extinction. I realized with a chill that we weren't just facing a threat to the park. This was a clash of worlds, the modern world of humans and the ancient world of myth and legend. And Yellowstone was ground zero. "What do you want from us?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The lead dogman considered for a moment. "A truce. This park is vast. There is room for both our kinds if you respect our boundaries. Warn your people away from our hunting grounds, and we will leave your tourists alone." It was an impossible situation. How could we possibly explain to the world that parts of Yellowstone were now off limits because of mythical creatures? And yet, looking at the power and intelligence in these beings, I knew we had little choice. "We'll need to discuss this with our superiors," I said carefully. The dogman nodded. "You have until the next full moon to decide. Choose wisely. Humans. We would rather coexist, but we will fight for our survival if we must." With that, the creatures melted back into the forest, leaving Sarah and I shaken but alive. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of secret meetings, heated debates, and impossible decisions. In the end, a compromise was reached. Certain areas of the park would be quietly closed off, listed as wildlife rehabilitation zones. The dogmen would keep to these areas, and we would do our best to keep humans out. It's been a year since that night in the forest. Yellowstone has changed. Those of us who know the truth walk a fine line, protecting both the public and the secret of what really lives in the deep woods. Every full moon, I find myself looking out over the park, listening to the howls that are not quite wolf, not quite human. Yellowstone has always been a place of wonders. Now, it's also a place of secrets, a reminder that the world is vaster and more mysterious than we ever imagined. And sometimes, the old legends are more than just stories. So if you ever visit Yellowstone and see signs warning you away from certain areas, heed them. Because in the deep woods, in the places where the wild things roam, there are creatures that walk the line between man and beast, and they are always watching. Story 12. The moment I saw those tracks transform from wolf paws to human footprints at the water's edge, I knew we were dealing with something far beyond the realm of normal predators. My name is Alex, and this is the story of how a peaceful camping trip in the Boundary Waters turned into a nightmare that still haunts my dreams. It was supposed to be a week of serenity and adventure in one of the most beautiful wilderness areas in North America. My best friend Jake and I had been planning this canoe trip through the Boundary Waters Canoe Area wilderness for months. We were experienced outdoorsmen, confident in our ability to handle whatever nature threw our way. How naive we were. The first 3 days were everything we'd hoped for. Pristine lakes stretched out before us, their surfaces mirror-smooth in the early morning light. We paddled through narrow channels, portaged our canoe over rugged trails, and set up camp on small islands, falling asleep to the haunting calls of loons. It was on the 4th day that things started to go wrong. We were making our way across Knife Lake, one of the larger bodies of water in the area, when we heard it. A howl that started like a wolf's call, but morphed into something different, something almost human. Jake and I exchanged glances. "That's not like any wolf I've ever heard," he said, his voice tight with unease. I nodded, trying to shake off the chill that had run down my spine. Probably just the wind playing tricks on us," I said, not believing it myself. As we neared the shore, intent on finding a campsite for the night, we saw something moving in the tree line. At first, I thought it was a wolf, watching us from the shadows. But as we drew closer, I realized it was far too large to be any normal wolf, and its posture was all wrong, almost bipedal. Before I could point it out to Jake, the creature melted back into the forest. I blinked, wondering if I'd imagined it, but the uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach told me otherwise. We found a suitable campsite and began setting up our tent. As Jake worked on getting a fire going, I decided to scout the perimeter. That's when I saw the tracks. They started as wolf prints, large ones, at the water's edge. But as they moved up the beach, they began to change. The paw prints elongated, the claws disappeared, and suddenly I was looking at unmistakably human footprints. Large, barefoot human prints. My heart raced as I called Jake over. He stared at the tracks, his face pale in the fading light. "What the hell could have made these?" he whispered. I shook my head, not wanting to voice the impossible thought that had entered my mind. Let's just get back to camp. We'll figure it out in the morning." That night was tense, to say the least. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had us on edge. We took turns keeping watch, though neither of us slept much. The howls continued through the night, sometimes sounding like a wolf, sometimes chillingly human. As dawn broke, we made a decision. We needed to get out of there. We packed up camp in record time and were on the water just as the sun was peeking over the horizon. Our original plan had been to spend another 3 days in the wilderness, but now our only goal was to reach the nearest ranger station as quickly as possible. We paddled hard, pushing ourselves to cover as much distance as we could, but as the day wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, followed. It was mid-afternoon when we heard the splash. At first, I thought it was a fish jumping, but when I turned to look, what I saw made my blood run cold. Something was in the water behind us, something large, moving with powerful strokes, and it was gaining on us. "Paddle!" I yelled to Jake, my voice cracking with fear. "Paddle like your life depends on it." We dug our paddles into the water with renewed vigor, our canoe cutting through the lake at a speed I didn't think possible. But whatever was behind us was faster. I risked another glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature was closer now, close enough that I could make out details. It had the head of a wolf, but its body was almost human-like as it swam. Its eyes locked onto mine, filled with an intelligence and hunger that was far from animal. "It's a dogman," I gasped, the ridiculous-sounding word escaping my lips before I could stop it. Jake didn't question it. He'd seen it too. We paddled harder, our muscles burning with the effort, but the shore still seemed impossibly far away, and the creature was getting closer with each passing second. Just as I thought it was over, that we were about to be dragged under by this impossible beast, I spotted something ahead, a dock, and beyond it, the unmistakable shape of a ranger station. "There!" I shouted, pointing with my paddle. "We're almost there!" The sight seemed to give us a final burst of energy. We paddled furiously, the sound of splashing behind us growing louder. I could almost feel the creature's hot breath on my neck. With the final, desperate lunge, we reached the dock. Jake and I scrambled out of the canoe, nearly falling into the water in our haste. We ran up the dock, our feet pounding on the wooden planks. I dared to look back as we reached the shore. The creature had stopped at the edge of the dock, its massive form half in and half out of the water. It looked at us with those terrifyingly intelligent eyes, let out a howl that was part animal, part human, then dove back into the lake, disappearing beneath the surface. We burst into the ranger station, gasping for breath and babbling about wolfmen and monsters in the lake. The rangers on duty looked at us like we were crazy, but something in our terror-stricken faces must have convinced them we'd seen something. They sent out a patrol boat, but of course they found nothing. No massive wolf tracks, no signs of any creature larger than the usual wildlife. We were told it was probably a bear, our minds playing tricks on us due to stress and possible dehydration. But I know what I saw, what we both saw. There are things out there in the wilderness, creatures that defy explanation, things that walk the line between man and beast, that are just as comfortable in the water as they are on land. I've never gone back to the boundary waters. The thought of canoeing on those pristine lakes, of camping on those quiet shores, now fills me with a dread I can't shake, because I know that somewhere out there, hidden in the forests and lurking beneath the water's surface, the Dogman is waiting. So if you ever find yourself in the vast wilderness of the boundary waters, and you hear a howl that sounds not quite wolf, not quite human, don't dismiss it, And if you see tracks that seem to transform from animal to human, don't try to rationalize it away. Pack up your gear, get in your canoe, and paddle like your life depends on it. Because in those remote waters, where the boundary between our world and the world of legend blurs, it just might. Story 13. The moment I peered through my lens and saw those eyes staring back at me, I knew this trip was about to take a turn I hadn't signed up for. I'd always prided myself on finding the most remote and untouched corners of the wilderness, to capture wildlife in their purest form. This time, I'd ventured to a mountain ridge far off any marked trails, a place whispered about among fellow photographers, but rarely visited. The journey up was grueling, a steep climb through dense forest and over rocky terrain, but the promise of photographing elusive creatures in their natural habitat was too enticing to pass up. By late afternoon, I reached a plateau that offered a breathtaking panoramic view of the valleys below. The sky was a canvas of deep blues and purples as the sun began its descent. I set up my camp, a small tent, a portable stove, and most importantly, my camera equipment. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the only sounds were the distant calls of birds and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. As twilight settled in, I positioned myself near the edge of the ridge, scanning the tree line through my telephoto lens. A family of deer grazed peacefully in a meadow below, and I snapped a few shots, pleased with the soft glow of the golden hour illuminating their forms. Just as I was about to call it a day, a movement caught my eye. There, between the shadows of the towering evergreens, stood a tall, hairy figure. At first glance, I thought it might be a grizzly bear rearing on its hind legs, but something about its posture was different, more upright, almost human-like. The creature remained still, seemingly aware that it had been spotted. I zoomed in, trying to get a clearer image, but the fading light and the distance made it difficult. The eyes that met mine through the lens were unsettling, intelligent and unblinking. A shiver ran down my spine, but I shook it off. Probably just a bear, I muttered to myself. Bears were curious creatures, and it wasn't unheard of for them to observe humans from a distance. Still, there was an uneasy feeling I couldn't quite place. Deciding it was best to secure my campsite, I packed away my gear and made sure all food was stored properly to avoid attracting any unwanted visitors. The fire crackled softly as I warmed a can of soup, the stars beginning to prick through the night sky above. The tranquility of the evening was interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps crunching through the underbrush nearby. They were slow and deliberate, not like the four-legged trot of a deer or the scurry of smaller animals. I held my breath, listening intently. The footsteps would stop for a moment, then resume, each time seeming closer than before. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. Silence answered me. Gripping my flashlight, I shone its beam toward the direction of the noise. The light sliced through the darkness, illuminating the rough bark of trees and the mist beginning to roll in. For a moment, everything was still. Then, just beyond the reach of the light, a shadow moved. Probably just wildlife, I told myself, though my heart was beginning to race. I've spent countless nights alone in the wilderness, but something about this felt different. The air was thicker, the night sounds muted, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I decided to retreat to my tent, zipping it up tightly. Lying on my sleeping bag, I tried to calm my nerves by focusing on the familiar sounds, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. My eyelids grew heavy, and I was on the verge of sleep when a low, guttural growl echoed through the night. I sat bolt upright. That was no ordinary animal sound. It was deep, resonant, and filled with a menace that sent chills coursing through me. The growl was followed by the sound of something large brushing against the side of my tent, causing the fabric to ripple. My mind raced. Bears could be dangerous if provoked, but they typically avoided humans unless attracted by food. I hadn't left anything out, so what was drawing it here? The growl came again, this time from the opposite side of the tent. I reached for my bear spray and hunting knife, precautions I always took but rarely needed. Carefully, I unzipped the tent just enough to peer outside. The fog had thickened, enveloping the campsite in a dense shroud. Visibility was minimal, but the silhouettes of the trees stood like silent sentinels. Then I saw it, a massive figure moving just beyond the firelight's glow. It was walking upright, with a gait that was unsettlingly human. The creature paused, turning its head toward me, eyes that reflected the fire's embers locked onto mine. They weren't the eyes of an animal driven by instinct alone. There was an intelligence there, cold and calculating. My grip tightened on the bear spray. "Stay back!" I shouted, hoping to scare it off. The creature tilted its head, almost as if amused, and took a step forward. I scrambled out of the tent, keeping it between me and the creature. My mind was screaming at me to run, but where? The ridge dropped off sharply behind me, and the only path down was through the thick forest, the same direction as the creature. Thinking quickly, I grabbed a burning piece of wood from the fire, wielding it like a torch. Fire often deters wild animals. "Get away!" I yelled, waving the flaming stick. The creature let out a roar, a sound so powerful it vibrated in my chest. It charged toward me with astonishing speed. I barely had time to react, throwing myself to the side as it barreled past, narrowly missing me. I could now see it up close. It towered over me, covered in thick, matted hair, muscles rippling beneath. Its face was a grotesque blend of human and beast, with a pronounced brow and a jaw lined with sharp teeth. This was no bear, nor any animal I'd ever heard of. Adrenaline surged through me. I knew I had to get out of there. Abandoning most of my gear, I made a break for the trail that led down the mountain. The fog was disorienting, but I focused on the narrow path, my feet pounding against the rocky ground. Behind me, the creature gave chase, its footsteps heavy and relentless. The terrain was treacherous, and several times I slipped, catching myself just before falling over the edge. Branches whipped against my face, and the cold air burned in my lungs. As I rounded a bend, the path ahead was blocked. A recent rock slide had left a pile of boulders and debris. I was trapped. Frantically, I searched for another route. To my left, the mountain rose steeply. To my right, it dropped into darkness. The creature's footsteps were getting closer. I could hear its raspy breaths, smell the pungent odor of damp fur and earth. Desperate, I noticed a narrow ledge skirting the cliffside. It was risky, but my only option. I edged onto it, pressing myself against the rock face, inching along as carefully as possible. The creature emerged onto the path behind me. It paused, scanning the area. For a moment, I thought maybe it hadn't seen me, but then its head snapped in my direction. It let out a snarl and began to follow along the ledge. Panic threatened to overtake me, but I forced myself to focus. Just ahead, the ledge widened slightly. If I could reach it, maybe I could find a way back to the main trail. Suddenly, a loose rock gave way under my foot. I slipped, my body teetering over the abyss. My hands scrambled for a hold, fingers digging into a small crevice. I dangled there, the weight of my body pulling me down. Above, the creature approached, peering over the edge. Its eyes met mine once more, and for a terrifying moment it seemed to consider letting me fall. Instead, it reached down with a massive hand, claws extended. I swung myself to the side just as its claws scraped against the rock where I'd been. Using every ounce of strength, I pulled myself back onto the ledge and pushed forward. The creature roared in frustration, but the narrowness of the ledge slowed its pursuit. I seized the opportunity to put some distance between us. Finally, the ledge reconnected with the trail. I sprinted down the path, the incline helping to propel me forward. The forest began to thin, and I recognized landmarks from my ascent, a twisted pine tree, a cluster of boulders. The parking area wasn't far now. Behind me, the creature's roars grew fainter, either unable or unwilling to continue the chase at such a pace. Bursting out of the tree line, I spotted my vehicle. Relief flooded me, but I didn't slow down. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking violently, before finally unlocking the door and throwing myself inside. I started the engine and tore out of there, gravel flying as the tires spun. In the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of the creature emerging from the woods, watching as I sped away. The drive down the mountain was a blur. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Exhaustion hit me like a wave as the adrenaline subsided, but I didn't dare stop until I reached the nearest town. At a small diner, I stumbled inside, disheveled and wild-eyed. The few patrons glanced up, their conversations halting. The waitress approached cautiously. "Are you all right, honey?" she asked gently. I opened my mouth to speak, but found no words. What could I say? That I'd been chased by a monster, that there was something out there beyond explanation. She guided me to a booth and brought me a cup of hot coffee. "Take your time," she said. I sat there for hours, replaying the night's events, the coffee growing cold. Eventually, a local sheriff came by, alerted by the concerned staff. I recounted what had happened as best I could, expecting disbelief. To my surprise, he listened attentively. "You're not the first to report something like this," he admitted quietly. "These mountains hold secrets." "Then why doesn't anyone do anything?" I demanded, frustration boiling over. He sighed. "Because most folks don't believe until they've seen it themselves. And those who do see, well, they usually don't stick around." In the days that followed, I tried to return to normal life, but the experience haunted me. Sleep was elusive, nightmares filled with glowing eyes and relentless footsteps. I reviewed the photos on my camera, hoping that maybe I'd captured something that could provide proof. Most were blurred or obscured by fog, but in one image, taken just before dusk, the silhouette of the creature was unmistakable, standing among the trees, watching. I considered sharing it, going public with my story. But then I thought of the sheriff's words, the disbelief I would face, and the possibility of causing more people to venture into those woods seeking thrills. In the end, I decided to keep the experience to myself. I still venture into the wilderness, but with a newfound respect and wariness for the unknown. Some things are meant to remain mysteries, shadows on the ridge that remind us how little we truly understand about the world around us. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if it's still out there, watching, waiting for the next curious soul to wander too far into its domain. Story 14. The moment I heard my own voice calling for help deep within the forest, I knew something was terribly wrong. As the only park ranger stationed in this remote stretch of the northern wilderness, I was accustomed to the solitude and the whispers of the trees. The vast expanse of pine and birch was my backyard, a place where I knew every trail and hidden grove. When reports came in about 3 missing hunters, I didn't think much of it at first. People got turned around out here all the time. But after a week with no contact, concern grew, and it fell on me to find them. I set out at dawn, the sun casting long shadows through the mist that clung to the forest floor. The crisp air was filled with the scent of damp earth and moss. I followed the route the hunters had registered, a path that led deep into the heart of the wilderness. Their trail was faint but discernible, boot prints in the mud, occasional markings on trees. By midday, clouds gathered overhead, and the forest grew quiet. The usual chorus of birds and insects faded until only the sound of my footsteps remained. I radioed back to the station to report my progress, but all I got was static, probably interference from the approaching storm. I stumbled upon their campsite in a small clearing. At first glance, it looked normal, tents pitched, a fire pit with charred wood. But as I drew closer, unease settled in my gut. The tents were unzipped but empty, sleeping bags untouched. A coffee pot sat on a cold grill, half full. It was as if they had just stepped away and never returned. "Hello?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the dense trees. "Is anyone here?" Silence. I searched the area, looking for any signs of where they might have gone. No tracks leading away, no notes, nothing, just the oppressive quiet. Then faintly, I heard it, a voice carried on the wind. "Help! Someone! Please help!" I spun around, trying to pinpoint the direction. It seemed to come from the east, deeper into the forest. "Hang on, I'm coming!" I shouted, grabbing my pack. I headed toward the voice, pushing through thick underbrush and sidestepping gnarled roots that threatened to trip me. The trees grew denser here, their branches intertwining to block out the waning sunlight. The air felt colder, and a shiver ran down my spine. "Help me!" the voice cried again, clearer this time. It sounded like a man, weak and desperate, one of the hunters, perhaps injured and unable to make it back. "Keep talking to me," I yelled. "I'm on my way." I pressed on, but the terrain grew more treacherous. The ground was soggy, and I found myself sinking into patches of mud. The voice continued to lead me, always just out of reach. After what felt like hours, I entered a small glade surrounded by towering evergreens. In the center stood a figure, hunched and shivering. "Thank God," I breathed, stepping forward. "Are you all right?" The figure didn't turn. He was dressed in tattered clothes, mud clinging to his boots. "Sir, I'm here to help," I said cautiously, approaching him. He finally looked over his shoulder, and my blood ran cold. The face staring back at me was mine. Every feature was identical. The same brown eyes, the same scar above the eyebrow from a childhood accident, the same bewildered expression. It was like looking into a mirror. I stumbled backward. "What the hell?" The doppelganger smiled eerily. "Help me," it whispered in my voice. Panic surged through me. This couldn't be real. I blinked hard, hoping the apparition would disappear, but it remained, watching me with unblinking eyes. Suddenly, its face contorted into a grotesque grin, mouth stretching unnaturally wide to reveal rows of sharp, jagged teeth. A guttural laugh echoed through the glade, a sound that didn't belong in this world. I turned and ran. Branches whipped against my face, and thorns clawed at my arms as I barreled through the forest. The sky had darkened, and thunder rumbled in the distance. Behind me, I could hear the creature crashing through the underbrush, moving impossibly fast. "Don't you want to help?" it mocked, its voice shifting between mine and others, men, women, children, all pleading and sinister. I tripped over a root and hit the ground hard. The wind knocked out of me. Gasping, I scrambled to my feet, but it was too late. The creature loomed over me, towering and twisted. Its form was humanoid but stretched, limbs too long, fingers ending in claws. Up close, its skin was ashen and tight over protruding bones. Antlers sprouted from its skull, and its eyes were hollow pits that seemed to suck in all light. "Wendigo," I whispered, the old legends flooding back, tales of a malevolent spirit that mimics human voices to lure victims into the wilderness. It crouched down, bringing its face inches from mine. "Found you," it hissed. Desperation took over. I grabbed the flare gun from my belt and fired point blank. The flare struck its shoulder, igniting in a burst of red light. The Wendigo shrieked, a sound that pierced the air like a siren. It stumbled back, clawing at the burning ember embedded in its flesh. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I bolted, veering off the path and diving into a thicket. Adrenaline surged as I weaved through the trees, my only focus on putting as much distance between us as possible. Rain began to fall, heavy drops that soaked through my clothes and made the ground slick. The storm I'd sensed earlier had arrived in full force. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the forest in stark white light. I needed to find shelter, somewhere defensible. Up ahead, I spotted a rocky outcrop, a shallow cave carved into the hillside. I slid inside, pressing myself against the cold stone. My heart hammered in my chest, each beat echoing in my ears. I tried to steady my breathing, straining to listen over the pounding rain. Minutes passed, maybe hours. The storm masked any sounds the creature might be making, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was near, waiting. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted through the rain. "Ranger McAllister, do you copy?" My hand flew to the radio clipped to my shoulder. Static crackled, but the signal was weak. "This is McAllister," I whispered urgently. "I'm here." "Thank God," the voice replied. But something was off. The tone was distorted, too slow. "What's your location?" I asked. "Right behind you." Cold breath brushed the back of my neck. I spun around, but the cave was empty. Darkness pressed in from all sides. "Impossible," I muttered. My mind was playing tricks on me. Come out, the voice sang, echoing eerily. I fumbled in my pack for anything useful, a flashlight, a knife. My fingers closed around a small pouch of emergency supplies, including a silver pendant my grandmother had given me. She'd said it offered protection, an old family heirloom. Clutching the pendant, I edged toward the cave entrance. The rain had subsided to a drizzle, and mist curled around the trees. "Leaving so soon?" The Wendigo's voice floated through the fog. I broke into a run once more, heading downhill where the terrain would lead me back toward the ranger station. The forest seemed endless, every tree a replica of the last. Up ahead, I spotted movement, a figure waving at me. "Over here!" It was one of the hunters, his face pale but alive. Relief surged. "We have to get out of here," I shouted. He nodded, gesturing for me to follow. "This way, hurry!" We sprinted side by side, the trees thinning as we approached a clearing. "Thank you," I panted. "I thought I was alone." He glanced at me with a chilling smile. "You're never alone in these woods." Before I could react, his form shimmered and twisted, morphing back into the Wendigo. It lunged at me, claws slashing through the air. I dodged, feeling the sting as its nails grazed my arm. Blood seeped through the tear in my sleeve. Summoning every ounce of courage, I held up the silver pendant. "Stay back!" The creature recoiled, hissing. The metal seemed to emit a faint glow, and the Wendigo's eyes narrowed with rage. "That won't save you," it spat, but it gave me an opening. I ran toward the edge of the clearing, where I could see the faint outline of the ranger station's antenna piercing the sky. Almost there. The ground became more familiar, the paths ones I'd walked 100 times. Behind me, the Wendigo's pursuit was relentless, but it kept its distance, wary of the pendant. I burst into the clearing where the station stood, a modest wooden cabin with a satellite dish and a radio tower. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it and pushing a heavy desk in front for good measure. Grabbing the main radio, I sent out a distress signal. "This is Ranger McAllister, requesting immediate assistance. Emergency situation at the station." Static answered, then a garbled reply. "Copy. Assistance. Route." I sank to the floor, exhaustion overtaking me. A loud thud jolted me awake. Night had fallen completely. Darkness enveloping the station except for the dim emergency lights. Thud! The door shuddered as something massive hit it. "You're only delaying the inevitable," the Wendigo's voice taunted from outside. I looked around frantically. Weapons. I needed weapons. My eyes landed on the flare gun and a canister of propane used for the backup generator. An idea formed. I positioned the propane canister near the door and rigged the flare gun to fire when the door was forced open, aiming directly at the canister. "Come and get me!" I yelled, retreating to the far corner. The door smashed open, the desk sliding across the floor. The Wendigo stepped inside, eyes locking onto mine. In that instant, the jury-rigged flare gun fired. The flare struck the propane canister, and a deafening explosion ripped through the station. The blast threw me backward, and I felt a searing heat as flames engulfed the room. The Wendigo shrieked, its body consumed by fire. I crawled toward a shattered window, shards of glass cutting into my palms. With a final effort, I hauled myself through and fell onto the wet ground outside. Lying there, rain pelting my face, I watched as the station burned, flames licking the night sky. The screams of the Wendigo faded until there was only the crackling of the fire and the distant wail of sirens. Paramedics found me at dawn, barely conscious. They loaded me into an ambulance, faces grim as they surveyed the wreckage. "You're lucky to be alive," one said. I nodded weakly, but I didn't feel lucky. The forest had revealed its darkest secret, and I bore the scars, both physical and mental. They never found any trace of the hunters or the creature. The official report blamed a gas leak for the explosion and suggested I suffered hallucinations from exposure and stress. But I know the truth. Back in the city, the sounds of the forest haunt me. In the rustle of leaves or the howl of the wind, I hear its voice, beckoning. Help me. I avoid the woods now. But sometimes, late at night, I catch a glimpse of movement in the shadows, a pair of glowing eyes watching from afar. The Wendigo is still out there, waiting, hungry, and it knows my name. Story 15. The first time I saw the figure on the distant dune, I thought it was a trick of the fading light. We were deep in the heart of the desert, miles away from any semblance of civilization. It was just me, Mark and Lisa, 3 friends on an adventurous getaway, seeking the solitude and majesty of the endless sands. We'd been driving all day in our rented Jeep, following a barely visible track that wound between towering dunes. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows and painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, we decided to set up camp for the night. "Here looks good," Mark said, steering the Jeep to a stop atop a flat stretch between dunes. We unpacked our gear, pitching 2 tents and gathering enough brush for a small campfire. The temperature was dropping rapidly, the heat of the day giving way to the biting chill of the desert night. As we sat around the fire, sharing stories and passing around a canteen of water, Lisa pointed toward a distant dune. "Do you guys see that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I followed her gaze and felt a slight shiver run down my spine. There, silhouetted against the deepening twilight, stood a solitary figure. It was too far to make out any details, but it was unmistakably human in shape. "Probably another camper," Mark suggested, though his furrowed brow betrayed his uncertainty. "In the middle of nowhere," I replied skeptically. "We haven't seen another soul all day." We watched the figure for a few more minutes. It didn't move. Finally, we tried waving, but there was no response. "Maybe it's a rock formation," Lisa offered, attempting to ease the tension. "Yeah, could be," I agreed, though unease was settling in my gut. Night fully enveloped us, and the figure became invisible against the dark horizon. We retreated to our tents, agreeing to keep the fire burning low throughout the night. I awoke some time later to the sound of footsteps crunching in the sand. At first, I thought it was Mark returning from a late-night bathroom trip, but then I heard his soft snores from the tent beside mine. My heart began to race. I strained to listen, holding my breath. The footsteps circled our campsite slowly, deliberately. Gathering my courage, I unzipped my tent just enough to peek outside. The fire had dwindled to embers, casting a dim glow. In that faint light, I saw them, footprints larger than any I'd ever seen, surrounding our tents in a wide circle. A chill ran through me. I wanted to wake the others, but feared making any noise. I clutched my pocket knife tightly, though I knew it would be of little use against whatever was out there. Eventually, the sounds faded, and exhaustion overcame my fear. I drifted into a restless sleep, haunted by uneasy dreams. Morning came, and the harsh sunlight brought a semblance of normalcy. Over breakfast, I told Mark and Lisa about the footsteps. "Are you sure you weren't dreaming?" Mark asked, sipping his coffee. "I know what I heard," I insisted. "And there are footprints to prove it." We walked around the campsite, but the night's wind had erased any evidence. Mark shrugged. "Maybe it was an animal. An animal that walks upright and wears size 20 shoes," I retorted. Lisa put a hand on my shoulder. "Maybe it was just the desert playing tricks. Let's not let it ruin our trip." I nodded, but the unease lingered. We spent the day exploring nearby rock formations, marveling at the ancient petroglyphs etched into the stone. The beauty of the desert almost made me forget the previous night's encounter. Almost. As the sun began to set, we headed back to camp. Approaching our tents, I stopped abruptly. There, atop a dune, much closer than the one from the night before, stood the figure. It was undeniably the same. "Guys," I whispered, pointing. Mark and Lisa turned, their faces paling. "Okay, that's definitely not a rock," Mark admitted. "Should we try calling out?" Lisa suggested. I hesitated. I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? Before I could answer, the figure vanished, seeming to melt away into the sand. Did you see that? Mark asked, eyes wide. Yeah, I said quietly. I saw it. Dinner was a subdued affair. We ate in silence, each of us stealing glances toward the dunes. The sense of isolation that had once been thrilling now felt oppressive. We should leave first thing in the morning, I said. Agreed, Mark nodded. That night, sleep eluded me. I lay awake, listening intently. Around midnight, the wind picked up, whistling eerily through the dunes. Then came the footsteps again, more than one set this time. I sat up, every nerve on edge. A shadow passed by my tent, followed by another. My mouth went dry. Gathering my courage, I peeked out. In the dim light of the moon, I saw multiple figures moving around our campsite. They were tall and slender, their movements unnaturally smooth. One of them stopped and turned directly toward me. Though its face was shrouded in darkness, I felt its gaze lock onto mine. I jerked back inside, heart pounding. This was no hallucination. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag and rushed to Mark's tent. Mark, wake up! He stirred groggily. What's going on? They're here. We have to go. Now. Lisa emerged from her tent, fear etched on her face. I heard them too. Mark grabbed a flashlight and shone it around. The beams cut through the darkness but revealed nothing. There's no one here, he said, though his voice wavered. A low, haunting sound echoed across the sands, a mix between a moan and a distant howl. It sent a jolt of terror through me. Please, let's just leave, Lisa pleaded. Mark nodded reluctantly. All right, let's pack up. We hastily gathered our belongings, abandoning what wouldn't fit into our backpacks. The wind had picked up further, grains of sand stinging our faces. We piled into the jeep, and Mark turned the key. The engine sputtered but didn't start. Come on, he muttered, trying again. Nothing. What's wrong? Lisa asked, panic rising. I don't know. It was fine earlier. He popped the hood and got out to check. I stayed in the jeep, scanning our surroundings. The figures were back, now standing atop multiple dunes, encircling us. Mark, hurry up! I shouted. He slammed the hood shut. I can't see anything wrong. Maybe the sand clogged something, Lisa suggested. Great, I snapped. Now what? We'll have to wait until morning, Mark said grimly. I can try to fix it when there's light. Wait, Lisa exclaimed, with them out there. Do we have a choice? We locked ourselves in the jeep, hoping it would provide some protection. The wind rocked the vehicle slightly, and the eerie sounds continued intermittently. I checked my phone. No signal, of course. The GPS was useless, showing us as a blinking dot in a vast sea of nothingness. Hours dragged by. Every so often, I'd glimpse movement outside, a shadow flitting by, a face pressed briefly against the window, though I couldn't be sure if it was real or my mind playing tricks. As dawn approached, the wind died down. The first rays of sunlight crept over the dunes, and with them came a momentary sense of relief. Let's try the engine again, I suggested. Mark turned the key. The jeep roared to life. Yes, Lisa exclaimed. Without wasting a second, Mark put the jeep in gear, and we sped off, following the track back the way we came. After an hour of driving, we began to see familiar landmarks, the twisted rock formations we'd passed on our way in. I think we're going to make it, Mark said, a hint of optimism returning. Then suddenly, the jeep lurched violently. We came to a grinding halt. What now? I asked, dread filling me. Mark got out to inspect. Flat tire, he called out. We all got out to look. The rear tire was shredded, as if slashed by something sharp. How is that possible? Lisa asked. There's nothing out here that could have caused that. Help me get the spare, Mark said. We went to the back to retrieve it. As we opened the compartment, we froze. The spare tire was gone. In its place was the same kind of stone figurine I had seen at the campsite, a small effigy with hollow eyes. What the hell is this? Mark exclaimed. I picked it up, my hands shaking. Someone's messing with us. Who and why? Before we could ponder further, the eerie moaning sound returned, louder and closer than before. We can't stay here, Lisa said urgently. "And on foot then," I said. "We have enough water to make it back." We grabbed our backpacks and started walking, the sun climbing higher and beating down mercilessly. Hours passed, and our progress was slow through the shifting sands. By midday, exhaustion set in. Lisa was lagging behind, her face flushed. "We need to rest," Mark said. Reluctantly, we stopped under the minimal shade of a large rock outcropping. Our water supplies were dwindling. As we sat, catching our breath, I noticed something in the distance, a line of figures walking toward us, spaced evenly apart. "Guys," I said, pointing. They turned to look. The figures were approaching steadily, their movements synchronized. "This can't be real," Lisa whispered. "We need to move," Mark said, helping her to her feet. We pushed on, adrenaline fueling our steps, but no matter how far we walked, the figures seemed to be closing in. "And look," Lisa cried out. Up ahead, a small settlement appeared, mud brick buildings with thatched roofs. "A village!" I exclaimed. "We can get help there." We stumbled into the village, which seemed deserted. Doors hung open, and no one was in sight. "Hello?" Mark called out. "Is anyone here?" Silence. We entered what looked like a communal building. Inside, we found signs of recent activity, a pot simmering over a fire, cups laid out on a table. "Where is everyone?" Lisa asked, her voice trembling. A sudden rustling came from outside. Peering through a window, I saw the figures entering the village. They moved slowly, methodically. "They're here," I whispered. We huddled together, unsure of our next move. The front door creaked open, and an old man stepped inside. His eyes were weary but kind. "You should not be here," he said softly. "Please, we need help," I pleaded. "Something is following us." He nodded solemnly. "The desert spirits have taken an interest in you." "What does that mean?" Mark asked. "They guard these lands. Few outsiders venture this deep." "Can you help us?" Lisa asked, desperately. He gestured for us to follow. "Come. There is a place you can hide until they pass." We trailed behind him to a cellar hidden beneath one of the houses. As we descended, he lit a lantern, casting long shadows on the earthen walls. "Stay here," he instructed. "Do not make a sound." He closed the door, leaving us in a dim glow. Minutes felt like hours. We could hear footsteps above, the scraping of chairs, whispers in an unfamiliar language. Then, silence. After what seemed like an eternity, the door opened, and the old man beckoned us out. "They have gone," he said. "Thank you," I breathed. He nodded. "You must leave this place. Follow the setting sun, and you will find the road." We offered our gratitude and set off immediately. By dusk, we reached a paved road where a passing truck driver agreed to take us back to the city. As we left the desert behind, a profound sense of relief washed over me, yet a lingering unease remained. Weeks later, back home, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had crossed into a realm we weren't meant to enter. Sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I hear the faint sound of footsteps in the sand and wonder if the desert spirits ever truly let us go. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, and some places aren't meant for the uninvited. The desert keeps its own counsel, and those who wander too far may find themselves lost in more ways than one. Story 16. The moment the ripples started forming around my kayak without any apparent source, I knew we weren't alone in that swamp. It was supposed to be an exhilarating weekend adventure. Just me, Alex, and Sarah exploring the uncharted sections of Blackwater Swamp. We'd heard rumors about its untouched beauty, a maze of waterways framed by gnarled cypress trees draped in Spanish moss. The locals had warned us about getting lost, but we laughed it off. After all, we were experienced kayakers seeking a thrill off the beaten path. We set off early in the morning, the mist still clinging to the water's surface like a ghostly veil. The air was thick with the earthy scent of decay and new life intertwined. Birds called out from the treetops, and the occasional splash signaled turtles retreating into the depths. Paddling through the narrow channels, we felt like explorers discovering a new world. "Check out that heron," Alex pointed to a majestic bird perched on a fallen log, its keen eyes watching us warily. "Absolutely stunning," Sarah breathed, snapping photos with her camera. As the day wore on, the sun filtered through the dense canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the water. We navigated deeper into the swamp, the sounds of civilization long gone. It was just us and the wild. Around midday, we decided to take a break on a small patch of dry land. We ate sandwiches, joked about the so-called dangers of the swamp, and plotted our course for the afternoon. "Think we'll see any gators?" Sarah asked, half joking. "Maybe," I replied, "but they usually steer clear of kayaks." We pushed off again, aiming to reach a particular spot Alex had marked on the map. A clearing, he said, offered an unparalleled view of the sunset. An hour later, the atmosphere began to change. The lively sounds of the swamp grew muted. The chirping of birds and croaking of frogs faded until all we could hear was the gentle splash of our paddles. "Is it just me, or is everything quieter?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah, it's odd," Alex agreed. "Maybe we're just in a less active area." I wasn't so sure. An uneasy feeling settled in my stomach, but I didn't want to alarm the others. "Let's keep going," I suggested. "We should reach the clearing soon." The waterway widened, and we entered a more open area, surrounded by dense vegetation. The water here was darker, its depths obscured by the murkiness. That's when I saw it, a life jacket floating aimlessly. It was tattered and frayed, one of the straps torn clean off. "Guys, look at that," I pointed. "Strange," Sarah said. "Maybe someone lost it." Alex paddled closer to inspect it. "There's something written on it," he noted, "but it's too faded to read." A sense of dread washed over me. "Let's keep moving." We pressed on, but the unease grew stronger. Minutes later, an overturned canoe drifted into view, its hull scratched and dented. "This can't be good," Sarah said nervously. "Maybe it was left behind after a storm," Alex suggested, but his tone lacked conviction. "Then where are the people?" I countered. Silence settled among us. The sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, and the shadows stretched long across the water. Suddenly, ripples formed to my right. At first, I thought it was a fish surfacing, but the ripples grew larger, spreading outward in a perfect circle. "Did you see that?" I asked. "And see what?" Alex replied. Before I could answer, a splash sounded behind us. We all turned, but there was nothing there, just the slowly undulating water. "Maybe we should head back," Sarah suggested, her eyes darting around. "Agreed," I said. "We can find that clearing another time." We began to paddle back the way we came, but the landscape looked different, unfamiliar. The channels seemed narrower, the trees more imposing. "Are we going the right way?" Alex asked, frustration creeping into his voice. "I thought so," I replied, though doubt gnawed at me. The GPS on my phone showed no signal. The map we had was rudimentary at best. "Great, we're lost," Sarah sighed. Another set of ripples appeared, this time directly ahead. They moved toward us, then vanished. "Something's not right," I whispered. A low gurgling sound rose from beneath the water, followed by bubbles breaking the surface. "Okay, what the hell is that?" Alex exclaimed. Before anyone could respond, a large, dark shape moved under Sarah's kayak, rocking it violently. She screamed, gripping the sides to steady herself. "Something's under me. Get to the shore," I shouted. We paddled furiously toward a small strip of land barely big enough for the three of us. Pulling our kayaks onto the muddy bank, we collapsed, catching our breaths. "What was that?" Sarah panted, her face pale. "I don't know," I admitted. "A gator, maybe." Alex shook his head. "That was no gator. It was huge." The sun was setting fast, and the swamp was cloaked in a twilight gloom. "We can't stay here," I said. "We need to find a way out before dark." "But which way?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "Let's try heading east," Alex suggested. "We might reconnect with the main channel." Reluctantly, we got back into our kayaks, staying close to the shoreline. The water was eerily still, the surface like glass, reflecting the dim light. Minutes passed without incident, and I began to hope that whatever had happened was behind us. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it, a towering silhouette rising from the water about 50 yards away. It stood upright, water cascading off its massive form. The creature was covered in slick, dark scales, its elongated limbs ending in webbed claws. Eyes that glowed faintly in the encroaching darkness fixed upon us. "Don't look back," I whispered urgently. "Just keep paddling, steady and calm." But Sarah had already seen it. "Oh my God," she whimpered. "What is that?" "Go," Alex shouted, digging his paddle into the water. We surged forward, adrenaline fueling our strokes. The creature let out a guttural roar that echoed through the swamp, a sound that seemed to vibrate within my very bones. The water behind us erupted as the creature pursued, its movements swift despite its size. Waves rocked our kayaks, threatening to overturn them. "Head for that cluster of trees," I yelled, spotting an area where the roots of mangroves intertwined above the water, creating a natural barrier. We maneuvered toward it, the creature closing in. Just as we reached the tangle of roots, a massive clawed hand slammed down onto the back of Alex's kayak, splintering the plastic. He screamed as the kayak tipped, throwing him into the water. "Alex!" Sarah cried out. Without thinking, I turned back, reaching out with my paddle. "Grab on!" Alex surfaced, gasping, and clung to the paddle. Together, we pulled him toward the mangroves. The creature thrashed behind us, hindered by the dense network of roots. It swiped at us but couldn't reach further. "We have to keep moving," I urged. We navigated through the mangroves, the creature's roars fading slightly. However, we knew it wouldn't be deterred for long. Is everyone okay?" I asked once we were a safe distance away. Alex was shivering, his clothes soaked. "What the hell was that thing?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But we need to find solid ground." Sarah pointed ahead. "There! Looks like a cabin or a shack." Through the trees, a dilapidated structure came into view, perched precariously on stilts above the swamp. We paddled toward it, desperate for refuge. Climbing onto the rickety platform, we helped Alex up. The shack was abandoned, filled with old fishing gear and rusted tools. "At least we're out of the water," Sarah said, trying to sound hopeful. A heavy thud shook the shack, and we realized the creature was ramming the supports. "It's trying to knock us down," Alex shouted. "Look for anything we can use as a weapon," I ordered. We rummaged through the debris. I found a flare gun tucked away in a moldy drawer. "Perfect," I muttered. Another violent hit caused the floorboards to creak ominously. "Hurry!" Sarah urged. I aimed the flare gun at the spot where the creature's massive head emerged from the water. Its eyes met mine, filled with a primal rage. I pulled the trigger. The flare shot out with a whoosh, striking the creature in the face. It let out an ear-splitting scream, recoiling as flames burst across its skin. "Yes," Alex cheered, but our victory was short-lived. The creature submerged, and for a moment, all was quiet. "Do you think it's gone?" Sarah asked cautiously. A sudden cracking sound answered her question. The damaged supports gave way, and the shack lurched sideways. "Jump!" I shouted. We leapt into the water as the structure collapsed behind us. Swimming frantically, we headed toward a faint light in the distance, possibly another campsite or a boat. The creature resurfaced, its charred face even more terrifying. It moved slower now, but still pursued us with relentless determination. "Over here!" a voice called out. I glanced up to see an older man standing on a flat-bottomed boat, shining a powerful flashlight in our direction. "Get in, quick!" he commanded. We scrambled onto the boat, and the man revved the engine. The creature lunged, but we sped away just in time. "What in God's name was that?" Alex gasped. The man shook his head grimly. "I've heard stories, but never seen it myself. Some say it's a guardian of the swamp, angered by those who trespass too deep." "Thank you for saving us," Sarah said, her voice shaking. He nodded. "You're lucky I was out here tonight. Most folks know to stay away from these parts after dark." He navigated us through the labyrinth of waterways with practiced ease. As we put more distance between ourselves and the creature, the tension began to ease. "Where are you headed?" he asked. "Back to the main dock," I replied. "Our cars are there." He agreed to take us. Along the way, he shared tales of unexplained disappearances and sightings that had become local legends. By the time we reached the dock, the first light of dawn was breaking. We thanked the man profusely, but he waved it off. "Just be careful where you venture next time," he advised. "Some places are better left undisturbed." We loaded our gear into the cars in silence. As we drove away, I glanced back at the swamp. The morning mist hovered above the water, concealing its secrets once more. Weeks later, the nightmares still haunt me. The sound of that roar, the feel of the water churning beneath me, the sight of those glowing eyes. I've tried to rationalize it, to convince myself it was a collective hallucination or a misidentified animal. But deep down, I know what we saw was real. The swamp holds mysteries that defy explanation, ancient things that dwell beneath its surface, and we were foolish enough to disturb them. I'll never set foot in a kayak again, nor will I venture into the unknown so recklessly. Some adventures aren't worth the price they demand. Story 17. The moment I heard footsteps echoing off the canyon walls that weren't my own, I realized I was not as alone as I thought. I had set out early that morning, eager to tackle the remote depths of Blackthorn Canyon. It was a place few dared to venture, rugged terrain, unpredictable weather, and a maze of pathways that could confound even the most experienced hikers. But that was precisely why I chose it. I craved solitude and the challenge of navigating untouched wilderness. The sun was high when I descended into the canyon, its sheer walls rising like ancient sentinels on either side. The air was crisp, with a hint of pine carried on the gentle breeze. My boots crunched softly on the rocky ground as I followed a narrow trail that snaked alongside a shallow creek. The only sounds were the trickling of water and the occasional rustle of small creatures hidden among the rocks. As the afternoon wore on, I noticed the canyon walls drawing closer, the path becoming more constricted. Strange rock formations jutted out at odd angles, some bearing deep grooves that looked like claw marks. I paused to examine one, running my fingers over the rough surface. It was probably the result of erosion, I told myself, though it seemed oddly deliberate. A chill swept through the canyon, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. The sun was obscured by a layer of grey clouds that had crept in, casting the canyon into a premature twilight. I checked my map and compass, ensuring I was still on course toward the campsite I'd marked for the night. That's when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing faintly behind me. I stopped abruptly, and the echoes ceased. My heart quickened. It must be the echo of my own steps, I reasoned. I took a few more steps, listening carefully. The echoes followed but seemed slightly out of sync. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see the empty path stretching behind me. Instead, the shadows seemed deeper, the canyon walls converging in a way that felt almost suffocating. I shook off the unease and pressed on, attributing my jitters to the isolation, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Every so often, I'd catch a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision, a shadow darting behind a boulder or a silhouette atop the canyon rim. Each time I looked, there was nothing there. The wind picked up, whistling through narrow crevices and creating eerie melodies that set my nerves on edge. As dusk approached, I decided to make camp in a small alcove sheltered by an overhanging rock. I set up my tent, gathered some dry wood, and managed to start a modest fire. The flames danced, casting long shadows that flickered against the canyon walls. I sat by the fire, eating a simple meal of trail mix and jerky. The warmth was comforting, but the silence was oppressive. No insects chirping, no nightbirds calling, just the crackle of the fire and the ever-present whisper of the wind. Suddenly, a rock tumbled down from above, landing with a thud not far from my campsite. I jumped to my feet, scanning the ridge above. In the fading light, I thought I saw a figure, a massive form that quickly moved out of sight. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing eerily. Is someone there?" Silence. I sat back down, trying to steady my breathing. Perhaps it was a mountain goat or a deer. Or maybe my mind was playing tricks on me after a long day of hiking. Night fell, and the fire began to dwindle. I retreated into my tent, zipping it up tightly. Lying on my back, I listened intently for any sounds out of the ordinary. The canyon seemed to amplify every noise, the rustling of fabric, the beating of my own heart. Just as I was drifting off, a low, guttural growl echoed through the canyon. My eyes snapped open, every muscle tensing. It sounded distant, but unmistakably real. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peer outside. The fire had died down to embers, casting a dim glow. The canyon was cloaked in shadows, the towering walls disappearing into the night sky. Then I saw them, two glowing eyes reflecting the faint light, staring directly at me from across the creek. They were too high off the ground to belong to any ordinary animal. I froze, my mind racing. Was it a bear? A mountain lion? I fumbled for the whistle attached to my pack, bringing it to my lips and blowing as hard as I could. The sharp sound pierced the silence, echoing off the canyon walls. The eyes didn't flinch. Slowly, the creature stepped forward, entering the fringe of light. It was massive, standing upright on two legs, covered in dark fur that blended into the shadows. Its face was obscured, but the sheer size was enough to send a surge of fear through me. Instinct took over. I grabbed my trekking pole and waved it in front of me, trying to appear larger. "Get away!" I shouted, my voice betraying a hint of panic. The creature tilted its head, almost curious, then retreated back into the darkness without a sound. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in my tent, clutching a makeshift spear I'd fashioned from my pole and a hunting knife. Every rustle, every whisper of wind set my nerves alight. At the first light of dawn, I emerged from the tent, exhausted but determined to get out of the canyon as quickly as possible. I packed up hurriedly, constantly glancing around for any sign of the creature. Setting off along the path, I realized with growing dread that the canyon had changed. The walls seemed narrower, the terrain unfamiliar. It was as if the canyon itself had shifted overnight. I pulled out my map and compass, trying to find my bearings. The compass needle spun erratically, refusing to settle. The map was no help. The landmarks didn't match my surroundings. Panic set in. I was lost. Taking a deep breath, I chose a direction that I believed led back toward the entrance. As I moved, the echoes of footsteps resumed, this time more pronounced. They mirrored my pace, sometimes speeding up, sometimes slowing down. I broke into a jog, then a run, my pack weighing heavily on my shoulders. The path twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the maze. The air grew colder, and a thick fog began to seep in, obscuring my vision. "Help!" I shouted, knowing it was futile. My voice bounced off the walls, mocking me with distorted echoes. Turning a corner, I came face to face with a dead end, a sheer rock wall blocking my path. I spun around, only to see the creature standing at the entrance of the narrow passage. In the daylight, its form was even more imposing. It stood over 8 feet tall, muscles rippling beneath its fur. Its face was a grotesque blend of human and animal features, with deep-set eyes that held an unsettling intelligence. I backed up against the wall, heart pounding. "What do you want?" I managed to whisper. The creature took a step forward, then another, closing the distance slowly. It raised a massive hand, claws glinting. In a desperate move, I reached into my pack and pulled out a flare gun, a safety precaution I'd almost forgotten about. I aimed it at the creature, hands shaking. "Stay back!" It paused, tilting its head again. I pulled the trigger. The flare shot out with a burst of light and smoke, striking the ground at the creature's feet. With a deafening roar, it recoiled, shielding its eyes. Seizing the moment, I darted past it, sprinting back the way I came. The fog thickened, and the path became even more treacherous. I slipped and stumbled, the echoes of the creature's roars following me. My lungs burned, but I didn't dare stop. Suddenly, I emerged into a wider section of the canyon where the sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the path ahead. Hope surged through me, but then I heard it, the sound of rocks tumbling above. I looked up to see the creature scaling the canyon wall with astonishing agility, moving to cut me off. I pushed myself harder, spotting a narrow crevice that might lead to higher ground. Scrambling up the rocky incline, I squeezed through the gap, emerging onto a plateau covered in scrub and small trees. The open space gave me a slight advantage. I could see the creature approaching, but it would take time for it to reach me. I spotted a series of markers, stacked stones that indicated a trail. Relief washed over me. If I could follow them, I might find a way out. I moved quickly, following the markers along the plateau's edge. The creature's roars grew more distant, but I knew it wasn't far behind. The trail led to a descent, a steep but navigable path down the side of the canyon. I began the careful climb, rocks shifting underfoot. Halfway down, a shadow fell over me. I looked up to see the creature perched on an outcrop above, staring down with those piercing eyes. "Why won't you leave me alone?" I shouted, frustration and fear boiling over. It let out a low growl but didn't move. I continued downward, refusing to break eye contact. Reaching the bottom, I found myself at the entrance of a dense forest, a stark contrast to the barren canyon. I plunged into the woods, branches whipping against my face. The canopy above was thick, filtering the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. The sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by the familiar noises of wildlife. Birds chirped, leaves rustled, a symphony of normalcy that eased my tension slightly. After what felt like hours, I stumbled upon a dirt road. Relief flooded me. Following it, I soon reached a small ranger station. An elderly ranger stepped out as I approached, his eyes widening at my disheveled appearance. "You look like you've been through hell," he remarked. "You have no idea," I replied, my voice hoarse. I told him about the creature, the shifting canyon, the relentless pursuit. He listened patiently, a hint of knowing in his eyes. "You're not the first to encounter the guardian of Blackthorn Canyon," he said softly. "Guardian?" He nodded. "Good legend speaks of a creature that protects the sacred grounds, ensuring they remain undisturbed. Why isn't there a warning? Signs to keep people out? Would you have heeded them?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. I opened my mouth to respond, but found no words. He was right. My desire for solitude and challenge had blinded me to potential dangers. He offered me a ride back to the main road, and I accepted gratefully. As we drove away, I couldn't help but glance back toward the canyon. The towering walls stood silent and imposing, giving no hint of the secrets they held. "Will it come after me?" I asked. The ranger shook his head. "As long as you don't return, you'll be left in peace." I nodded, resolving to share my experience as a cautionary tale. Some places are meant to remain untouched, their mysteries undisturbed. I sought isolation and found something else entirely, a reminder that the world still holds wonders and terrors beyond our understanding, and that sometimes, when you venture into the unknown, you might not be the only one traversing those hidden paths. Story 18. The faded sign read, "Restricted Area," but the rusted lock hanging uselessly from the gate told a different story. I had been hiking for days through the backcountry, chasing the remnants of old trails and forgotten landmarks. The thrill of exploring places where few had tread beckoned me deeper into the wilderness. When I stumbled upon the overgrown path leading to the abandoned ranger station, curiosity tugged at me like an insistent child. The building emerged from the thick forest like a ghost from the past. Wooden walls weathered grey, windows boarded up, and the remnants of a radio tower jutting into the sky like a skeletal finger. The station was long deserted, left to the elements and the creeping embrace of nature. I pushed open the creaking gate, its hinges protesting after years of neglect. The air was thick with the scent of damp wood and moss. Birds chattered nervously in the canopy above, their calls sharp and urgent. A shiver ran down my spine, but I shook it off. It was just an old building, nothing more. The front door hung ajar, swaying gently as if beckoning me inside. I stepped over the threshold, the floorboards groaning under my weight. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light piercing through the cracks in the boarded windows. The interior was a snapshot of a time long gone. Faded maps pinned to the walls, a desk cluttered with yellowed papers, and a coat rack still holding a tattered ranger's jacket. I ran my fingers over the desk, tracing patterns in the dust. A leather-bound journal caught my eye, its cover cracked and edges worn. I picked it up, the pages brittle beneath my touch. Flipping it open, I scanned the handwritten entries. Logs of daily patrols, notes about wildlife sightings, and then something that made me pause. June 5th. Strange tracks found near the northern ridge, not like any animal I've seen before. I turned the page. June 7th. Heard unsettling noises last night. Thought it was the wind, but it sounded almost human. A chill prickled at the back of my neck. The entries grew more erratic, the handwriting slanting wildly across the pages. June 10th. Something is out there. I can feel it watching. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and I realized the light outside had dimmed. Glancing through a gap in the boards, I saw dark clouds gathering, swallowing the sun. The forest was cloaked in shadow, the trees swaying in an unfelt breeze. I should leave, I thought. Get back to my campsite before the storm hits, but the journal pulled me back in. June 12th. They've ordered an evacuation. Said it's unsafe to stay. I don't think they understand. It's already too late. A loud bang echoed from somewhere deep within the station, like a door slamming shut. I jolted upright, my heart hammering in my chest. "Hello!" I called out, my voice sounding small in the vast silence. No response. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe an animal that had taken shelter. Still, unease settled in my gut like a stone. I stuffed the journal into my backpack, thinking I could read the rest later. As I moved toward the exit, the radio on the desk crackled to life, spewing static and fragments of distorted voices. I froze, staring at the old device that shouldn't have been functioning after all these years. "Leave. Now!" A garbled voice whispered through the interference. My mouth went dry. Was someone playing a prank? But who would be out here? I stepped outside, and the heavy scent of ozone filled the air. The sky was an angry swirl of grey, and fat raindrops began to splatter on the ground. The forest was unnaturally quiet, the birds had gone silent, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I started down the path, but the undergrowth seemed denser than before, the way obscured. I pulled out my compass, but the needle spun uselessly, refusing to settle. Panic gnawed at the edges of my mind. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. "Just keep moving," I muttered. A branch snapped behind me. I spun around, eyes scanning the shadows between the trees. "Who's there?" I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. Silence. Then a low, guttural growl emanated from the darkness, a sound that was neither fully animal nor human. My pulse raced. I backed away slowly, the hairs on my arms standing on end. Lightning flashed, illuminating the forest in stark white. For a split second I saw it, a hulking figure crouched among the trees, eyes reflecting the light like molten gold. I ran. Branches whipped against my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I didn't dare slow down. The growl echoed behind me, closer now. Rain poured down in sheets, turning the ground to slick mud. The path led me back to the ranger station, as if the forest had conspired to trap me there. With no other choice, I dashed inside, slamming the door shut and bolting it with the rusty latch. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath. Outside, the rain hammered against the walls, and thunder shook the building to its foundations. A heavy thud rattled the door, nearly knocking me off my feet. The wood creaked under the force of another blow. "Go away!" I shouted, my voice cracking. Silence. Then the sound of claws scraping slowly down the wooden surface, a torturous screech that set my teeth on edge. I stumbled backward, searching for anything to defend myself. My eyes fell on an old flare gun mounted on the wall. I grabbed it, checking the chamber. One shot. The door shuddered as the creature outside continued its assault. Plaster dust rained down from the ceiling with each impact. I retreated further into the station, finding a narrow staircase leading to the attic. Climbing quickly, I pulled the hatch closed behind me. The attic was cramped and filled with old equipment covered in tarps. I crouched low, clutching the flare gun tightly. The door below crashed open. Heavy footsteps echoed through the space, the floorboards groaning under the weight. The sound was deliberate, unhurried, a predator savoring the hunt. I held my breath, straining to hear. The footsteps moved from room to room, punctuated by sniffing sounds and low growls. A sudden crash jolted me. The creature had overturned furniture, perhaps frustrated by my disappearance. Then the footsteps approached the base of the attic stairs. I bit down on my lip to stifle a gasp. The hatch creaked as something pushed against it. A snarl echoed up the stairwell. I aimed the flare gun at the hatch, finger on the trigger. The wood began to splinter, claws tearing through as if it were paper. A foul stench filled the air, rot and decay mixed with wet fur. A portion of the hatch gave way, and a massive hand curled around the edge. The creature's face emerged. A grotesque amalgamation of beast and nightmare, eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. I fired. The flare shot out in a blaze of light, striking the creature square in the face. It recoiled with a deafening roar. The attic bathed in a harsh red glow. Seizing the moment, I scrambled toward a small window at the far end of the attic. Using an old chair, I smashed the glass and hoisted myself through, the jagged edges slicing into my arms. I landed hard on the sloped roof, rain pelting down and making the surface slick. Behind me, the creature thrashed in pain, but I knew it wouldn't be deterred for long. Carefully, I edged along the roof, searching for a way down. Spotting a drain pipe, I gripped it tightly and began to descend. Halfway down, the pipe groaned and pulled away from the wall, sending me crashing to the ground. Pain shot through my ankle, but adrenaline pushed me forward. I limped toward the tree line, the forest now feeling like a potential refuge rather than a threat. A guttural howl erupted from the station, filled with rage and something else, an almost human agony. I didn't look back. The woods were a blur as I moved as fast as my injured leg would allow. The storm showed no signs of letting up, and darkness pressed in from all sides. Hours seemed to pass. The sounds of pursuit faded, but I didn't stop until the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees. Exhausted and soaked to the bone, I emerged onto a gravel road, a sign of civilization at last. Collapsing by the roadside, I allowed myself a moment to breathe. A rumble of an engine approached, and an old pickup truck came into view. I waved weakly, and the driver, a middle-aged man with kind eyes, pulled over. "Good Lord, son, you look like you've been through a war," he exclaimed, helping me into the cab. "Something like that," I muttered, my voice barely audible. As we drove, I recounted my ordeal. The man listened silently, his expression unreadable. "You say you were at the old ranger station?" he finally asked. I nodded. He shook his head. "That place has been abandoned for decades, ever since the rangers up and disappeared. Folks around here say it's cursed." "Cursed?" I echoed, recalling the journal in my backpack. "Strange happenings, people going missing. Most stay clear of it." I sat back, the weight of his words sinking in. Whatever I had encountered wasn't just a figment of my imagination. Reaching the nearest town, he dropped me off at a clinic. Before leaving, he placed a hand on my shoulder. "Best forget about what you saw. Some things ain't meant to be understood." Weeks later, I still can't shake the memories, the creature's eyes, the haunting entries in the journal, the sense of being hunted. I tried to research the station, but records are scarce, and those who know refuse to speak of it. The journal sits on my desk, untouched since that night. Sometimes I consider opening it, hoping to find answers, but a part of me fears what more I might uncover. Sleep doesn't come easily. In the silence of the night, I hear echoes of that guttural growl, the scratching at my door. Shadows stretch longer than they should, and I catch glimpses of movement in the corners of my eyes. I thought I sought adventure, the thrill of the unknown, but now I understand the price of such curiosity. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed. Story 19. The moment our car sputtered and rolled to a halt, beside that endless stretch of cornfields, I knew we were in trouble. We had been driving for hours through a labyrinth of rural backroads, attempting to shortcut our way to the campsite. It was me, my best friend Jake, and his sister Emily. The sun had just begun its descent, casting long shadows across the seemingly infinite rows of corn that flanked us on either side. The GPS had lost signal miles back, but Jake insisted he knew the way. "Relax, it's all part of the adventure," he said, grinning as he tapped the fuel gauge, which hovered dangerously close to empty. But now, as the engine gave a final, choking gasp before dying completely, his confidence waned. "Great. Just great," Emily muttered from the back seat, her eyes fixed on her phone's no-service icon. I tried the ignition again, but it was useless. We stepped out of the car, the cool evening air carrying the earthy scent of soil and crops. The silence was palpable, broken only by the rustling of corn stalks swaying gently in the breeze. "Any luck with a signal?" I asked. "Nothing," Emily replied, waving her phone around as if that would help. "Maybe we can flag someone down," Jake suggested. I raised an eyebrow. "We haven't seen another car for at least an hour." He shrugged. "Well, we're not getting anywhere standing around here." We leaned against the car, weighing our options. The sky transformed into a canvas of reds and purples, the sun dipping lower with each passing minute. "Do you hear that?" Emily whispered suddenly. We fell silent. In the distance, a faint rustling emerged from the cornfield across the road. At first, I dismissed it as the wind, but then I saw it. A tall figure standing among the stalks, completely motionless. "Do you see that?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Jake squinted. "What is that? A scarecrow?" Emily shook her head. "It's too big for a scarecrow." We watched the figure, waiting for it to move, to reveal itself as some farm equipment or a trick of the light, but it remained still, an ominous silhouette against the darkening sky. "Maybe we should ask for help," Jake suggested. "I don't know," I hesitated. "Something feels off. Come on, what choice do we have?" He started walking toward the field. Emily and I exchanged glances before following. As we approached, the corn towered over us, the rows forming narrow corridors that swallowed the fading light. The figure was gone. "Where did it go?" Emily asked, her voice tinged with unease. "It was right here," Jake insisted, pushing aside stalks as he ventured deeper. "Jake, maybe we should go back," I urged. He turned to face us, a stubborn look in his eyes. "We need help. Maybe there's a farmhouse nearby." A sudden rustling echoed around us. Emily grabbed my arm. "Did you hear that?" Before I could respond, the corn behind us seemed to close in, the pathway back to the road obscured. "Okay, this is creepy," Jake admitted, his bravado fading. We retraced our steps, or tried to, but the more we walked, the more disoriented we became. Every direction looked the same, the cornfield an endless maze. "Stay close," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The last sliver of sunlight vanished, plunging us into darkness. I pulled out my phone, using its flashlight to cut through the inky blackness. "Over there," Emily pointed. A dim light flickered ahead. Relief washed over me. "Must be a house!" We hurried toward it, the light growing brighter as we closed the distance. Breaking through the edge of the field, we found ourselves back on the road, but our car was nowhere in sight. "How is that possible?" Jake exclaimed. "We didn't walk in a circle." "Look," Emily cried out. Across the road stood an old farmhouse, windows glowing warmly. "See? I told you we'd find help," Jake said, striding toward it. Unease gnawed at me, but the prospect of shelter outweighed my reservations. We approached the front door, and Jake knocked firmly. The door creaked open under his fist. "Hello?" He called into the dimly lit interior, no response. Maybe they didn't hear us, Emily suggested. We stepped inside cautiously. The house smelled of dust and something faintly metallic. Old furniture covered in sheets filled the room, shadows dancing as the wind whispered through cracks in the walls. This place looks abandoned, I noted. Oh, then who lit the lights? Jake countered. A staircase led upstairs, and at its base sat a single lit candle on a small table. Beside it lay an old photograph of a family standing in front of the same farmhouse, their faces eerily blurred. "I don't like this," Emily whispered. "Maybe we should just stay here for the night," Jake suggested. "But it's better than being out there." Before we could agree, the candle flickered and went out, plunging us into darkness. "What the—" Jake fumbled for his phone. My flashlight illuminated the room, but the atmosphere had shifted. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence heavier. A floorboard creaked above us. "Someone's upstairs," Emily gasped. "Hello?" Jake called out again. "We don't mean to intrude. Our car broke down." Silence. Another creak, followed by soft, deliberate footsteps descending the stairs. My pulse quickened. Maybe we should go. The footsteps grew louder, approaching the doorway to the room we were in. A figure emerged, a man, tall and gaunt, his eyes hidden under the brim of a worn hat. "Lost, are you?" he rasped. "We're sorry to barge in," I began. "Our car—" "Don't see many travelers these days," he interrupted, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Do you have a phone we could use?" Emily asked hopefully. He tilted his head. "No phones here, but you're welcome to stay the night." Something about his tone sent a chill through me. "That's kind of you. But we should really be going," I said, edging toward the door. He stepped aside, gesturing grandly. "As you wish." We hurried outside, the cool air a stark contrast to the stifling atmosphere inside the house. "Ooh, that was weird," Jake muttered. "Look." Emily pointed down the road. Our car was there, parked exactly where we had left it. How did we miss it? I wondered aloud. "It wasn't there before," Jake insisted. We approached the car cautiously. The doors were open, and the hood was propped up. "Someone's been here," Emily whispered. A rustling sound came from behind the car. We froze. The tall figure from the cornfield stood there, closer this time, his face still obscured. He raised a hand, pointing directly at us. "Get in the car," I urged. We piled in, slamming the doors shut. I turned the key in the ignition, and to my astonishment, the engine roared to life. "Go, go!" Jake shouted. I didn't need to be told twice. The tires screeched as we sped down the road, the cornfields blurring past. "Did you see his face?" Emily asked, trembling. "No, and I don't want to," I replied. Wait, where are we?" Jake leaned forward, peering through the windshield. The road ahead was engulfed in darkness. No signs, no landmarks, just an endless tunnel flanked by corn. "This can't be right," I said, slowing down. "Don't stop," Emily pleaded. I pressed on, but a few minutes later, we were back where we started. The farmhouse loomed ahead, its windows dark now. "This is impossible," Jake whispered. We circled around again, but no matter which direction we took, we always returned to the same spot. "We're trapped," Emily said, tears welling in her eyes. "There's got to be an explanation," I insisted, though I felt as hopeless as she looked. The car sputtered and died once more. "No, no, no," Jake groaned, pounding the dashboard. The whispering began then, a soft chorus emanating from the cornfields, words we couldn't understand. "Do you hear that?" Emily asked, her voice barely audible. "Yes," I replied, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Shadows moved among the stalks, multiple figures emerging and converging toward us. "We have to get out of here," Jake said, his eyes wide with fear. We exited the car and ran toward the only place we knew, the farmhouse. The door was ajar, and we burst inside, slamming it shut behind us. The whispers grew louder, surrounding the house. "What do they want?" Emily cried. "I don't know," I admitted. The old man appeared at the top of the stairs again. "I told you, you're welcome to stay." "What's happening?" Jake demanded. He descended slowly, each step echoing ominously. "They don't like trespassers." "Who are they?" I asked. He smiled faintly. The Watchers, guardians of these fields." "How do we get out?" Emily pleaded. "You don't," he replied calmly. Panic surged through me. "There has to be a way." He regarded us thoughtfully. "Perhaps there is, but it comes at a price." "Anything," Jake said desperately. The whispers intensified, the shadows pressing against the windows. The old man extended his hand. "One of you must stay." "What do you mean?" Emily asked, her voice shaking. "An exchange," he said simply. "A life for passage." We stared at him in disbelief. "You're insane!" Jake spat. He shrugged. "It's the only way." The door began to rattle, the figures outside growing restless. "I'm not staying," Emily declared, backing away. Neither was I. But the realization dawned on all of us simultaneously. One of us had to sacrifice themselves. Jake looked between us, his jaw clenched. "Go, both of you." "No!" Emily protested. "We can't leave you." He grabbed her shoulders. "It's the only way. I'll stay." Tears streamed down her face. "I won't let you." The old man watched impassively. "Decide quickly." The door cracked, splinters flying as the Watchers forced their way in. "Go now," Jake shouted, pushing us toward the back door. I grabbed Emily's hand, pulling her along as we fled through the kitchen and out into the night. We ran blindly into the cornfield, the stalks scratching at our skin. Behind us, Jake's screams echoed, then abruptly stopped. "Keep going," I urged, though my legs felt like lead. The whispers faded, and the first light of dawn peeked over the horizon. We stumbled onto a paved road, different from the one before. A car approached, and we flagged it down frantically. The driver, a middle-aged woman, looked at us with concern. "Are you two okay?" "Please, we need help," I panted. She ushered us into the car, and as we drove away, I looked back. The cornfield stretched endlessly, peaceful under the morning light. Emily sobbed quietly beside me. "Have we left him?" "I know," I whispered, guilt and grief crushing me. We never spoke of that night again. Jake was reported missing, but no trace of him was ever found. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I hear faint whispers and wonder if the Watchers still remember us, if they regret letting us go, or if they're waiting for the day we might return to their fields, where the past and the present blur, and escape is never guaranteed. Story 20. The night embraced the forest with an unsettling stillness, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves. I tightened my grip on the flashlight, its beam slicing through the darkness ahead. 20 years as a park ranger, and I thought I'd seen it all, but tonight felt different, an undercurrent of unease that I couldn't shake. As I walked the familiar trails of Pine Ridge National Park, my boots crunching softly on the gravel path, something caught my eye. I knelt down, running my fingers over a set of footprints embedded in the damp earth. They were enormous, far larger than any bear track I'd ever encountered, and the shape was off. The toes were elongated, almost human-like, but with claw marks at the tips. A chill ran down my spine. Standing up, I scanned the tree line, half expecting to see a hulking figure lurking between the pines, but there was only darkness and the distant hoot of an owl. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the growing sense of dread. Maybe it was just a distorted bear track, I told myself, but deep down, I wasn't convinced. Continuing along the path, I couldn't help but notice more of those strange footprints veering off into the denser part of the forest. Curiosity tugged at me, but the rational part of my mind urged caution. Venturing off trail at night was risky, even for someone with my experience. Still, something compelled me to follow. Pushing through the underbrush, the sounds of the forest grew quieter, as if the wildlife was holding its breath. The air was thick with the scent of moss and damp wood. My flashlight flickered, and for a moment, darkness swallowed everything. I tapped it against my palm, and the light sputtered back to life, albeit weaker than before. That's when I heard it, a low, guttural growl resonating from somewhere ahead. I froze, every muscle tensing. The sound was unlike any animal I'd ever heard. A mix of a growl and a rumble that seemed to vibrate the very ground beneath me. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly backed away. A snap of a branch to my left made me spin around, shining the faltering light in its direction. Shadows danced between the trees, but nothing solid took shape. I needed to get back to the main path, back to the safety of my cabin. Turning around, I retraced my steps, moving faster now. But as I emerged onto the trail, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The footprints, they were on the path again, but this time they were heading in the same direction I was, toward my cabin. I broke into a jog, the beam of the flashlight bouncing erratically with each step. The growling sounded again, closer this time, echoing through the trees. It felt as if the darkness itself was pressing in, suffocating me. My breath came in ragged gasps, the cold air burning my lungs. The silhouette of my cabin finally came into view, a small sanctuary nestled among the towering pines. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The front door was ajar, swinging gently in the breeze. I was certain I had locked it before starting my patrol. Stepping cautiously onto the porch, I pushed the door open wider. The interior was dark, the only light coming from the dying embers in the fireplace. "Hello!" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. Silence. I stepped inside, closing the door behind me. The familiar surroundings offered little comfort. Chairs were overturned, and books lay scattered across the floor. Claw marks raked across the wooden walls, deep grooves that hadn't been there before. A loud thump came from the roof, followed by the scraping of claws against wood. My heart leapt into my throat. Whatever it was on top of the cabin. I moved quietly to the closet, retrieving my hunting rifle and loading it with trembling hands. The scratching moved along the roof, stopping directly above me. I aimed the rifle at the ceiling, unsure of what good it would do. Suddenly, a deafening silence fell. The scratching stopped, and for a moment, all I could hear was the pounding of my own heartbeat. Then, without warning, a massive weight crashed down as the ceiling gave way. I dived out of the way just in time, splinters and debris raining down around me. There it stood amidst the wreckage, a towering figure covered in matted fur, muscles rippling beneath the coarse hair. Its eyes glowed a fierce amber, locking onto mine with an unsettling intelligence. The creature's lips pulled back to reveal long, sharp teeth, a snarl rumbling deep within its chest. I didn't hesitate. Raising the rifle, I fired a shot. The bullet struck its shoulder, but it barely flinched. With a roar, it lunged at me. I scrambled backward, the beast's massive claws narrowly missing my face. Desperate, I grabbed a chair and threw it at the creature, buying myself a precious few seconds. Bursting through the back door, I ran into the night, the cold air biting at my skin. Behind me, the creature tore through the doorway, splintering the frame as if it were nothing. I sprinted toward the only place I thought might offer safety, the old ranger station on the hill, equipped with a steel-reinforced door and a radio. Branches whipped against my face, roots threatened to trip me, but adrenaline pushed me forward. The beast's heavy footsteps pounded the ground not far behind, accompanied by its savage growls. I could feel its hot breath on my neck, the sensation propelling me faster than I'd ever run before. The ranger station loomed ahead, a dark silhouette against the star-studded sky. I barreled up the steps and threw myself against the door, fumbling with the keys. The lock clicked open, and I slammed the door shut behind me, sliding the heavy bolt into place. For a moment, I allowed myself to breathe. The thick walls muffled the sounds outside. I moved quickly to the radio, flipping switches and adjusting the frequency. "This is Ranger Callahan at Station 4, I said urgently. "I need immediate assistance. There's something out here with me." Static crackled in response. I tried again, but only the hiss of dead air answered. The beast's growl resonated outside, followed by a heavy thud against the door. The steel buckled but held firm. I glanced around the room, searching for anything that could help. My eyes landed on a flare gun mounted on the wall. Grabbing it, I loaded a flare and aimed at the door. Another crash, and the door began to give way, the hinges tearing from the frame. With a deafening roar, the creature burst through, splinters flying. I fired the flare, the bright light striking it square in the chest. It howled in pain, momentarily blinded. Seizing the opportunity, I rushed past it, sprinting back into the forest. I didn't have a plan. All I knew was that I needed to put as much distance between myself and that monster as possible. The trees closed in around me, the canopy above blotting out the moonlight. My legs ached, and my lungs screamed for air, but I couldn't stop. Behind me, the beast recovered, its enraged howls echoing through the night. It was hunting me, and it was relentless. Up ahead, I spotted a narrow crevice in a rocky outcrop, a place too small for the creature to follow. I squeezed into the gap, pressing myself against the cold stone. The beast crashed through the underbrush, coming to a halt nearby. I held my breath, the sound of my pounding heart threatening to give me away. The creature sniffed the air, its footsteps circling the area. Minutes felt like hours as it searched, the tension suffocating. Finally, with a frustrated snarl, it moved off into the forest, its footsteps fading into the distance. I waited, ensuring it was truly gone before emerging. My body was trembling, a combination of fear and exhaustion. The sky was beginning to lighten, hints of dawn creeping over the horizon. Using the early morning light, I navigated my way back toward the park entrance. The journey was agonizingly slow, every rustle or snap of a twig setting my nerves on edge, but the creature did not return. Reaching the ranger station at the park's edge, I collapsed on the steps. Fellow rangers rushed out, their faces a mix of concern and confusion. "Mike, what happened to you?" one of them asked, helping me to my feet. "There's something in the forest," I managed to say between ragged breaths. "A creature. I don't know what it is, but it's dangerous. We have to close the park and alert the authorities." They exchanged skeptical glances. "Maybe you should sit down," another suggested. "You look like you've been through hell." Frustration flared. "I'm telling you the truth. Check the cabin, the old station, it's all destroyed." Reluctantly, they agreed to investigate. A team was dispatched, and I waited anxiously for their return. Hours later, they came back with grim expressions. "We found the damage," the lead ranger admitted, "but there was no sign of any creature." I could see the doubt in their eyes, the unspoken suggestion that perhaps stress had gotten the better of me. They recommended I take some time off, see a counselor. But I knew what I'd experienced was real. Unable to shake the terror of that night, I resigned from my position. I couldn't stay there, not with the knowledge that the beast was still out there. Months passed, but the memories remained vivid. Late at night, I would sometimes hear that haunting growl in my dreams, or was it outside my window? Sleep became elusive, paranoia my constant companion. One evening, as I was closing the curtains, I noticed something on the edge of the woods near my new home. A pair of glowing amber eyes staring back at me. They disappeared as quickly as they had appeared, leaving me questioning my sanity. I realized then that escaping the forest hadn't freed me from the creature. It had marked me, and perhaps it was only a matter of time before our paths crossed again. Some secrets of the wilderness are meant to remain untouched. I had stumbled upon one, and now there was no turning back. Story 21. The moment the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that swallowed the trail ahead, I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. "This is going to be epic," Mark had said earlier, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was always the adventurous one, the mastermind behind our little group's escapades. But as the darkness settled in, the towering silhouettes of the trees seemed less inviting and more foreboding. "Come on, Alex! Keep up!" Sarah called from ahead, her flashlight bobbing with each step. I quickened my pace, trying to shake off the unease that clung to me like a damp mist. The forest at night was a different world. Every rustle seemed amplified, every shadow seemed alive. "Are we sure about this?" I asked, trying to mask the hesitation in my voice. "Maybe we should have waited until morning." "Nah, Where's the fun in that? Mark grinned, falling into step beside me. We wanted an adventure, didn't we? Besides, the meteor shower peaks tonight. Can't miss that. He had a point. Stargazing during a meteor shower was a rare opportunity, and the clearing up ahead was supposed to offer the best view. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were trespassing into a realm where we didn't quite belong. As we ventured deeper, the path became less defined, overgrown with brambles that clawed at our ankles. The beam of my flashlight danced over twisted roots and gnarled branches that seemed to reach out like skeletal hands. "Did you guys hear that?" Jenna whispered, stopping abruptly. She was the quietest among us, but her senses were sharp. We paused, straining to listen. At first, there was nothing but the symphony of nocturnal insects. Then, a faint rustling, as if something large moved swiftly through the underbrush. "Probably just a deer," Mark shrugged, though his casual tone seemed forced. "Let's keep moving." We pressed on, but the atmosphere had shifted. The jovial banter from earlier faded into uneasy silence. The forest seemed to close in around us, the canopy above blotting out the starlight. A sudden snap of a branch made us all jump. "Okay, that was close," Sarah said, her eyes wide. "Maybe we should head back," I suggested, my voice barely above a whisper. "And miss the show," Mark scoffed. "We're almost there." Reluctantly, we continued. The trail opened up slightly, and I caught a glimpse of the sky through the treetops, a tapestry of stars that seemed to beckon us forward. Then, without warning, a low, haunting howl echoed through the trees. It was unlike any animal I'd ever heard, primal and chilling. We huddled together instinctively. "What was that?" Jenna's voice quavered. "Wolves," Sarah offered weakly. "There are no wolves in these woods," Mark said, but his bravado was fading. Another howl answered the first, this time from the opposite direction. My heart pounded in my chest. We were being surrounded. "Guys, we need to go. Now," I urged. We turned back the way we came, but the path seemed different, almost unrecognizable. Panic set in as we realized we might be lost. "Stay close," Mark instructed, his earlier confidence replaced with determination. "We'll retrace our steps." As we moved, shadows seemed to flit between the trees, just beyond the reach of our lights. I caught glimpses of movement, a flash of something tall and swift. The howls grew more frequent, more insistent. "Did you see that?" Sarah hissed, her flashlight shaking in her hand. "See what?" I asked, though I feared I already knew. "Something's out there," she replied, her eyes darting nervously. "Keep moving," Mark said firmly. We picked up the pace, nearly tripping over roots and rocks. The forest seemed alive with whispers and distant sounds, a cacophony that set every nerve on edge. Suddenly, Jenna let out a sharp cry. We spun around to see her struggling, her foot caught in a snare hidden beneath the leaves. "Hold on!" I rushed to her side, trying to free her. The rope was tight, biting into her ankle. "Hurry!" she pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Mark pulled out a pocket knife and sawed at the rope. The howls grew louder, closer. Finally, the rope snapped, and we hauled Jenna to her feet. "Can you walk?" Sarah asked, supporting her. "I think so." Jenna winced. We moved as quickly as we could, but Jenna's limp slowed us down. The forest was a maze, every direction looking the same. "This can't be right," Mark muttered. "We should have reached the trailhead by now." A chilling laugh echoed around us, high-pitched and unnatural. My blood ran cold. "That was no animal," I whispered. "Who's there?" Mark shouted into the darkness. Silence was his only answer, then a rustling from above. We looked up to see the silhouettes of figures perched in the trees, their eyes reflecting our flashlight beams with an eerie glow. "Run!" I screamed. We bolted, adrenaline overriding fear. Branches whipped at our faces, the ground uneven beneath our feet. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit, heavy footfalls and guttural growls. Jenna stumbled and fell. I skidded to a halt, turning back to help her. But before I could reach her, a massive shape emerged from the shadows, pulling her into the darkness. Her scream pierced the night, then abruptly cut off. "Jenna!" Sarah shrieked, but Mark grabbed her arm. "We can't help her," he said, his voice breaking. "We have to keep going." Tears blurred my vision, but I knew he was right. We pushed forward, desperation driving us. The forest began to thin, and I glimpsed the faint glow of moonlight ahead. "There's a clearing!" I shouted. We burst into an open meadow bathed in silver light. For a moment, hope surged within me, but the relief was short-lived. Surrounding the clearing were figures, tall, lanky creatures with matted fur and elongated limbs. Their faces were a grotesque blend of human and beast, eyes shining with malevolent intelligence. We backed toward each other, forming a tight circle. "What do we do?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. Mark held up his pocket knife, a futile gesture against the monsters before us. "We stand our ground," he said, though fear etched his features. The creatures began to close in, their movements deliberate and predatory. One stepped forward, its mouth stretching into a twisted grin that revealed rows of sharp teeth. "Why are you doing this?" I shouted, my voice echoing in the stillness. The lead creature tilted its head, as if contemplating the question. Then, in a voice that sounded like cracking bones, it replied, "Trespassers must pay the price." My heart nearly stopped. They could speak. "We didn't mean any harm," Sarah pleaded. "We'll leave and never come back." The creature laughed, a hollow, chilling sound. "It's too late for that." They lunged simultaneously. Mark shoved me aside as one of the beasts swiped at him, claws catching his shoulder. He cried out, staggering back. "Alex, run!" he yelled. But I couldn't leave them. Grabbing a fallen branch, I swung wildly at the nearest creature. It snarled, easily dodging my attempts. Sarah screamed as another grabbed her from behind. I watched in horror as she was dragged away, her cries fading into the night. Rage and despair consumed me. With a surge of adrenaline, I charged at the creature attacking Mark, driving the branch into its side. It recoiled, hissing. "Come on!" I grabbed Mark, and we made a desperate dash toward the opposite side of the clearing. Our breaths came in ragged gasps. Blood soaked Mark's shirt, but he pushed on. The forest loomed ahead, a wall of darkness that offered uncertain refuge. Behind us, the creatures gave chase, their movements unnaturally swift. "We can't outrun them," Mark panted. "Then we outsmart them," I replied, though I had no idea how. We plunged back into the woods, veering off the path. The terrain was rough, the underbrush thick. I hoped it might slow them down. Up ahead, I spotted a rocky incline leading to a narrow crevice. "This way!" I pulled Mark toward it. We squeezed into the gap, pressing ourselves against the cold stone. The creatures approached, but the entrance was too small for them to follow. They clawed at the opening, snarling in frustration. Mark slumped beside me, clutching his wound. "Hang in there," I urged. "We'll get out of this." He gave a weak nod, his face pale. Hours seemed to pass as we remained hidden, the creatures lingering outside. Eventually, the sounds of their snarls faded. Dawn was breaking, soft light filtering into our refuge. "I think they're gone," I whispered. Helping Mark to his feet, we cautiously emerged. The forest in daylight was a stark contrast, peaceful and serene, belying the horrors of the night before. "We need to find help," I said. We navigated carefully, the memories of the night's terror fresh in our minds. After what felt like an eternity, we stumbled upon a dirt road. A park ranger's truck appeared in the distance. I waved frantically, relief washing over me as it pulled to a stop. "What happened to you two?" the ranger asked, concern etched on his face. "There's something in the woods," I blurted out. "Our friends, they took them." He glanced between us, skepticism evident. "Slow down. Who took them?" "Creatures, monsters," Mark said weakly. The ranger frowned. "You two look like you've been through hell. Let's get you to a hospital." As we rode back to civilization, I looked back at the forest, a beautiful facade hiding unspeakable darkness. Days later, after we were treated and questioned, the authorities conducted a search. No traces of Jenna or Sarah were found. Officially, they were declared missing, presumed lost to the wilderness, but we knew the truth. Mark moved away shortly after, unable to cope with the memories. I remained, haunted by nightmares and a lingering question: why were we spared? One evening, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a worn journal filled with sketches and notes about the very creatures we'd encountered. Entries dated back decades, detailing sightings and disappearances. At the end, a warning: they protect the forest from those who disrespect it. Once marked, you can never escape. A chill settled over me. Were we marked? Was that why we survived? I decided then to share our story, hoping to warn others. But as I finished writing, a familiar howl echoed in the distance. They were still out there, and they hadn't forgotten. Story 22. The journal was old, its leather cover worn and edges frayed, as if it had weathered countless storms. I found it half buried under a pile of leaves near my campsite, a corner jutting out just enough to catch my eye. The moment I touched it, a chill ran down my spine, though the afternoon sun was still warm on my back. Flipping it open, I noticed the handwriting was jagged and hurried, ink smudged in places where a trembling hand might have hesitated. Entries detailed sightings of a creature, tall, gaunt, with eyes that glowed like embers in the night. The author spoke of whispers in the wind, of shadows that moved independently of their sources. Local legend, I muttered, snapping the journal shut. Probably someone's idea of a campfire story. I tossed it into my backpack, intending to examine it later, perhaps share it with friends for a good laugh. As dusk approached, I busied myself gathering firewood. The forest was serene, the rustling leaves and distant bird calls creating a symphony of nature. This solo camping trip was meant to be a break from the chaos of city life, a chance to disconnect and find some peace. Fire crackling merrily, I settled down with a cup of instant coffee. Reaching into my backpack for a snack, my fingers brushed against the journal again. Curiosity getting the better of me, I opened it to a random page. "They call it Wendigo," the entry began, "a spirit of insatiable hunger, prowling these woods. It feeds not just on flesh, but on fear," I scoffed, taking a sip of my coffee. "Well, here's to not being scared," I said aloud, raising my cup in mock salute. The wind picked up slightly, and the trees whispered among themselves. That night, I crawled into my tent, the comfort of my sleeping bag embracing me. Sleep came easily, but it was restless. Dreams of dark figures and echoing whispers filled my mind, though specifics slipped away upon waking. Morning light filtered through the tent fabric, and I stretched lazily. Unzipping the tent, I stepped out to find my campsite in disarray. The firewood I had neatly stacked was scattered, and my cooking pot lay a few feet away, dented. "Must have been a raccoon," I mumbled, though doubt nagged at me. Raccoons didn't usually cause this much chaos. I checked my food supplies, stored securely in a hanging bag on a tree branch. The bag was gone. Frustration bubbled up. That was supposed to last me the next 3 days. Now I'd have to cut my trip short or try to fish for my meals. Deciding on the latter, I grabbed my fishing gear and headed toward the nearby lake. The day was uneventful, the calm waters reflecting the clear sky. I managed to catch a couple of trout, enough for dinner. As I returned to camp, the tranquility of the forest seemed to envelop me once more, easing my earlier annoyance. After dinner, I sat by the fire, the journal in my lap. Part of me wanted to toss it into the flames, be done with the unsettling stories. But a stronger part was intrigued. I turned to another page. "It watches from the shadows," the entry read. "Eyes like burning coals pierce the darkness. No matter how far I run, it follows. The hunger is eternal!" A branch snapped somewhere behind me. I jumped, heart pounding, but saw nothing when I turned around. "Get a grip," I told myself. "It's just the woods settling." Night descended swiftly. I decided to secure my remaining gear more carefully, placing items inside the tent with me. Sleep was fitful, every rustle and hoot magnified in the silence. Around midnight, I awoke to a faint whispering. It was indistinct, like voices carried from a great distance. I strained to listen but couldn't make out any words. The wind, I reasoned, rustling through the leaves. Then came the scream, a distant, haunting wail that raised every hair on my body. It echoed through the forest, fading slowly into silence. I sat up, gripping my sleeping bag tightly. Animals made strange noises, I reminded myself. It could be anything. Morning couldn't come fast enough. Exhausted, I crawled out of the tent to find deep scratches gouged into the ground around my campsite, forming a rough circle. My stomach tightened. This wasn't the work of any animal I knew. I decided it was time to leave. Gathering my gear hastily, I stuffed everything into my backpack. As I reached for the tent to dismantle it, I noticed something that stopped me cold. The journal lay open on the ground, pages fluttering in the breeze. I was certain I had left it inside the tent. Approaching cautiously, I saw that it was open to a page I'd not read before. "It knows when you are afraid," the entry said. "Fear is the invitation." A shadow passed over the page. I looked up to see clouds blotting out the sun. The forest seemed to darken unnaturally, the trees swaying though there was no wind. A whisper brushed past my ear. Too close, too real. I spun around, but there was no one there. The whispers grew, overlapping and circling me, words in a language I didn't understand. Panic surged. I grabbed the journal, stuffed it into my backpack, and started down the trail at a brisk pace. The path seemed different, unfamiliar, despite being the same one I'd hiked in on. After an hour of walking, I should have reached the trailhead, but the forest stretched endlessly before me. My breath came in ragged gasps, and sweat trickled down my back. "Stay calm," I told myself. "You probably just missed a turn." Retrieving my map and compass, I tried to get my bearings. The compass needle spun lazily, refusing to settle. "Great," I muttered. "Defective gear." A soft chuckle echoed among the trees, a sound that didn't belong. "Who's there?" I shouted, trying to sound authoritative. Only silence answered. I pressed on, picking up the pace. The whispers returned, more insistent now. Shadows flickered at the edge of my vision. Once, I thought I saw a tall, emaciated figure between the trees, but when I looked directly, it was gone. The forest seemed to be closing in, the trees growing denser, their branches clawing at me as I pushed through. The path was gone. I was now stumbling through untamed underbrush. Exhausted, I broke into a small clearing. In the center stood a tree unlike the others, gnarled and twisted, with symbols carved into its bark. At its base lay a pile of bones, bleached white. A sense of dread settled over me. I needed to get out of here. From behind the tree, a figure emerged, tall and skeletal, its skin stretched tight over protruding bones, eyes deep-set and glowing faintly. It regarded me with a tilt of its head, as if curious. My mouth went dry. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. The creature raised a hand, long fingers ending in sharp claws. It pointed at my backpack. "You have what is mine," a voice rasped, though its mouth didn't move. "The journal," I stammered, reaching into my bag. I pulled it out, holding it toward the creature. "Take it." It shook its head slowly. Too late. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a tempest. Images flooded my mind. Hunger, endless and consuming. Isolation that spanned centuries. I realized then that the journal wasn't just a warning. It was a trap, a conduit to lure the unsuspecting. Mustering every ounce of strength, I tore my gaze away and bolted back into the forest. Branches lashed at my face. Roots threatened to trip me, but I pushed on. The whispers pursued, the creature's presence looming behind me. I didn't dare look back. Bursting through a thicket, I stumbled onto a dirt road, the old service road that ran along the park's edge. Relief flooded me. In the distance, I saw the glint of metal, a parked car. I sprinted toward it, waving my arms. "Help, please!" An elderly man stepped out, surprised. "What on earth happened to you?" "No time to explain," I gasped. "We need to leave, now." He glanced behind me, eyes narrowing. "Did you see it?" I froze. "You know about it?" He nodded grimly. "Get in." We sped away, the forest receding behind us. My heart gradually slowed, though the fear lingered. "What was that thing?" I finally asked. "The Wendigo," he said quietly. "Spirit of insatiable hunger. It preys on those it can lure into its grasp." I shook my head. "I found this journal." I trailed off, realizing I still clutched it tightly. He glanced at it, his expression darkening. "That journal belongs to it. It's a tether. You need to destroy it." "Gladly!" I rolled down the window, preparing to toss it out. "Not like that," he exclaimed, grabbing my arm. "It must be burned on sacred ground." "Where do I find that?" He sighed. "There's a place, but it's risky. Anything is better than being hunted." He nodded, turning onto a narrow road that led to an old chapel, nestled among the hills. We gathered wood behind the chapel, building a small pyre. As the flames grew, I placed the journal atop the fire. The pages curled and blackened, smoke rising in twisting tendrils. For a moment, the whispers returned, a cacophony of anger and pain. Then, as the journal turned to ash, they faded into silence. "Is it over?" I asked, hopeful. He met my gaze. "For now, but the Wendigo is patient. It will wait for another opportunity." "How do you know so much about it?" He looked away, pain flickering across his features. "I've lost people to it. Spent years learning how to fight it." I extended a hand. "Thank you for helping me." He shook it firmly. "Be cautious and never underestimate the darkness that lurks in forgotten places." I left the chapel with a newfound respect for the mysteries of the wild. The experience left a mark, a lingering shadow at the edge of my thoughts. Back in the city, life returned to a semblance of normalcy. But sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I swear I hear faint whispers, reminding me that some doors, once opened, are not so easily closed. Story 23. The wind howled like a wounded beast as I stood atop Black Peak Mountain, the highest point for miles around. Clouds churned above me, dark and heavy with the promise of a storm, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the massive claw marks gouged deep into the granite at my feet. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen, each groove wider than my hand, stretching across the rock face in a terrifying display of raw power. I crouched down, running my fingers over the rough edges of the marks. What could have made these? I muttered to myself. No animal I knew of could leave such enormous scars on solid stone. A sudden crack of thunder jolted me back to reality. The storm was closing in fast, and I was still hours from base camp. Scanning the ridge, I spotted a dark opening in the mountainside, a cave partially concealed by overgrown shrubs and twisted pines. With the first fat raindrops beginning to fall, I decided it was my best chance for shelter. I secured my backpack and made my way toward it, the air thick with the scent of ozone and wet earth. Entering the cave, I switched on my headlamp. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing walls adorned with faded paintings. Intricate patterns and figures stretched across the stone, telling a story I couldn't comprehend. One image stood out, a towering creature with elongated limbs and fierce eyes, standing guard over the mountain. It sent a shiver down my spine. "Must be some kind of ancient art," I whispered, trying to quell the unease bubbling within me. The cave went deeper than I'd anticipated, the passage narrowing as it descended into the heart of the mountain. The sound of the storm outside faded, replaced by an oppressive silence. I settled down near the entrance, pulling out a protein bar from my pack. As I took a bite, a faint sound reached my ears, a low, rhythmic thumping like distant drums or footsteps. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound grew louder, echoing through the tunnel from the depths of the cave. "Hello!" I called out, my voice wavering slightly. No response came, but the sound stopped abruptly. The silence was worse than the noise. I shook my head, convincing myself it was just water dripping deeper inside. The storm outside raged on, flashes of lightning illuminating the cave entrance. I decided to explore the cave further, hoping to distract myself from the creeping anxiety. As I ventured deeper, the air grew colder, and the walls glistened with moisture. The paintings became more frequent, more detailed. They depicted scenes of people offering tributes to the monstrous guardian, their faces etched with expressions of fear and reverence. A sudden gust of wind swept through the tunnel, extinguishing my headlamp's light. Darkness enveloped me. I fumbled with the switch, my fingers numb and clumsy. When the light flickered back on, I gasped. Ahead of me, the tunnel had opened into a vast chamber, and at its center stood a colossal stone altar. Curiosity battled with fear, but I found myself drawn toward the altar. As I approached, I noticed objects arranged upon it, bones, weathered and ancient, alongside primitive tools and trinkets. My heart pounded in my chest. This place felt wrong, like I'd stumbled into somewhere I wasn't meant to be. A heavy breath sounded behind me, warm and damp against the back of my neck. Every muscle in my body tensed. Slowly, I turned around. The beam of my headlamp revealed nothing but empty space. The tunnel stretched back toward the entrance, silent and still. "Get it together," I told myself, but the words offered little comfort. I decided it was time to return to the cave's mouth and wait out the storm there. As I retraced my steps, the tunnel seemed different, walls pressing in closer, the path steeper than before. Then I heard it again. The thumping footsteps, but faster now, more insistent. They seemed to be coming from all around me. Panic surged through my veins. I broke into a run, my boots slamming against the rocky ground. The beam of light danced erratically with each stride. A shadow flickered at the edge of my vision, a massive shape that moved with unsettling speed. I stumbled, catching myself against the wall. "Who's there?" I shouted, the echo of my voice mocking me in return. The footsteps stopped. The silence pressed down on me, heavier than the darkness itself. I inched forward, every sense on high alert. Suddenly, a deafening roar filled the tunnel, a sound so primal it shook me to my core. Without thinking, I bolted toward the entrance, driven by pure instinct. The mouth of the cave appeared ahead, framed by sheets of rain and flashes of lightning. I was almost there when a figure stepped into view, silhouetted against the storm. It was enormous, easily 8 feet tall, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Eyes glowed amber in the darkness, fixing me with a predatory stare. I skidded to a halt, heart hammering wildly. The creature blocked the only exit, its lips curled back, revealing rows of sharp teeth. For a moment, neither of us moved. Time stretched impossibly thin. Then it lunged. I dove to the side, narrowly avoiding a swipe from its massive claws. They struck the wall, sending shards of rock flying. Scrambling to my feet, I dashed deeper into the cave. The creature's footsteps thundered behind me. "Think," I urged myself. "There had to be another way out." The cave system was extensive. Perhaps there was an exit on the other side of the mountain. It was a slim hope, but the only one I had. I raced through the tunnels, the creature's roars echoing in pursuit. The paintings on the walls blurred past, a cacophony of colors and shapes that only added to the surreal nightmare. The path began to slope upward, a promising sign. The tunnel opened into another chamber, smaller than the first, but with a fissure in the ceiling where faint light seeped through. A narrow shaft led upward, possibly a way out. I didn't have time to hesitate. I started climbing, fingers slipping on the wet stone. The creature burst into the chamber below, its eyes locking onto me. It let out an enraged howl, leaping toward the base of the shaft. Climbing faster, I ignored the burning in my muscles. A clawed hand swiped at my foot, missing by inches. I kicked downward instinctively, my boot connecting with its snout. The creature recoiled, giving me a precious few seconds to ascend higher. The light grew brighter as I neared the top. With a final heave, I pulled myself out of the shaft and onto a ledge overlooking a steep drop. The storm raged on, winds whipping fiercely. Behind me, the creature's head emerged from the shaft, eyes furious. It began to climb out. Desperation took hold. I searched frantically for anything to defend myself. My hand closed around a loose boulder, wedged precariously near the edge. Using all my strength, I pushed against it. It shifted slightly, then started to roll. The boulder tumbled over the edge, striking the creature squarely. It let out a pained scream, losing its grip and falling back into the darkness below. The ground beneath me trembled with the impact. Breathing heavily, I peered over the edge. The shaft was dark and silent. I didn't wait to see if it would return. Turning away, I began the treacherous descent down the mountainside, the rain slicking the rocks and making each step perilous. Hours seemed to pass as I navigated the terrain, the storm gradually easing. When I finally reached the tree line, the first light of dawn was breaking through the clouds. Relief washed over me, but I knew I wasn't safe yet. I headed toward base camp, legs heavy with exhaustion. The forest was eerily quiet, as if holding its breath. Reaching the campsite, I found it deserted. My tent was shredded, supplies scattered. Claw marks raked across the trees. A sense of dread settled in my stomach. I needed to get off this mountain. I grabbed what little remained of my gear and set off down the main trail. The path wound through dense forest, the canopy above filtering the morning light into dappled patterns on the ground. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Picking up the pace, I focused on the trail ahead. A fallen tree blocked the path, forcing me to detour into the underbrush. As I navigated around it, I stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood a crude totem made of bones and branches, adorned with feathers and stones. My heart lurched. The totem resembled the creature, elongated limbs and fierce eyes. This was a warning, or perhaps a marker of territory. The realization hit me. I had trespassed into its domain. A low growl sounded from behind me. I turned slowly, dread pooling in my stomach. There it was, standing at the edge of the clearing, eyes fixed on me with predatory intent. Wounds from the earlier encounter oozed dark blood, but it seemed unfazed. I backed away slowly, hands raised. "I don't want any trouble," I whispered, knowing how futile it was. The creature advanced steadily. My mind raced, searching for an escape. Then I remembered the flare gun in my pack, a last resort piece of equipment. Moving carefully, I reached into my bag, fingers closing around the cold metal. As the creature lunged, I raised the flare gun and fired. The flare shot out with a hiss, striking the creature's chest and exploding in a burst of bright light and sparks. It recoiled, howling in pain and confusion. Seizing the moment, I sprinted back toward the trail. The creature thrashed behind me, its cries echoing through the forest. Adrenaline propelled me forward, feet pounding against the earth. The trailhead came into view, and beyond it, the parking lot where my car awaited. Bursting from the forest, I raced across the open space, fumbling with my keys as I reached the vehicle. I threw myself inside, slamming the door shut. Hands shaking, I started the engine. As I peeled out of the lot, I caught a glimpse of the creature emerging from the tree line, its figure towering and formidable even at a distance. I didn't look back again. The drive down the mountain was a blur. Only when I reached the safety of the ranger station at the mountain's base did I allow myself to breathe. I stumbled inside, disheveled and wide-eyed. A ranger looked up from his desk, startled. "Good Lord, are you okay?" I shook my head, words failing me. "There's something up there," I managed to say. He frowned. "What do you mean? Like a bear?" I met his gaze, the gravity of my experience reflected in my eyes. "No, not a bear. Something else, something that shouldn't exist." He studied me for a moment before nodding slowly. "Now come on, let's get you some help." In the days that followed, I recounted my story to authorities, researchers, anyone who would listen. Most met my tale with skepticism or thinly veiled disbelief. The mountain was searched, but no evidence was found. No creature, no cave with ancient paintings, nothing. It didn't matter. I knew what I had seen, what I had survived. The memory of those glowing eyes and the chilling roar haunted my dreams. I learned that some places are guarded by forces beyond our understanding, ancient protectors that do not welcome intruders. Black Peak Mountain was one such place. I haven't set foot on a mountain since, but sometimes, on quiet nights, I think back to that stormy summit and wonder if the Guardian still watches over its domain, waiting for the next unwary soul to trespass into its realm. Story 24. The snow was falling heavier than I had anticipated, each flake a tiny crystal that glinted in the pale sunlight before settling onto the endless white expanse. The isolation was intoxicating. Up here, high above the tree line, the world felt untouched, pure. I took a deep breath, the cold air biting at my lungs, and adjusted the straps of my backpack. This was what I lived for, the solitude of the mountains during winter, where every step forward was a fresh path carved into the unknown. I glanced back at the trail I'd made, a series of footprints leading back toward the distant line of evergreens. It was then that something caught my eye. Parallel to my tracks was another set of footprints, larger and spaced farther apart. My first thought was a bear, but bears should be hibernating this time of year. Curious, I walked over to inspect them more closely. The prints were enormous, at least twice the size of my boot, and they had an odd shape, almost human, but with longer toes ending in what looked like claw marks. A chill ran down my spine, unrelated to the frigid temperature. I tried to reason it away. Maybe the thaw and freeze cycles had distorted an animal's tracks. Shaking my head, I continued onward, the incident slipping to the back of my mind. As the hours passed, the sky began to change. The soft glow of the sun dimmed behind gathering clouds, and the wind picked up, carrying with it the telltale signs of an approaching storm. I checked my GPS. I was still a few miles from the next waypoint where I'd planned to set up camp. Pushing forward seemed risky, but staying put wasn't an option either. I pressed on, my footsteps crunching rhythmically in the deepening snow. The world narrowed to the few feet illuminated by the fading daylight. The wind howled, whipping snowflakes into tiny whirlwinds that danced around me before dissipating. The landscape transformed into a monochromatic blur. Then I saw them again, those footprints. They crossed my path at an angle, as if whoever or whatever had made them was circling me. My heart pounded against my ribs. This was no coincidence. I knelt down, examining the prints more carefully this time. Fresh, the edges were crisp, not yet softened by the falling snow, and they were heading in the same direction I was. An uneasy feeling settled over me. I stood up, scanning the horizon, but visibility was poor. The storm was moving in faster than I'd expected. I needed to find shelter. Now I altered my course, recalling a shallow cave I'd marked on my map during a previous expedition. It was nearby, tucked into the side of a rocky outcrop. With any luck, it would provide enough protection until the storm passed. The wind battered me as I trudged toward the rocky formation, each step more laborious than the last. The snowfall thickened and the temperature plummeted. My fingers felt numb inside my gloves, and my face stung from the icy assault. Finally, the dark mouth of the cave loomed ahead, a gash in the otherwise smooth facade of snow-covered rock. Relief washed over me as I slipped inside. The cave was shallow but sufficient. I set down my pack, shaking off the accumulated snow, and began the process of setting up my small tent inside. It was a tight fit, but it would conserve heat. I ignited my portable stove to boil water for a hot meal, the tiny flame casting dancing shadows on the cave walls. As I ate, the storm raged outside, the howl of the wind punctuated by the occasional rumble of distant thunder. I tried to relax, but my mind kept drifting back to the footprints. Logic told me there had to be a reasonable explanation. Perhaps another mountaineer was out here, though that seemed unlikely given the weather and remoteness of this location. I unrolled my sleeping bag and settled in, exhaustion beginning to take over. The steady hum of the stove was comforting. a small beacon of normalcy in an otherwise unsettling day. Just as I was drifting off, a sound jolted me awake, a deep, guttural growl echoing from somewhere outside the cave. I sat up, every muscle tense. The wind could play tricks on the ears, I reasoned, but then it came again, louder this time and undeniably real. It was a sound that resonated with primal fear, stirring some ancient instinct within me. I reached for my flashlight and headlamp, strapping it on before unzipping the tent. The cave was darker than before, the stove's flame having died down to a faint glow. I grabbed my ice axe, the closest thing I had to a weapon, and stepped out of the tent. The growling ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I inched toward the cave entrance, heart pounding in my ears. Shining the flashlight into the swirling snow outside, I saw nothing at first. Then, movement, a shadow shifting at the edge of the light's reach. I focused the beam, and my breath caught in my throat. Standing just beyond the cave was a towering figure, at least 7 feet tall. Its body was covered in thick, matted fur, blending seamlessly with the storm's chaos. Glowing eyes reflected the light back at me, unblinking and fixed directly on my position. The creature's mouth opened slightly, revealing a set of sharp teeth, and it emitted another low growl that rumbled like thunder. Panic surged through me. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping the flashlight. The creature took a step forward, its massive foot crunching into the snow with deliberate intent. Without thinking, I retreated deeper into the cave, the illusion of safety evaporating with each passing second. Back inside the tent, I frantically searched my pack for anything else that could help. Flares, a whistle, anything. My hands shook uncontrollably. The growling grew louder, reverberating off the cave walls. It was entering the cave. I grabbed a flare and ignited it, the red glow casting harsh shadows and filling the space with a sharp, acrid smell. Holding it out in front of me, I faced the cave entrance. The creature halted, seeming to regard the flare cautiously. Its eyes flickered between the burning light and my face. "Stay back!" I shouted, my voice cracking. For a moment, time stood still. The creature tilted its head, almost curious. Then, with a swift motion, it swiped at the flare, its claws narrowly missing my hand. I stumbled sideways, the flare slipping from my grasp and sputtering out as it hit the ground. Darkness swallowed the cave once more. The only light came from my headlamp, which now seemed pitifully inadequate. The creature advanced, and I could hear the scraping of its claws against the stone floor. Desperation took hold. I remembered the small canister of bear spray in my jacket pocket. Fumbling, I pulled it out and aimed. As the creature lunged, I pressed down on the trigger. A cloud of harsh chemicals enveloped its face. It roared in pain and confusion, thrashing about and retreating toward the entrance. Seizing the opportunity, I grabbed my pack and bolted out of the cave, adrenaline overriding any sense of the biting cold. The storm was still in full fury, but I didn't care. I had to get away. Disoriented by the darkness and snow, I struggled to find any recognizable landmarks. The terrain seemed alien, transformed by the blizzard into a featureless wasteland. Behind me, the creature's roars echoed, fueling my frantic pace. I stumbled and fell multiple times, the snow deepening and swallowing my legs with each step. My lungs burned and my vision blurred. Still, I pushed on, driven by sheer survival instinct. Then, in the distance, I saw a faint light, a warm, golden glow that stood out against the cold blues and whites of the storm. Hope ignited within me. I headed toward it, each step a monumental effort. As I drew closer, the outline of a small cabin emerged from the swirling snow. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, a beacon of safety. I reached the door and pounded on it with what little strength I had left. The door swung open, and a rugged-looking man peered out, eyes widening at the sight of me. "Good Lord, get inside," he exclaimed, pulling me over the threshold. I collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. "There's something out there," I managed between gulps of air. He nodded grimly. "I know. You're lucky to be alive." He helped me to a chair by the fireplace, the warmth seeping into my frozen limbs. "What was that thing?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He stared into the flames. "Local legend calls it the Yeti, the abominable snowman. I've heard tales but never seen it myself until tonight." A heavy silence settled between us, broken only by the crackling of the fire. "Why is it hunting me?" I asked. "It protects these mountains," he replied, "from outsiders, trespassers." I shuddered. I didn't know. He placed a hand on my shoulder. "Few do. Rest now. The storm will pass by morning, and we'll figure out a way to get you off this mountain." Exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted into a fitful sleep, haunted by images of glowing eyes and relentless pursuit. When I awoke, the cabin was filled with daylight. The storm had subsided, leaving behind a pristine blanket of snow that glittered under the clear sky. The man was preparing gear near the door. "We need to move quickly," he said. "It's safer during the day." I nodded, gathering my belongings. As we stepped outside, the tranquility of the landscape was at odds with the terror of the previous night, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. We trekked toward the nearest outpost, the man's familiarity with the terrain guiding us efficiently through the snow-covered paths. Hours passed without incident, but the tension never left my body. Finally, the outpost came into view, a cluster of buildings nestled in a valley. Relief washed over me. "Thank you," I said sincerely. "I wouldn't have made it without you." He gave a curt nod. "Be cautious in the future. The mountains have their secrets." I turned to look back at the towering peaks, their jagged edges piercing the sky. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a distant figure standing on a ridge, watching. It was too far to see clearly, but I knew. As we descended into the valley, I couldn't help but feel a profound respect and fear for the forces that dwell in the wild places of the world. Some paths are best left untraveled, some mysteries left unsolved. The mountains had let me go this time, but I knew I would never return. The footprints in the snow were a warning, one that I would heed for the rest of my days. Story 25. The moon hung low over the still waters of Shadow Lake, its reflection rippling gently as a soft breeze brushed the surface. The tranquility should have been soothing, but an inexplicable unease gnawed at the back of my mind. I stood at the edge of our campsite, gazing across the water, feeling as though the darkness itself was watching us. "Hey, Jake, you gonna help with this fire or what?" called Lisa, her voice pulling me back to the moment. I turned to see her struggling with a bundle of kindling, her blonde hair glowing in the firelight. "Yeah, sorry," I replied, forcing a smile. I joined her and the others, Mark and Sarah, as we settled in for our third night at the lake. We'd come here seeking a break from the bustle of city life, eager to reconnect with nature and each other. The first 2 days had been blissful, swimming, fishing, and laughing around the campfire, but things had started to feel off. Yesterday morning, we'd found our cooler tipped over, its contents scattered and some missing. We blamed raccoons and secured our food higher in the trees. Then Mark's fishing gear vanished from the dock, leaving us scratching our heads. He swore he'd left it there, but we all teased him about his forgetfulness. As the night deepened, we sat around the crackling fire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. Laughter filled the air, but my attention kept drifting back to the shadows beyond our circle of light. "Did you hear that?" Sarah asked suddenly, her eyes wide. We fell silent, straining to listen. At first, there was nothing but the whisper of the wind through the pines, then a soft rustling, like footsteps on dry leaves. "And probably just a deer," Mark said, though his tone lacked conviction. "Or the raccoons coming back for round 2, Lisa added, trying to lighten the mood. I stood up, peering into the darkness. "I'll go check it out." "Be careful," Sarah warned, her concern evident. I grabbed a flashlight and headed a few yards into the woods. The beam sliced through the blackness, illuminating twisted branches and the occasional glint of animal eyes that quickly disappeared. After a few minutes of finding nothing, I turned back toward the camp. As I emerged from the trees, I caught a glimpse of movement across the lake. I swung the flashlight toward it, but the distance was too great to make out anything distinct. Just shadows playing tricks, I told myself. Anything? Mark asked as I returned. Nothing, probably just animals, I said, settling back down. We tried to resume our jovial atmosphere, but the tension lingered. Eventually, one by one, we retreated to our tents. Sleep came fitfully, my dreams plagued by indistinct figures lurking just out of sight. The next morning, the sun bathed the campsite in a warm glow, erasing some of the night's fears. We decided to spend the day hiking a nearby trail. As we packed our day packs, Lisa frowned. "Has anyone seen my water bottle? The one with the stickers?" We all shook our heads. "Maybe you left it by the dock," Sarah suggested. Lisa sighed. "I guess I'll check." She returned moments later, empty-handed. "It's gone, and so is one of the paddles." Mark scratched his head. "That's weird. Maybe it fell into the water." "Both of them," Lisa replied, frustration creeping into her voice. We exchanged uneasy glances. "All right," I said. "Let's keep an eye out today. Maybe we just misplaced some things." The hike was beautiful, the trail winding through dense forest and offering stunning views of the lake from elevated vantage points. For a while, we managed to shake off the odd occurrences. But as we circled back toward camp, we found the path blocked by a fallen tree that hadn't been there earlier. "Must have come down in the wind," Mark speculated. "But there's no wind," Sarah pointed out. We clambered over it, a sense of unease settling back in. Returning to camp, we discovered our tents unzipped, sleeping bags dragged out, and belongings strewn about. "Okay, this is getting ridiculous," Lisa exclaimed. "Animals don't do this." I felt a knot form in my stomach. "I think someone's messing with us." "Like who?" Mark asked. "We're miles from anyone." "Maybe some locals who don't like campers," Sarah suggested quietly. We spent the rest of the afternoon tidying up and securing our gear as best we could. The atmosphere was subdued, each of us lost in our thoughts. As dusk approached, I suggested we make a fire. "It'll help us relax," I offered. We gathered around the flames, the wood popping and sending sparks into the twilight. Lisa leaned against me, her usual cheeriness dimmed. "Do you think we should leave?" she whispered. I glanced at the others. Mark was poking the fire absently, and Sarah stared into the flames, her face unreadable. "Maybe," I admitted. "If someone is targeting us, it's not safe." Just then, a loud splash echoed from the lake. We all jumped, turning toward the sound. The water rippled, but nothing was visible. "Probably a fish," Mark said, though his voice wavered. I stood up, my eyes scanning the opposite shore. The moon was bright tonight, casting silvery light across the landscape. And then I saw it, a massive silhouette standing at the water's edge across from us. It was tall, impossibly tall, with broad shoulders and long arms that hung unnaturally low. My breath caught in my throat. "Do you see that?" I whispered. The others followed my gaze. Lisa gasped, grabbing my arm. Mark and Sarah rose slowly, eyes fixed on the figure. "What is that?" Sarah murmured. The silhouette remained motionless, but I felt its gaze locked onto us. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. "We need to go, now," I said firmly. We hurriedly doused the fire, the hiss of steam filling the silence. Gathering only what we could carry, we made our way to the canoes tied at the dock. As we approached, I noticed the canoes were sitting lower in the water than before. "Wait," I said, stepping closer. Water sloshed inside them, and jagged holes marred their hulls. "They've been damaged," Mark said, his face pale. "How is that possible?" Lisa cried. "Oh, they were fine this morning." A guttural sound echoed from the woods behind us, a deep, resonant growl that sent a bolt of terror through me. "Back to camp!" I shouted. We sprinted up the path, the underbrush snagging at our legs. Reaching the campsite, we huddled together, hearts pounding. "What do we do?" Sarah whispered, tears glistening in her eyes. I took a deep breath, trying to think clearly. "We have to make it through the night. At first light, we'll try to hike out." "Can't we leave now?" Lisa asked, her voice trembling. "It's too dangerous in the dark," I replied. "We could get lost or walk right into whoever, or whatever, is out there." Another growl reverberated through the air, closer this time. We grabbed the few items we had, flashlights, a small hatchet, a flare gun from the emergency kit. "Everyone stay close," I instructed. We positioned ourselves with our backs against a large rock formation at the edge of the camp, giving us a view of the surrounding area. The forest was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of crickets and owls absent. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig set us on edge. Then, in the flickering beam of Mark's flashlight, we saw movement, a large shape darting between the trees. "There!" Mark hissed. I aimed the flare gun in that direction, finger hovering over the trigger. "Wait," Lisa whispered. "What if it's just an animal?" "An animal that's been sabotaging our camp," Sarah retorted. A low, guttural voice echoed around us, a language, or something resembling one, that we couldn't understand. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "That's not human," Lisa whimpered. "Stay calm," I said, though my own fear was mounting. Suddenly, a stone flew from the darkness, striking the ground near us. Then another, closer. "It's trying to scare us," Mark said, "or flush us out," I added grimly. "We can't just sit here," Sarah urged. I made a decision. On the count of 3, we make a run for the trailhead. Stick together no matter what. They nodded, steeling themselves. 1, 2, 3. We bolted from our position, racing toward the path that led away from the lake. The forest closed in around us, branches whipping at our faces. Behind us, heavy footsteps pounded the earth. "Don't look back," I shouted. But curiosity got the better of me. I glanced over my shoulder and glimpsed the creature, a towering figure covered in dark, matted hair, eyes reflecting an otherworldly glow. It moved with terrifying speed, closing the distance between us. Ahead, the path forked. "Left!" I yelled, veering sharply. The others followed, but in the chaos, Sarah stumbled. "Help me!" she cried, scrambling to her feet. Mark stopped to pull her up, but the creature was nearly upon them. Without thinking, I raised the flare gun and fired. The flare soared through the air, exploding in a burst of light between the creature and my friends. The beast recoiled, shielding its eyes. "Go!" I screamed. We regrouped and pushed forward, the flare buying us precious seconds. The trail began to incline, and the trees thinned slightly. "I can see the road!" Lisa shouted, hope entering her voice. But as we broke through the tree line, despair crushed us. The road was overgrown, unused for years. Our vehicles were miles away on the other side of the lake. "What now?" Mark panted. Before I could answer, a roar echoed from behind. The creature had recovered and was closing in. "Into the trees," I directed. "We can try to lose it in the forest." We darted back into the woods, weaving between trunks and leaping over fallen logs. The creature's pursuit was relentless, its heavy breaths audible over the pounding of my own heart. Up ahead, I spotted an old, dilapidated ranger station. "But there!" We sprinted toward it, the structure offering a glimmer of hope. Reaching the building, we burst through the door, slamming it shut behind us. I shoved a rusted metal desk against the door as a makeshift barricade. The interior was musty and dark, but the walls were sturdy. "Search for anything useful," I instructed. Lisa found an old radio, but it was dead. Mark located a flare, a real one this time, and a flare gun. Sarah discovered a first aid kit, though thankfully we had no injuries yet. A heavy thud shook the door as the creature collided with it. The wood creaked, but held firm. Another impact followed, more forceful. "That won't hold for long," Mark warned. "Upstairs?" I pointed to a narrow staircase. We scrambled upward, finding ourselves in a small loft with a window overlooking the area. From here, we could see the creature pacing outside, its massive form illuminated by the moonlight. "What is that thing?" Sarah whispered. "I don't know," I admitted, "but it doesn't like light." An idea formed. "Mark, the flare gun." He handed it to me, and I loaded the flare. "When I say so, open the window." "Are you crazy?" Lisa hissed. "Trust me." We waited as the creature circled the building, looking for a point of entry. It moved into view below us. "Now!" I shouted. Mark threw the window open, and I fired the flare directly at the beast. It struck the ground near its feet, exploding in a blinding flash. The creature roared in agony, stumbling backward. "Did it work?" Sarah asked hopefully. The beast retreated into the shadows, its growls fading. "I think we scared it off," I said, relief washing over me. We sank to the floor, exhaustion overtaking us. For the rest of the night, we took turns keeping watch, but the creature did not return. As dawn broke, we ventured cautiously outside. The forest was bathed in golden light, the terror of the night seeming almost unreal. "Let's get out of here," Lisa urged. We agreed, and with the daylight guiding us, we managed to navigate back to the main road. Hours later, we reached our cars, and none of us looked back as we drove away from Shadow Lake. In the weeks that followed, we tried to make sense of what happened. Some suggested it was a bear or a trick of the light. But deep down, we knew we'd encountered something beyond the ordinary. I still think about that silhouette across the lake, the guttural sounds, and the primal fear that gripped us. Nature holds mysteries we may never fully understand, and some places are meant to be left undisturbed. Story 26. The fog rolled in so quickly it was as if the forest had exhaled a great, white sigh. One moment, the path ahead was clear and sunlit. The next, I was enveloped in a dense shroud that muted the world around me. The trees transformed into looming phantoms, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. I paused, the sudden silence pressing in, and felt an inexplicable chill crawl down my spine. I adjusted my backpack and took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. "Just a bit of fog," I muttered, "nothing to worry about." But as I continued, the trail seemed to fade beneath my feet, the familiar markers swallowed by the mist. The compass in my hand spun uselessly, the needle dancing erratically as if confused. "Great, that's helpful," I grumbled, tapping the glass face. I glanced around, trying to get my bearings, but every direction looked the same, a monochromatic blur of grey and shadow. The sun was a pale orb above, offering little guidance. I decided to press on, certain that the fog would lift as quickly as it had descended. But after several minutes, or was it hours, the unsettling sensation of being watched began to gnaw at me. I stopped and listened, straining to hear anything beyond the muffled crunch of leaves beneath my boots. That's when I heard it, a faint whisper, just beyond the edge of perception. I turned sharply, scanning the haze. "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice sounded small, absorbed by the fog. There was no reply, only the whispering growing slightly louder. Indistinct words carried on an unfelt breeze. I shook my head, trying to dismiss it as imagination. Fatigue, perhaps. I hadn't seen another hiker all day, and solitude can play tricks on the mind. Yet, as I resumed walking, shadows flitted at the corners of my eyes, quick, darting movements that vanished when I looked directly at them. An uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. I reached for my map, hoping to find reassurance in its folds. Unfurling it, I realized with dismay that the moisture in the air had dampened the paper, smudging the ink. Landmarks blurred together, and the network of trails became a messy web. A rustling noise sounded behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. A dark figure stood several yards away, indistinct in the fog. "Hey!" I called out, relief mingling with apprehension. "Can you help me? I'm a bit lost." The figure didn't respond. It remained motionless, almost blending into the surrounding mist. I took a hesitant step forward, but a gust of wind swept between us, and the figure dissipated like smoke. I blinked rapidly, my mind struggling to make sense of it. "Get a grip," I told myself. "You're just tired." But the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They seemed to encircle me, voices overlapping in a dissonant chorus. Some sounded pleading, others mocking, but none were clear enough to understand. Anxiety tightened its grip on me. I quickened my pace, picking a direction at random. The forest around me felt alien. The trees twisted into grotesque shapes. The fog distorted distances. A tree that seemed a few feet away would suddenly loom beside me, its gnarled bark close enough to touch. My breathing grew shallow. I needed to find a landmark, something to anchor myself. Ahead, a large oak tree with a distinctive split trunk emerged from the mist. Relief washed over me. I remembered passing it earlier. If I retraced my steps, maybe I could find the main trail. I headed toward it, but as I drew closer, I realized something was wrong. The split in the trunk formed a dark hollow, and from within, a pair of eyes glinted, a reflection of light that shouldn't be possible in this murk. I stumbled back, tripping over a root and landing hard on the ground. Pain shot up my arm, but adrenaline masked it. The eyes remained fixed on me, unblinking. Then, slowly, a shadowy form emerged from the hollow, a vaguely humanoid silhouette that seemed to absorb the light. Scrambling to my feet, I turned and ran. The whispers escalated into a cacophony, swirling around me. Laughter, cries, and incomprehensible words battered my senses. The ground beneath me felt uneven, roots and rocks appearing out of nowhere to snag my footing. "Help!" I shouted into the void, but the fog swallowed my plea. I didn't know how long I ran. Time had lost all meaning. Eventually, gasping for breath, I burst into a small clearing. The fog was thinner here, the outlines of the trees more defined. In the center stood an old wooden cabin, its windows dark and door ajar. Desperation overrode caution. I approached the cabin, hoping to find someone inside. "Hello?" I called out, stepping onto the creaking porch. The air was thick with the scent of damp wood and decay. Pushing the door open, I peered into the gloom. The interior was sparse, a table, a chair, and a stone fireplace filled with cold ashes. Cobwebs draped from the ceiling corners, and the floorboards groaned underfoot. "Is anyone here?" My voice echoed unnaturally. A soft thud sounded from a back room. I hesitated, but then moved toward it, each step deliberate. The whispers had quieted, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against my ears. I reached the doorway and saw a mirror mounted on the opposite wall. It was ornate, out of place in the rustic setting, and its surface was oddly pristine. Drawn to it, I stepped inside. My reflection stared back, disheveled, eyes wide with fear. But then, behind me in the mirror, a figure materialized, tall and shadowy, its face obscured, but its eyes, those same glinting eyes from the hollow tree, bored into mine. I spun around, but the room was empty. A cold breath brushed the back of my neck. The figure's reflection moved closer in the mirror, a skeletal hand reaching out toward me. Panic surged. I backed away, pressing myself against the wall. The figure in the mirror tilted its head, as if amused, and then the glass began to ripple like water. "Leave me alone!" I shouted, grabbing a heavy candlestick from a nearby shelf and hurling it at the mirror. The glass shattered, fragments exploding outward, but instead of falling to the ground, the shards hung suspended in the air, each reflecting countless eyes staring at me. A deep, resonant voice echoed from all around. "You cannot escape." I bolted from the room, the cabin itself seeming to shift and elongate. The front door was farther away than before, the hallway stretching impossibly, the walls warped, the wood twisting like living flesh. Finally reaching the door, I threw it open and plunged back into the fog. The landscape had changed. The clearing was gone, replaced by a labyrinth of trees that all looked the same. I ran blindly, branches clawing at my face and clothes. The whispers returned, louder than ever, rising to a fevered pitch. My chest burned and tears blurred my vision. Breaking through a thicket, I stumbled onto a dirt path. Hope flared. I might find my way out after all. But as I followed it, I realized with dawning horror that it led back to the same split-trunk oak tree. Exhausted and defeated, I sank to my knees. The fog coiled around me like a serpent. "What do you want?" I cried out. Silence answered. In the quiet, a memory surfaced, something an old friend had mentioned about this forest. Legends of spirits trapped between worlds, seeking to lure others into their eternal labyrinth. I had laughed it off at the time. Gathering the last of my strength, I closed my eyes and steadied my breathing. "This isn't real," I whispered. "It's an illusion." I opened my eyes to see the fog thinning slightly. The figures in the shadows paused, as if uncertain. Emboldened, I stood up. "You have no power over me," I declared, my voice stronger. The whispers faltered, the shadows retreating. I took a tentative step forward, then another, focusing on the rhythm of my footsteps and the beating of my heart. The fog continued to dissipate, patches of blue sky peeking through above. A warmth touched my face, the sun breaking through. Relief flooded me as the forest around me returned to its natural state, vibrant greens and browns replacing the monochrome. I checked my compass. The needle pointed steadily north. Pulling out my map, I could clearly see my location and the path back to the trailhead. I didn't linger. With renewed energy, I hiked toward safety, the events of the day weighing heavily on my mind. Reaching my car, I took one last look at the forest. It stood serene and unthreatening, birds chirping in the canopy, but I knew now that beneath its beauty lay something inexplicable. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that a part of me was left behind in that fog, that perhaps the whispers were still searching, waiting for another wanderer to lose their way. Months later, on misty mornings, I sometimes hear faint whispers at the edge of hearing. I tell myself it's just the wind, but deep down, I know the forest remembers. Story 27. The silence of the forest was so complete that it pressed against my ears like cotton. Lying in the tent, I could hear Emma's steady breathing beside me, a soft rhythm that usually lulled me to sleep. But tonight, something felt off. A rustling sound snaked through the darkness, followed by a low, guttural growl that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I sat up abruptly, my heart pounding. "Emma," I whispered, nudging her gently. She stirred, blinking sleepily. "What is it?" she mumbled. "Listen," I said, holding my breath. The sound came again, closer this time, the unmistakable crunch of leaves underfoot, and that eerie growl, more pronounced. Emma's eyes widened, now fully awake. "What was that?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "I don't know," I replied, reaching for the flashlight hanging from the tent's roof. Flicking it on, I aimed the beam toward the tent's thin fabric walls. Shadows danced, but revealed nothing. The noises outside grew sporadic, moving from one side of our campsite to the other. "Stay here," I told her, trying to sound braver than I felt. Unzipping the tent slowly, I peered into the inky blackness. The flashlight's beam sliced through the dark, illuminating the gnarled trees surrounding our secluded spot deep in the woods. My breath hitched as I caught sight of them, glowing eyes reflecting back at me from multiple directions, hovering at varying heights among the trees. "Emma," I whispered urgently, "there's something out here." She crawled beside me, her face pale in the dim light. "Oh my God," she breathed, seeing the eyes. They were unsettling, too high off the ground to be small animals, too numerous to be a lone predator. The growls intensified, a chilling chorus that seemed to echo from all around us. The creatures were circling, the pattern of their eyes moving methodically as they closed in. "We need to do something," Emma said, panic creeping into her voice. I nodded, swallowing hard. "Help me gather some wood." We scrambled to the dying campfire, tossing on the remaining logs and kindling. Flames licked upward, casting a wider circle of light. For a moment, the eyes retreated, the growls softening. "They don't like the fire," Emma observed, hope flickering in her eyes. "Let's keep it going," I agreed. We piled on whatever we could find, twigs, leaves, even ripping pages from my notebook to feed the flames. The fire blazed brighter, and the immediate area around us warmed, but the respite was short-lived. The creatures began inching closer again, their eyes gleaming with a newfound boldness. One stepped briefly into the light, a hulking silhouette with matted fur and elongated limbs, before darting back into the shadows. "Did you see that?" Emma gasped. "Yeah," I said, my mouth dry. "We can't stay here." "Our car is miles away," she reminded me, fear tightening her features. I clenched my jaw, thinking rapidly. "We have to make a run for it. Stick to the trail and keep moving." She hesitated, glancing at the encroaching darkness. "Are you sure? Do we have a choice?" We grabbed our backpacks, stuffing in essentials with trembling hands. I took the hunting knife from my belt, and Emma picked up a hefty branch, its end charred from the fire. "Ready?" I asked. She nodded, her eyes resolute despite the terror I knew she felt. We edged away from the campsite, the fire now a beacon we were abandoning. As we stepped beyond its glow, the chill of the night wrapped around us. The creatures' eyes followed, maintaining their distance but never letting us out of sight. "Stay close," I whispered. We moved swiftly but cautiously along the narrow trail. The forest seemed alive with sounds, the crunch of leaves under our boots, the snapping of twigs under unseen feet, and that relentless growling. "How far do you think we've gone?" Emma asked, her breath coming in short bursts. "Not far enough," I admitted. The trail twisted and turned, every bend revealing more darkness. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared directly ahead on the path. We skidded to a halt as the creature stepped into view. It stood upright, towering over us, its eyes reflecting an unnatural light. Saliva dripped from its open mouth, revealing sharp teeth glinting in the faint moonlight. "Back!" I shouted, pulling Emma with me. We stumbled off the trail, crashing through the underbrush. Branches scratched at our faces and clothes as we forged a new path. The creatures pursued, their movements swift and agile compared to our clumsy escape. "Up there!" Emma pointed to a large boulder formation. We scrambled up the rocks, slipping but managing to haul ourselves onto a flat ledge. I turned to face the way we'd come, gripping my knife tightly. The creatures gathered below, a sea of glowing eyes staring up. "Why are they doing this?" Emma's voice shook. "I don't know," I said, frustration and fear mixing into anger. "But they haven't climbed up yet." We waited, the minutes stretching into an eternity. The creatures paced at the base, growling and snapping but making no move to ascend. "Maybe they can't climb," Emma suggested. "Let's hope not." As if on cue, one began scaling the rocks, its claws finding purchase on the rough surface. "They're coming up!" Emma cried. "Go! Climb higher!" We ascended to the next level, the rocks becoming steeper. My hands were slick with sweat, making each grip tenuous. Emma slipped, her foot dangling over the edge. "I've got you!" I grabbed her arm, pulling her up just as claws scraped the spot where she'd been. We reached a small plateau, but there was nowhere else to go. The creatures below growled in frustration, but the one climbing was relentless. "This is it," I said, my chest heaving. "Oh, if they get up here," Emma looked at me, tears welling in her eyes. "I don't want it to end like this." "It won't," I promised, though I didn't know how I'd keep it. In a surge of determination, I remembered the flare gun packed in the bottom of my bag, a last resort emergency tool. I tore off the backpack and rummaged through it, fingers closing around the cold metal. "Cover your ears," I told Emma. I aimed at the climbing creature and pulled the trigger. The flare erupted with a blinding light and a deafening hiss, striking the creature square in the chest. It let out a screech unlike anything I'd ever heard, falling backward and crashing into the ones below. The flare's light illuminated the area, revealing the true horror of the creatures, twisted forms that defied nature, a grotesque blend of man and beast. They recoiled from the light, retreating into the shadows. "It's working!" Emma exclaimed. I fired the second and last flare into the sky, hoping it might attract someone's attention. The red glow soared upward, casting an eerie light over the canopy before slowly descending. "We need to get out of here while they're distracted," I said. "Which way?" she asked, desperation edging her voice. I scanned the surroundings. The only option was to descend the other side of the rocks into uncharted territory. This way. We carefully lowered ourselves down, the creatures' shrieks fading behind us. Once on solid ground, we ran. Branches whipped past, the terrain uneven and treacherous. A distant sound reached my ears, the faint hum of an engine. "Do you hear that?" Emma listened. "Yes, it sounds like a car." We veered toward the noise, hope lending us speed. Bursting through a thicket, we stumbled onto a dirt road. Headlights appeared around a bend, and I waved my arms frantically. The vehicle slowed, a pickup truck with a lone driver. He rolled down the window, eyes widening at our disheveled appearance. "What happened to you folks?" "No time to explain," I panted. "Please, we need to get out of here." He gestured to the back. "Hop in." We clambered into the truck bed, and he accelerated down the road. Peering back, I saw shadows emerging from the forest's edge, the creatures watching as we escaped. At the nearest town, we recounted our ordeal to skeptical authorities. They searched the area but found no evidence, attributing our experience to overactive imaginations and perhaps a bear encounter. Weeks later, the nightmares still haunt me, glowing eyes in the dark, growls that echo in the silence. Emma and I haven't been camping since. Sometimes, late at night, I'll look out the window and imagine a pair of eyes staring back. I tell myself it's just my mind playing tricks, but deep down, I know they're still out there, waiting. Story 28. The stench hit me before I saw it, a rancid, metallic odor that clung to the back of my throat. I slowed my pace, heart pounding, as I rounded the bend in the trail. There, laid out in a grotesque display beside the path, were the remains of a deer. Its limbs were splayed unnaturally, bones protruding, and symbols I didn't recognize were carved into its flesh. "Jake, hold up!" I called out, my voice shaky. He turned back, sweat glistening on his brow. "What's wrong, Mia?" His smile faded as he followed my gaze. "What the hell is that?" We both approached cautiously. The forest around us seemed to hold its breath, the usual chatter of birds and rustling leaves eerily absent. I glanced up at the canopy, shadows stretching as the sun dipped lower in the sky. "Is this some kind of sick joke?" I muttered, wrapping my arms around myself despite the humid air. Jake crouched down, examining the carcass without touching it. "I don't think so," he said quietly. "And look at the precision of these cuts. This wasn't done by an animal." A chill ran down my spine. We had taken this remote trail to escape the crowds, eager for a peaceful run through nature. Now, I wished we had stuck to the main paths. "Let's just keep moving," I urged, my eyes darting around the dense foliage. "I want to get back before dark." He nodded, standing up and wiping his hands on his shorts as if to rid himself of the sight. We resumed our jog, but the easy rhythm we'd found earlier was gone. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the underbrush set me on edge. "Did you hear that?" Jake asked after a few minutes, his voice barely above a whisper. I listened, straining to catch any sound over the thudding of my heartbeat. Then I heard it, a heavy footstep paralleling our own, just out of sight among the trees. "Probably just a deer," I said, trying to convince myself. He shot me a glance. After what we just saw, we picked up the pace, muscles burning as we navigated the winding trail. The footsteps matched us, stride for stride, sometimes ahead, sometimes lagging behind, but never far away. "Who's there?" Jake called out suddenly, stopping in his tracks. Silence. "Maybe we should call someone," I suggested, pulling out my phone. The screen displayed a single bar of service before flickering out. "A no signal." "Great," he muttered. "Let's just get back to the car." We continued, the forest growing darker with each passing moment. The trail seemed to stretch endlessly, unfamiliar twists and turns making me question if we had taken a wrong path. "Jake, this doesn't feel right. We should have reached the fork by now." He glanced around, concern etched on his face. "You're right. Maybe we missed it." A rustling sounded to our left. We both froze as a figure emerged, a man dressed in tattered clothing, eyes wild beneath a mess of unkempt hair. "Lost?" he asked, a crooked grin revealing yellowed teeth. I took a step back. "We're fine, thanks," he chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "Not many folks come this way. Dangerous to be out here at night." "Do you know the quickest way back to the trailhead?" Jake asked, his tone firm. The man's gaze drifted between us. "Might do." "For a price." I felt Jake tense beside me. "We don't have any money on us." "Oh, I don't need money," the man replied, his grin widening. "A fair trade can be made." Before we could respond, he melted back into the shadows, disappearing as suddenly as he'd appeared. "Let's go," I whispered urgently. We broke into a run, adrenaline fueling our movements. The forest seemed to close in, branches clawing at our clothes like grasping fingers. The footsteps returned, now multiplied, an ominous echo surrounding us. "Faster!" Jake urged. My lungs burned, legs screaming in protest, but fear pushed me onward. The trail forked ahead, but neither path looked familiar. "Which way?" I gasped. He hesitated. "Left. I think it's left." We veered left, the terrain becoming rougher. Roots jutted out like traps, and I stumbled, catching myself before falling. A guttural howl pierced the air, followed by others in a chilling chorus. "What was that?" I cried. "I don't know," Jake replied, panic edging his voice. "Just keep moving." The howls grew louder, closer. Shadows flickered at the edge of my vision, swift, inhuman shapes that defied explanation. "We're not alone," I said, my throat tight. Jake glanced back, his eyes wide. "Don't look. Just run!" We burst into a clearing, bathed in the last light of dusk. In the center stood another carcass, this time a wild boar, arranged in the same ritualistic manner as before. "Why is this happening?" I whispered, tears pricking my eyes. Jake grabbed my hand. "We can't stay here." But as we tried to leave the clearing, figures emerged from all sides. They wore animal hides and masks crafted from bones, their eyes gleaming with a feral intensity. "Join us," one hissed, stretching out a hand adorned with talons. "Stay back," Jake shouted, positioning himself between me and them. They began to close in, movements synchronized like a predator stalking prey. "Over there." I spotted a narrow gap between two boulders at the edge of the clearing. We sprinted toward it, ducking through just as hands clawed at our backs. Scrambling over rocks and through dense brush, we plunged deeper into the forest. "Are we going the right way?" I asked, struggling to catch my breath. "I don't know," he admitted, desperation creeping in, "but we have to keep moving." The sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by the steady hum of night insects. The canopy above thickened, blotting out the remaining light. "Wait!" I said, pulling him to a stop. "I think we lost them." He leaned against a tree, chest heaving. "What was that? Some kind of cult?" "I don't know," I replied, shivering despite the warm air, "but they were hunting us." A soft glow appeared ahead, a flickering light that could only be a fire. "Maybe there's someone who can help," Jake suggested. I hesitated. "What if it's them?" He shook his head. "We can't stay out here." "We need help." We approached cautiously, keeping to the shadows. Peering into another clearing, we saw a campsite, a lone tent beside a crackling fire, but no one in sight. "Hello?" Jake called out softly. No response. We stepped into the clearing, the warmth of the fire a stark contrast to the cold fear gripping us. "Maybe they went for firewood," I said. "Let's wait here," he suggested, "and at least we're visible if someone comes by." We sat down, the fire providing a small comfort. Minutes passed in silence. Then, a rustling from the tent. A man emerged, rubbing his eyes. "Who are you?" he asked, startled. "Sorry to intrude," Jake began. "We got lost and—" "You shouldn't be here," the man interrupted, his gaze darting nervously around the trees. "Please," I implored, "we need help." He shook his head vigorously. "No, you don't understand. They don't like outsiders." "Who doesn't?" Jake asked. Before he could answer, a familiar howl echoed through the night. The man's face paled. "It's too late," he whispered. "They've found us." He retreated into his tent, zipping it up. "Wait!" Jake shouted, but the man didn't respond. The forest came alive with movement. The masked figures emerged, surrounding the campsite. "And why are you doing this?" I demanded, standing up. They remained silent, advancing slowly. Jake grabbed a burning branch from the fire, wielding it like a weapon. "Stay back." They hesitated, eyes fixed on the flames. "Fire," I murmured. "They're afraid of it." "Get more wood," he instructed. I tossed logs onto the fire, feeding it until it roared higher. The ring of figures tightened, but they kept their distance. "What's your plan?" I asked, fear threading through my voice. He glanced around. "We can't keep this up forever." An idea sparked. "The man's tent. Does he have any supplies?" We backed toward the tent. "Cover me," I said, ducking inside. The man cowered in the corner. "Leave me alone." "I'm sorry," I said, rifling through his belongings. I found a flare gun at the bottom of his pack. "Yes!" I exclaimed, emerging with it. Jake grinned. "Be perfect." I aimed the flare gun at the sky and fired. The flare shot upward, illuminating the forest in a red glow. The figures recoiled, some retreating into the shadows. "Let's go!" Jake yelled. We ran, the path ahead lit briefly by the dying light of the flare. The sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by the pounding of our footsteps and ragged breaths. A distant sound reached my ears, the rush of water. "The river!" I exclaimed. "But if we follow it, it might lead us back." We reached the riverbank, the moonlight reflecting off the turbulent surface. "Do we cross?" he asked. I nodded. "It's our best chance." We waded into the icy water, the current strong against our weary bodies. Halfway across, I glanced back. Figures lined the shore, watching but not following. "They won't enter the water," Jake observed. We reached the opposite bank, collapsing in exhaustion. "Do you think we're safe?" I asked between gasps. He nodded slowly. "For now." As dawn broke, we found a trail leading to a road where a passing car stopped to help us. We told our story to the authorities, but they found no evidence, no carcasses, no cult, nothing. Days later, the nightmares began. Visions of masked figures and twisted rituals haunted my sleep. Jake and I vowed never to return to that forest. But sometimes, when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear the distant echo of howls, reminding me that some paths are best left untraveled.